Chapter 426. Calling Asuna over, I pick her up in my arms and start flapping my wings. A few flaps is all it takes to get us to the top of the city wall, which allows me to avoid those stupid statues. No matter how much stronger I have gotten, I am still not fast enough to dodge laser eyes. So, I plan to make use of my wings to completely avoid the gates and their annoying guardians. My new ability to fly is going to make avoiding whatever traps are here easier. The controller may have planned for my return, but I doubt it planned for me to be able to fly. From the top of the wall, the city looks deserted. There are no signs of the Driders at all. However, I know better. The Driders are just hiding and waiting for the controller's signal. I am hoping that whatever trap won't trigger until I have had a chance to get some answers. I doubt I will have time to properly explore the city, but there are two main things I want to know. First, I want to know what is up with the central column, and second, I want to know what the controller is. Before that, though, there is something else I should take care of. Oh, great and glorious Krenosha. Please heed my prayer. Krenosha laughs and says, "While flattering, that isn't necessary, Ash." Well, I figured since it was the first time I would do it properly. Krenosha says, "I appreciate that. So, what do you need?" "I am at the city I told you about and wanted you to take a look." Krenosha says, "All right, give me a minute." From the looks Asuna and Kachara are giving me, I can tell they can't hear Krenosha. Having the two of them look at me like I have gone crazy is a new experience. In the future, I will have to beware of having people see me talking to the goddesses. My reputation doesn't matter much to me, but it will matter once I become the Beast King. The Beastmen have enough bad reputation without the world thinking their king is a lunatic. Although, if people could hear the goddesses respond to me, that would give me a different reputation. Krenosha says, "Okay, the city is ancient, far older than anything else on the peninsula. Also, there are thousands of undead hiding within the buildings of the city. That is about what I was expecting. Can you see what is controlling the undead?" Krenosha says. "Number, I do feel some strong life sources, but that is more my sister's area. I suggest you pray to her next and see what she can tell you." That was the plan. I just felt that since you made me, it was only right to pray to you first. Krenosha says, "Thank you, Ash. That is very sweet of you." Ahem. Anyway, is there a way to talk to you without looking like a lunatic? Krenosha says, "Yes, once you have spoken our name and have our attention, you can just think what you want to say." Wait, you can read my mind, Krenosha says. "No, only thoughts aimed at us." Wait, why would us reading your mind cause you to panic? No reason. It is nothing. Got to go." Krenosha laughs at me, and as the laughter fades away, I can somehow tell I no longer have her attention. This is getting complicated. I will have to be careful what I think about when praying. At least it isn't the soulscape. It is easier to control my thoughts when I can't actually see them. Saronia, goddess of life and beauty, please heed my prayer. Saronia says, "Hello, Ash, why so formal? Just being polite since this is my first time praying to you? Can you hear me?" Saronia says, "Yes, I can hear you." "Why do you sound nervous?" Just testing. Krenosha said it would work, but I wasn't sure. Saronia says, "It works. So, what is up?" "Oh, I am at the city. Krenosha sensed the undead, but there are life forces she couldn't tell much about." Saronia says, "All right, I will take a look." Somehow I can feel Saronia's attention on me increase before it spreads out away from me. It is like she is using me as an anchor for her to reach this place. It is a weird feeling. Unfortunately, I cannot see what she is seeing, so I have to wait until she tells me. Saronia says, "Ash, have you been doing anything foolish?" "What? No, at least I don't think so." Saronia says, "The reason I ask is there is a life form that seems to have recently evolved, and it tastes like your energy." Where is this life form?" Saronia says, "Inside that big column." Okay, that might be my fault." Saronia says, "What did you do?" I sort of fed my power into the barrier around this place. When I did, I sensed that most of it went somewhere inside the column, but I didn't know there was something alive in there. Saronia says, "Well, there is, but luckily for you, it seems friendly. So, it is sentient?" Saronia says, "All I can say for sure is that it is aware. Okay, did you find anything else? Saronia says, yes. Somewhere below the city there are thousands of life forms, one of which makes me nervous. What do you mean it makes you nervous? Saronia says. It is powerful, maybe powerful enough to be a threat to me. Are you saying that there is something down here with the power to harm a goddess? Saronia says. From what I can tell, yes. It may even be a god. Ah, anything else you can tell me about it? Saronia says, I can tell that a lot of the life forms are connected to it. Other than that, no. You would have to get closer and pray again for me to find out more. If it can threaten a god, I don't exactly want to get closer to it, Saronia says. I am not telling you to get closer to it. I am simply telling you that is the only way I could find out more. Oh, okay. Can you tell me where it is? Saronia says. It seems to be beneath the city, several thousand feet below it from what I can tell. Okay, so don't go down. Got it. Chapter 427. Saronia says the other life forms are spread out between just below the city down to where it is. There are some in the city as well, but they seem to be insects. That would be the beetles, and the life forms below the city are probably the living driders, which means the big nasty you are sensing is probably what I have been calling the controller. Saronia says, I can't tell you whether it is or not. I can sense that it is hostile, but nothing more than that at this distance. Well, maybe I can learn more from the life form you sense within the column. Saronia says, it may be possible. I can sense that it is not hostile, at least. It is probably worth a try. Then that is what I will do. I will go meet the life form and see what happens from there, Saronia says. All right. Call on me if there is anything I can do to help. Good luck, Ash. Thank you. With our conversation over, I turn my attention to the city. There are two options now. Either we rush past the buildings and head straight for the center of town, or we attack. If we clear the buildings one by one, there will be less of them later to surround us. However, that might wake all of them up early and make it impossible to reach the column. On the other hand, if we attack, then I will be at a higher level by the time they surround us. While I want to wipe them all out, I don't think it is something I can do all at once. Even with how much stronger we all are, they will be able to overwhelm us with sheer numbers. We would kill hundreds, maybe even 1,000, but that still wouldn't be enough. Krenosha said she sensed thousands of undead, and that is before the casters even summon their pets. The best plan for this situation would be to use hit and run tactics to wear down their numbers, but that would take weeks at least, maybe even months, and I just don't have that kind of time. I only have a few days, a week at most, to spend here if I want to arrive in Ilium when I plan to. I have already been gone far longer than I told the girls I would. Not to mention I promised Knived. So, I really don't have time to wipe out the Driders. I need to get in and out quickly. The question is going to be if the Driders will attack if I provoke them, or if they will stay quiet. Because, while I want to get to the column and get some answers, I still need to level up some more. Deciding the only way to find out is to give it a try, I pick up Asuna and fly down inside the wall. Once Kachara joins me, I summon Bones, and then lead everyone into the nearest house. Inside the house, we find a half a dozen Driders. They look like they were waiting to rush out. The casters don't even get a chance to summon their pets. We are on them before they can react. In fact, they barely manage to put up a fight. It seems they don't react well to surprises. 6 Driders defeated, 600 XP gained. Heading back outside, I look around but find nothing moving. Just to be sure, I wait a few minutes. Either the controller hasn't noticed, or is willing to sacrifice some Driders to let me walk deeper into the trap. So I pick the next house in the direction of the column, and we attack it. 4 skeletons defeated. 100 XP gained. 4 Driders defeated. 400 XP gained. Congratulations. You have gained a level. Level 6, HP plus 200, DP plus 100, stat points plus 10. Again, I wait a few minutes to see if the Driders are going to react, but nothing happens. The only difference in the second house is the casters had their pets summoned already. That is fine by me. It just means I get more experience. Since the Driders aren't attacking, we move on to the next house in line and attack. If the controller isn't going to respond, I am more than willing to clear the city house by house. 5 Driders defeated, 500 XP gained. 4 Driders defeated, 400 XP gained. 8 Zombies defeated, 160 XP gained. 10 Driders defeated, 1,000 XP gained. Still no movement from the Driders hiding in the other houses. That last fight was noisy. Even if they didn't get orders to move, the Driders in the surrounding houses have to have heard the fighting. Which means they must be under orders not to move no matter what. To test my theory, when we enter the next house, we don't attack right away. The Driders sit there and do nothing. They don't react to anything we do. That is, until we make a hostile action. Then they react and fight back. Not that it does them any good. 4 Skeletons defeated, 100 XP gained. 6 Driders defeated, 600 XP gained. They are definitely under orders not to do anything unless attacked. Which means the controller wants me to reach the center of the city at the very least. Maybe it thinks if it has me trapped and surrounded, it can kill me this time. I am half tempted to just go house to house killing all the Driders and see how long I can get away with it. The problem is I don't know if changing directions will trigger a response. I really want to get to the column and see if I can get some answers. If I can talk to the life form that is at the center of the barrier, I might be able to get a lot of the questions I have answered. At this point, that is more important to me than leveling up. So after thinking it through, I continue towards the center of the city, clearing each house along the way. 4 Skeletons defeated, 100 XP gained. 4 Zombies defeated, 80 XP gained. 8 Driders defeated, 800 XP gained. Congratulations! You have gained a level. Level 7, HP plus 200, DP plus 100, stat points plus 5. Spells, Holy Word level 4, Holy Light level 4, Bless Weapon level 3, Repel Undead level 2. New spells, Holy Armor level 1, Cure Poison level 1. The closer we get to the city center, the bigger the house is, and the more Driders inside. Although, that also means more experience each time we clear a house. Looking around, it would seem we have 3 houses left to clear before we reach the center. Chapter 4:28. While I am anxious to reach the column and see if I can get some answer, it is getting late. Although, it is hard to tell since the light in the cavern never changes. Despite that, I can hear Kachara's and Asuna's stomachs rumbling, so I know it is time to eat. Moving back into the house we just cleared, I barricade the doors and windows. I don't expect the Driders to suddenly attack, but better safe than sorry. As soon as I start preparing some food, I have both Kachara and Asuna crowding me. To be fair, we spent hours clearing houses, and they have probably worked up a healthy appetite. With that in mind, I prepare a larger amount of food than normal. They have earned a treat. The hard part is keeping their noses out of the food until it is ready. The food, once ready, is devoured quickly, and we all settle into a pile to sleep while Bones keeps watch. Surprisingly, nothing happens during the night. I was half expecting a Drider attack. It would seem the controller wants us to make it to the city center, probably so we have a lower chance of escape. Considering that I want to reach the column, the controller's plan works for me. While it is tempting to go straight to the column, I still want to get some more experience. So, after breakfast, I lead the others to attack the next house, which is a 2-story mansion. 12 Skeletons defeated, 300 XP gained. 8 Zombies defeated, 160 XP gained. 15 Driders defeated, 1,500 XP gained. Well, that was certainly interesting. Now I know that attacking one group in a house causes the others to attack. Unfortunately, during the fight, the insides of the house were mostly destroyed. That is mainly due to Kachara. She got a little carried away and smashed a few walls. Luckily, even though the second floor collapsed on top of us, the building stayed mostly standing. While I am sure we could have survived the house coming down on our heads, it isn't something I want to experience. Before moving on to the next house, I gently lecture Kachara on being more careful. Then, I call Asuna over and heal her using my new healing spell, this being the first time I have used it. In fact, it is the first time I have used any of the spells I have gained from my new class. The casting of it is as easy as thinking about it, but I have been avoiding using the spells since I have to pray to recharge my divine power. I know the goddesses will grant me the power without a second thought, but still it feels weird. Honestly, I would rather rely on my abilities that use my sacred power. However, I feel I should at least know what casting a spell feels like just in case I suddenly have to use one. These new spells feel completely different from the spells I used to cast using mana. When I healed Asuna, I could almost feel Saronia watching me. It was a little creepy. I need to get used to the feeling, though. Otherwise, what is the point of growing stronger? It can't even really be called growing stronger if I don't use the spells the class gives me. So, in the interest of getting used to using spells, as we enter the next house, I cast Bless Weapon on Blitz. Not that I really need to. All the undead and driders tend to die in one hit anyway. The spell has an additional effect. It makes Blitz glow with a golden light. The thought immediately crosses my mind that if I use the spell on a stick with the right shape, it will look like a lightsaber. Although it wouldn't be very effective, I am really tempted to try it just for fun. However, I have to put such thoughts aside since Kachara has already attacked the Driders. I can hear several more groups moving towards us within the house. So much for her being more careful. She didn't even wait for the rest of us to be ready. It seems that the deeper into the city we go, the more aggressive she gets. While it isn't really a problem since we can deal with the Driders easily enough, I am worried. She has never acted like this before, and I have to wonder if it has something to do with her being the Guardian. 10 skeletons defeated, 250 XP gained. 11 zombies defeated, 220 XP gained. 17 Driders defeated, 1700 XP gained. Bones has gained a level. We all run for our lives as the house comes crumbling down, thanks to Kachara. When she saw a hallway full of enemies, she used her breath weapon without thinking about the house. Not only is the house collapsing around us, but a decent portion of it is on fire. While I am happy that Bones got a level, I am also disappointed because I didn't. With that many enemies, I was sure I was going to get to level 8. But when I check, I am a little over 1,000 experience shy. Once we are all safely in the street, I turn and give Kachara a look that makes her hang her head. She seems sorry, but it could just be an act to avoid another lecture. As we stand watching the house burn, I keep looking around, wondering if the Driders will respond. Luckily, the house had a yard around it, so the chances of the fire spreading are low. With no wind inside the cavern, the flames don't have much chance of jumping. It also means the smoke is going straight up, and we don't have to worry about it. With a shake of my head, I turn towards the last house between us and the city center. This time, as we enter, I make Kachara stay behind everyone else. I also tell her not to use her breath weapon inside the house. Having to escape one burning and collapsing building was enough. As we approach the first group of Driders inside the house, I can feel her excitement. Up until we attack, she behaves. But once the fighting starts, she goes wild again. Luckily, she doesn't use her breath weapon this time, but she does take out a few walls. Since she is taking out the walls by throwing Driders through them, I can't complain too much. 6 skeletons defeated, 200 XP gained. 16 zombies defeated, 320 XP gained. 22 Driders defeated, 2200 XP gained. Congratulations, you have gained a level. Level 8, HP plus 200, DP plus 100, stat points plus 10. That was the last house. We are now on the edge of the city center facing the large buildings. I imagine that there are a lot of Driders inside the city buildings, but I am not inclined to find out. Since I just leveled again, it will be a while before I get to level 9. Chapter 429. I am guessing that the trap will spring as we enter the city center. At least that would make sense. However, I don't want the Driders to stop me from reaching the column. So after checking that everyone is ready, I lead them straight towards the column. We have only gone a dozen steps or so when Driders and undead start pouring out of the surrounding buildings. There are hundreds coming out of each of the city buildings, about what I expected. Once they reach us, I start swinging Blitz and cutting them down as fast as I can. With each swing, I step forward. Bones is next to me with Asuna, and Kachara behind us. As we get closer to the column, I can see steps carved into the side of it in a spiral around the column. Faintly, I can see a shimmer in the air around the column, which I am hoping is the barrier. By the time we get to about 50 yards from the stairs, the area is completely packed with enemies. Every step we take is over the corpses of those we have cut down. So far, it is just the undead and the melee type that are coming at us. The casters are staying back. 60 skeletons defeated. 2,000 XP gained. 100 zombies defeated. 2,000 XP gained. 54 driders defeated. 5,400 XP gained. When we finally make it to the stairs, my hopes are proven correct. The barrier blocks access. Kichara and I are able to pass through, but we have to quickly pull Bones and Asuna through. The Driders and Undead can't cross the barrier, giving us a chance to catch our breath. After catching my breath, I take a look at my experience. It seems I was wrong about it taking a while to hit level 9. In fact, I could level up right now. I just need 20 more kills or so. Having the barrier to hide behind, we could easily wipe out the Driders. It would just take some time. We can't just attack through the barrier. That damages the barrier itself and is a bad idea. What we can do is go through the barrier, kill a bunch, and then retreat. There is a plaza all the way around the column, and it is completely packed with enemies. At a guess, there are at least 2,000 Driders in the plaza, with more undead mixed in. The street we came up is also packed with enemies, and I am guessing so are all the other streets. The Driders aren't just sitting waiting for us. Those near enough are attacking the barrier non-stop. The barrier seems fine. I don't sense it weakening at all, so far at least. Of course, with Kichara right here, it should be recharging constantly. I just need to keep an eye on her to make sure it doesn't weaken her by draining her energy. So far, she seems fine. If anything, she is more energetic than usual. She even seems disappointed that we are not killing more Driders. She is acting more like Bones. I am inclined to give her what she wants. I want to level up again if I can. Whatever is waiting inside the column can wait just a little bit longer, I am sure. So I tell the others to get ready. Then Bones and I push through the barrier, forcing the Driders back. Once we are across the barrier, we start cutting down enemies to create space. We kill a dozen Driders and Undead before there is enough room for Kichara and Asuna to join us. After creating a pocket for us to fight in, we stop advancing and just focus on killing. Soon, there is a half-circle wall of corpses for us to fight behind. 21 skeletons defeated. 525 XP gained. 13 zombies defeated. 260 XP gained. 27 Driders defeated. 2,700 XP gained. Congratulations. You have gained a level. Level 9, HP plus 200, DP plus 100, stat points plus 5. Spells, Holy Word level 5. Holy Light level 5. Bless Weapon level 4. Repel Undead level 3. Holy Armor level 2. Cure Poison level 2. Abilities, Holy Aura level 4. New ability, Aura of Health level 1. Yes, level 9. And I got a new ability, Aura of Health. Aura of Health level 1 heals all allies within 5 feet. Healing, Wisdom X.25 frequency, every 30 seconds. Wow, I have AoE regen now. My being distracted by the level up costs me a few hits from the Driders? Not that it does all that much to me when they manage to hit me and it heals quickly. Despite my intention of becoming a damage dealer, I have turned into a pretty sturdy tank with my high hit points, fortitude stat, and my regen. I am really hard to hurt. That isn't even counting my healing spells, of which I now have 2. The feeling of getting stronger in real time is absolutely intoxicating. I am really tempted to just stay here slaughtering the Driders and their undead. Who knows how many levels I would earn if we actually killed all of these enemies. I am starting to think that maybe it would be worth the delay in returning to Ilium. The girls are already worrying about me by now, if they didn't start the minute I left. Knived has UI to talk to, so a few extra days alone shouldn't hurt too much. The more I think about it, the more excuses I can come up with to stay here and grind some levels. Even as I am thinking of excuses to stay, I am cutting down the enemies trying to get over the wall. Now that we can kill them as they are trying to climb over it is even easier. I had planned to retreat after leveling up. But now, I don't see the harm in getting just one more level. Despite how easy they are to kill, we are still burning quite a bit of energy to do so. When I notice Asuna and Kichara showing signs of getting tired, I tell them to retreat. Kichara helps Asuna get through the barrier, and I grab Bones when I follow them. 113 skeletons defeated. 25 XP gained. 138 zombies defeated. 2760 XP gained. 244 Driders defeated. 24,400 XP gained. Congratulations. You have gained a level. Level 10. HP plus 1000. DP plus 500. Stat points plus 100. Whoa! What a huge boost! Must be a special bonus for level 10. After passing through the barrier, we move to the stairs to sit down and catch our breaths. Well, except for Bones. He is standing by the barrier waiting for the order to attack again. While the three of us eat a cold lunch, I check on the barrier. It still seems fine. Other than being a little winded, Kachara also seems to be doing just fine. We could sit here killing for days from the looks of things and we wouldn't run out of enemies, even with how many we have killed. Their numbers don't seem to have decreased much. The only evidence of them taking losses is the pile of corpses we were fighting behind. As soon as we retreated, the Driders stopped trying to climb over. That section of the barrier is now quiet. Even after we are done eating, I don't want to get up. Killing all those enemies left me tired. Chapter 430. Looking around, I find another problem. Other than the stairs, there is no room for us to camp. While we could camp on the stairs, that just doesn't sound comfortable at all. Not to mention, it would be hard to sleep with 1,000 Driders only a few feet away. I don't think I could ever trust the barrier enough to sleep in that situation. Not to mention, there is no room to build a fire, and I would like to be able to have a hot meal. Even if it is the same food, something about eating it hot makes it feel more substantial. Let's see how far it is to level 11. Class, Sacred Crusader level. 10 XP, 56,700 divided by 102,400, almost 50,000 XP. That is around 500 Driders. The idea of sitting here and killing that many more Driders leaves me feeling even more exhausted. Before I do any more killing, I want a hot meal and a good night's sleep. Neither of which are going to be found here, so once everyone has rested a bit, I start walking up the stairs. The stairs follow the curve of the column as they go up. They are carved out of the column itself. The wall next to the stairs has been smoothed and carved into images. The first one is the founding of the city, and then the others depict important events. It pretty closely matches what I read in the history book. But like the book, it ends before mentioning the Driders. After that, the wall is smooth as though waiting for the next image to be carved. It would seem that whatever happened, no one had the time afterwards to record it. If that is the case, then this life form I am looking for might be my only chance to find out what happened. Following the stairs, we eventually come to a set of doors about halfway up the column. There is no guardrail, so it is quite a drop we are walking next to by the end. You would think now that I have wings it wouldn't bother me, but that isn't the case. Even though I know I have wings and would be fine if I fell, looking down still causes an instinctive fear. So when we reach a small landing and find the large double doors, it is a relief. The doors are beautifully carved and are covered in gold, or made of gold. I can't tell which. They swing open easily when I give them a push, revealing a short hallway that leads into a room. The room is large and circular, and in the center of it there is a bed, which seems odd. Kachara suddenly pushes me aside and rushes over to the bed, and when she does something on the bed moves, a small pale hand rises out of the sheets and starts to pet Kachara on the head. After a minute, the sheets move back and a figure is revealed. She looks like a child. She has long blonde hair, sharply pointed ears, and bright green eyes, but she only looks to be around 8 years old. While Kachara seems very happy to see her, Asuna doesn't react at all, which tells me it is a guardian thing. The girl sits up. Luckily, she is wearing a dress, and as she turns to look at me, I can feel the power she possesses. Says, "Greetings, Ash." It takes me a couple of minutes to puzzle out what she said since she is speaking in Elven. Her voice is light and musical, yet at the same time rough as if her mouth is dry. Or considering the situation, it might be because she has never used it before. Says, "Would it be easier for you if we spoke in your language?" "Yes, much. My knowledge of your language isn't very good." Says, "That is fine. I am sure you have a lot of questions, and I will do my best to answer them. But first, let me say thank you." "What are you thanking me for?" Says, "First, it was your delicious power that allowed me to fully awaken. Second, Kachara is the first guardian to ever make it to me." "Oh, well, you are welcome." Says, "I am sorry to tell you that now that she is here, Kachara is going to need to stay with me for a while." Can I ask why?" Says, "There is much that I need to teach her, and now that she is here, I can help her grow stronger." This will also improve the barrier so that the matriarch cannot escape. The matriarch? Is that what is controlling the Driders? Says yes. It is an ancient being that is pure evil and is the reason this city was destroyed. I would like to hear that story from the beginning if possible. But first, how should I address you? Says I have no name. When the barrier was created, I was just an infant. I was used as the heart of the barrier, but the mages who cast the spell never expected me to awaken. Would you like me to give you a name? Says you do not have enough power to name me? For now, simply call me Kor. Oh, all right. Just out of curiosity, how much power would it take to name you? Kor says, about 5 times what you currently have. So around 10,000. Wow, is that because you are the core of the barrier? Kor says, no, I was born normally. I just happened to be born at the right time to be used as the core of the barrier. They took a normal child and used it as the core of the spell? Kor says, there is a saying from your world that fits. Desperate times call for desperate measures, I believe is how you say it. That is correct. But how could you possibly know that? Kor says, the same way I know your language. I learned it from you. When you fed me your power, I also gained access to your mind. Although I was asleep at the time, the information still came to me. So you know everything I know, Kor says. Not quite. Since I was asleep, a lot of it came to me as dreams. Now I can only remember bits and pieces. Do you remember enough to be aware of the world outside and what is going on? Kor says yes. Each time you fed me power, I learned more from you. I know pretty much your entire story since you were summoned. I also know about your time limit and the options you will have when you die. It is only the knowledge of your old world that I only have fragments of. That is probably for the best. My old world is knowledge that shouldn't exist in this world. Kor says, from the little I can remember, I agree. Your old world was quite the mess. So, does that mean that you don't know anything from before I fed you power? Kor says, number I was aware from the moment the barrier activated. However, my knowledge is limited to what happened within range of the barrier. So you know all about the city and what happened to it, but nothing from outside. Kor says, correct. My only knowledge of the outside is from overheard conversations and now you. Okay, so can you tell me what happened to the city? And what is controlling the Driders? Kor says, yes, I can. It is a long story, so you should make yourself comfortable. Chapter 4, 31. With a wave of her little hand, several comfortable-looking couches appear facing the bed. I sit down on one, and Asuna jumps up next to me while Bones stands facing the door. He doesn't seem interested in what is going on. He probably just wants to go fight some more. Kor says, where should I start? I know the history up to the point the carvings on the column end. Kor says, all right. At that time, the people of the city, who you call elves, were mining heavily. This city was sending ore to other cities to be made into weapons because they were at war. I don't know the specifics of the war, only that it was the reason for the heavy mining. Okay, I guess I will have to find another city to find out about the war. Maybe that is the reason the elves were already gone from the peninsula when the humans came. Kor says, possibly, I don't know. Anyway, the people of the city were mining the heart of the mountain when they discovered something. They found a cavern leading to what you call an underground world. It is beneath the city, isn't it? Kor says yes, almost directly beneath us. It was massive, so my people set about exploring it looking for resources. But they woke something up. This matriarch you mentioned? Kor says, no, not at first. Our scouting parties started getting attacked by large spiders. At first, we thought nothing of it, just a natural predator. But as time went on and the spiders continued to push us back, we realized they were intelligent. They fought using tactics that no natural creature would use. You said they were just spiders, not Driders. Kor says, no, the Driders didn't appear until much later. So you were fighting a war against giant spiders. Kor says, large spiders, yes, each about the size of a horse, but there were thousands of them. And they worked together, more like ants than spiders. Did they seem to be being controlled by a single mind? Kor says, yes, but we didn't realize it at the time. After years of fighting, we were pushed out of the underground world. We had taken so many casualties that it was decided to bring down the cavern leading to it and forget it existed. I am guessing that didn't work so well. Core says, at first it did. We had peace for a few years until the spiders suddenly attacked the city. They managed to get into the city and escape with prisoners. The spiders took prisoners? I am guessing that was the first time. Core says, yes, it was. We, of course, sent warriors after them to recover our people. However, only some were rescued, and it cost us several warriors to do so. Our warriors were good. They each could handle 5 spiders easily, but the spiders seemed to have unlimited numbers. I have seen beetles working with the driders. They seem to use them as miners. Core says, we saw those as well. Although upon testing, we determined that they are actually an armored spider, not a beetle. They were the ones who made the new tunnels that the spiders used to attack us. If they are a type of spider, then that makes a lot more sense. Although, my system named them as beetles when I killed them. That might just be because that is what I believed them to be. Core says, to be honest, I don't know. Your system is as much of a mystery to me as it is to you. After all, my knowledge is limited to what you know. Right. Sorry, I will limit my questions to what you do know as much as I can. Core says it is all right. So the next time the enemy attacked was the first time we saw the Driders. Living or undead? Core says both. Although few in number, they caused us some serious problems. The undead Driders were ignored by our defenses because they were made from your people. Core says, right. We had no idea at the time, but luckily there were very few of them. We managed to hold them off, but from then on the attacks became more frequent. Every soldier we had lost and not reclaimed the body came back to haunt us. While unpleasant, that doesn't sound like enough to make the city fall. Core says, it wasn't, but it was enough for us to send out a request for help. Unfortunately, the cities were engaged and couldn't spare us much, but they did send some aid. Amongst them was a mage with a radical idea, which led us to violating one of our oldest taboos. What was that? Core says, the creation of life. We used magic to create a new race, a warrior race who could fight the spiders. We sent our creations down into the tunnels leading to the underground world. For a while after that, the attacks on the city stopped. Wouldn't that just supply more bodies for the enemy to make into Driders? Core says, we thought of that. Upon death, the new race's bodies would dissolve back into mana, leaving no body behind for the enemy to make use of. Smart. So, what went wrong? Core says, I don't know. After we sent them off, we never saw them again. About a year after that, the spiders resumed attacking the city. You didn't send anyone with them, or leave a way to provide them with aid. Core says, number at the time they were seen simply as weapons to be used. That is pretty horrible. Core says, I agree with you. However, our people at the time were desperate. The spiders' attacks seemed unending, and we were slowly being worn down. Even our defenses needed time to recharge. The spiders were attacking constantly, but the race we created bought us time. I am sorry to say, but I hope the race returned and brought down the city. That would be just what your people deserved. Core says, while what you say may be true, no, they did not. As I said, we never heard from them again. It was believed they had all died fighting the enemy, but that was never confirmed. You keep saying the race. Did you not name them? What did they look like? Core says, no. We didn't give them a name, and they looked like you, basically anyway. We took predatory animals like lions, wolves, and bears, then through magic made them humanoid with limited sentience. Is that how you made the Guardian? Core says, no, that was later and we had help. The Guardian is a part of the barrier much like I am. You had help making the Guardian. From whom? Core says, please be patient. Let me tell the story in order, or I might miss something. All right, sorry, please continue. Chapter 432. Core says, as I was saying, the enemy attacks stopped for about a year. Many believed that our created race had won and the threat was over. Luckily, not all thought that way. Some used the time to improve our defenses and make new weapons. That is what I would have done. Core says, it is thanks to those people that the city didn't fall when the spiders suddenly attacked again. Thanks to their preparations, the defenses held, but it was becoming obvious that the spiders would never stop attacking. So we started looking for a way to deal with them permanently. It doesn't seem like you had enough information at that point to do something drastic. Core says, true, that is the conclusion we came to as well. So our wind mages created items to make our scouts invisible to the spiders. The enemy had undead by then. Undead can sense living things. Core says, yes, that caused some problems for our scouts. The scouts also carried items to destroy their bodies upon death. We didn't want any more Driders with familiar faces. We did lose some scouts because of the undead, but others were able to return. And what did they learn? Core says, one of our scouts managed to locate the spider's nest, and that is when we discovered the matriarch. Have you seen the governor's mansion? Yes. Why? Core says, because that is about the size that the scout described the matriarch, a gigantic spider commanding all the other spiders and Driders. Once we knew her location, we were able to use spells to see her and learn about her. She is what we called a primal being. In essence, she was the very first spider. She is that big. Would that mean she is the next step above a sacred creature? Core says, if you are familiar with dragons, they are primal beings. So, maybe 2 steps above sacred. Is she as powerful as a dragon? If so, that would explain why Saronia was scared of her. Core says, I can't say for sure. We never managed to reach her to attack her. I can tell you she can give birth to and control every type of spider. What she used to attack us were basically soldiers. She had many more different types under her command. Yet for some reason, she only used the others when she needed to. That probably has to do with resources. The other types probably cost more for her to create, so she uses them sparingly. Core says that could be it. I don't know for sure. So, what happened next? Core says, we tried everything we could to defend the city. We destroyed the bridges. Her spiders wove new ones out of webbing. We filled the lake with monsters. The spiders killed them and dragged the bodies off. Just as the city was about to fall, help arrived from an unexpected ally. This ally is who helped make the barrier. Core says yes. It was a dragon who was a friend of our race. He helped our mages create a shield around the city that nothing could get through. You said a shield, not a barrier. Core says, yes. Originally, it was just a shield. It didn't need a living heart, just a magic power source. It wasn't until the city fell and the survivors decided to flee that it was turned into a barrier. If the dragon created the shield, then how did the city fall? Core says, they found a way around the shield. They dug a tunnel from below the city into our sewers. Then, instead of just attacking, they started kidnapping citizens during the night. Wait, it is always light outside. How is there a nighttime? Core says, back when the city was occupied, the sky changed to reflect the real sky outside. At night, it even mimicked the stars and moon. Oh, I would have liked to see that. Core says, the spiders prefer the darkness. So when the city fell, we set the sky to be always bright to impede them. That was smart. Too bad they didn't think of it sooner. Core says, true. Anyway, by the time we noticed the disappearances, it was too late. Hundreds of undead Driders flooded into the city from the sewers. With the defenses unable to fight against them, they ran amok in the streets, slaughtering our people. Spiders came in behind them, and while we fought hard, it just wasn't enough. So, what happened then? Core says, we managed to hold them off for a period of about 3 weeks. During that time, we evacuated as many of our remaining people as we could. That is when the decision was made to change the shield into a barrier. We wanted to make sure the spiders couldn't follow us. Yeah, them reaching the surface would be really bad. Core says, with the dragon's help, the spell was modified, but for it to last more than a few hundred years, it would need a living core. Luckily, one of the surviving mages was pregnant and close to delivering. While it was hard for her to give up her baby, it was for the good of our entire race, so she eventually agreed. That sounds horrible. I am sorry. Core says, thank you, but it is all right. I don't mind. It was necessary. So, where did the Guardian come from? Core says, that was the dragon's idea. I, as the core, would keep the spell from failing, but the barrier would still need maintenance, so the Guardian was created by the dragon. So Kachara is bound to the spell and cannot leave? Kor says. That is correct. What would it take to free the two of you? Kor says. The matriarch and most of the spiders would need to die so that the barrier was no longer needed. I was afraid you were going to say that. Kor says, I know from your memories that you were hoping to free Kachara. However, I do not see how that would be possible. I am not ready to give up just yet. Can you tell me about how being the Guardian works? Kor says, as you know, the Guardian maintains the barrier just by being close to it. The original Guardian was made from a species of large bird, but the dragon altered it. The spells the dragon cast affected each following generation. Affected them how? Kor says, each generation gained more dragon qualities and was a little stronger than the previous generation. Do you mean that after enough generations pass, the Guardian will become a real dragon? Kor says, I cannot say for sure, but from what I have observed, it is possible. Why would the dragon do that? Kor says, dragons have always been extremely rare. Their numbers never seem to increase, so maybe this was a test. If a dragon could be born through this method, it would be a way to increase their numbers. But the amount of time that would take is immense, Kor says. To us, maybe, but dragons can live thousands of years. They are a patient species. However, you may have ruined the experiment. What did I do? Chapter 433. Kor says the Guardians up until now have not been true sacred creatures. They have been mana beasts who were made into sacred beasts by the Guardian spell. Then, you came along, and in raising Kachara, you made her into a true sacred creature. How does that ruin the experiment? Kor says, the previous Guardians had shorter lifespans due to the side effects of the Guardian spell, meaning the generations passed faster. But Kachara, as a true sacred creature, will live for hundreds of years at least. What is worse, is she is highly likely to pass this trait on to her offspring. I am sorry to mess up the experiment, but I wouldn't change Kachara even if I could. Kor says I am aware of that. The experiment, if it even is an experiment, was the dragon's Kachara being so much stronger than planned is a good thing in my eyes, especially now that she is here with me. Not to mention the fact that I am no longer a baby is also thanks to you. You mean the power I fed into the barrier allowed you to grow up? Kor says, basically, yes. So if I fed more power into the barrier, would you continue to age? Would you become more powerful? Kor says, I don't know. In theory it would, but I can't be sure. Was it you or the barrier who reached out to me to beg for more power? Kor says, that was the barrier itself. It is stronger now than it ever was before, thanks to you. Does the barrier have a mind of its own then? Or some kind of will that drives it apart from you? Kor says, not to my knowledge. It has never acted on its own before, and it has never communicated with me. Well then, how about we let it decide? I will go and offer power to the barrier. We can let it decide if it wants it. Kor says, that would be an acceptable experiment. I do have a favor to ask, though. Kor says, what is it? If you do get older, could you create some clothes for yourself? Kor says, yes. Sorry. I have never had to worry about such things before. It is okay. I will go see if the barrier is hungry. Kachara and Asuna stay with Kor while Bones follows me out and back down the stairs. The view from up here is incredible, except for the thousands of Driders crowding the plaza and all the streets. Looking at all of them, I realize how cocky it was of me to think I could kill them all by myself. At the bottom of the stairs, I stop about a foot from the barrier and wait to see what happens. The Driders on the other side are attacking the barrier constantly, but they can't hurt it. After a minute, a small tendril forms and reaches out to me, so I offer it my power. This time, I let it have as much as it wants, and it absorbs all of my sacred power. Once my sacred power is gone, but before the tendril disappears, I offer it the tiniest amount of divine power. The divine power hovers above my finger, like a white star, and I notice the nearby Driders backing away. Bones passes through the barrier into the pocket created by the retreating Driders and begins attacking them. At first, I am tempted to call him back. But since he can't die, I decide to leave him be. The tendril moves around my finger as if it is sniffing the divine power, but then retreats without taking it. 1 Drider defeated, 100 XP gained. Since the Driders reacted to the divine power, I decide to step through the barrier and join Bones. Mainly because I want to test how effective my spells are that use divine power. To my surprise, when I try Holy Light, every Drider within 150 feet of me turns to ash. 47 Driders defeated, 4,700 XP gained. I was expecting it to hurt them, not turn them all to ash instantly. When I check the spell, I realize now that it has leveled up. It does double my wisdom as damage, which currently means it is doing just over 1,200 damage for the cost of 70 divine power. Since my divine power is now 1,500, I can cast Holy Light a lot. So I wait until the Driders rush back in and fill up the area around me and then cast it again. The result is the same, but the Driders just keep coming, rushing to their deaths. 210 skeletons defeated, 5,250 XP gained. 341 zombies defeated, 6,820 XP gained. 391 Driders defeated, 39,100 XP gained. Congratulations, you have gained a level. Level 11, HP plus 200, DP plus 100, stat points plus 5. Spells, Bless Weapon level 5. Repel Undead level 4. Holy Armor level 3. Cure Poison level 3. New spell, Holy Shock level 1. Abilities, Holy Aura level 5. Aura of Health level 2. Bones has gained a level. Awesome. We both leveled. Let's see. Holy Shock. Holy Shock level. 1 DP cost, 100 range, 50 feet. Damage, Wisdom X2 shoots Holy Lightning in a line. Another damage spell. Sweet. Before the Driders can reach us, I grab Bones and back through the barrier. Leveling up may have refilled my divine power, but I am still feeling worn out from casting so many spells. Bones seems upset, probably because he didn't get to fight much once I joined in. When we return to the chamber, I find that Core has indeed changed. She now looks 17 or 18. Luckily, she did as I asked and created herself a dress, so she is covered. Unfortunately, I can tell she's wearing nothing under it, but I do my best not to look. She is thousands of years old, but she still looks like a kid to me, so I do my best not to think about it. I start a fire and cook dinner. When it is ready, I offer Core some. She accepts but seems confused, so I end up having to teach her how to eat. Now that dinner is over, would you mind finishing the story? Core says, Of course. Once the spiders were inside the city, the fighting grew complicated. Many of our people were trapped and unable to reach the column, which was where the gate was. They barricaded themselves in their homes and waited for rescue. If the enemy controlled the streets, how did you manage to rescue them? Chapter 4, 34. Core says, Unfortunately, we weren't. Most of them died in their homes when the Driders broke in. Our warriors simply couldn't get to them. They were trapped in the city center and surrounded. The outer residential areas were lost, and there was nothing we could do about it. However, we still held the walls and the shield was still up. The first time we were here, we found the destroyed gate. Core says, When they determined that the enemy was focusing on the residential areas, the mages opened portals to the 4 gates. They evacuated the citizens that had made it there and started evacuating the soldiers. However, the enemy realized what they were doing and sent the Driders to attack the gates. By using the Driders, they could avoid triggering the defenses. If that is the case, what caused the explosion? Core says, The explosion happened after the mages were forced to close the portals. I assume that the explosion was triggered by one of our people when they realized their situation was hopeless. That makes sense. I would do the same in that situation. Take as many of them with me as I could. Core says, Yes, I could see you doing that. Anyway, after that, the mages opened portals into the houses they had visited before and saved everyone they could. Once everyone but the mages had passed through the gate, they retracted the shield to protect the column only and began working on the spell. So the shield became the core of the barrier spell, and they made you the living core of the shield. Core says, Yes, but I do not hold it against them. After all, the mages never left here. They gave their lives to cast the barrier spell. So you have been alone since then? Kor says, not quite. The dragon stuck around for a while to make adjustments to the spell as needed. It also set up the Guardian when it noticed the far side of the barrier wasn't being maintained. What happened after that? Kor says, the dragon left once, it was sure everything would last. The spiders took all the bodies which returned as driders. After a week or so, the driders went into buildings and entered a kind of stasis. They stayed that way until you wandered in and woke them up. And now they are all awake. Did they go back into stasis between my visits? Kor says, number they stayed awake and active the entire time. Well, that doesn't bode well. Kor says, I agree, but it is nothing we can solve tonight. I suggest you get some sleep and we can talk more tomorrow. All right. With a wave of her hand, she creates another bed, one even bigger than hers. As soon as it appears, Kachara and Asuna jump on it and start jockeying for position. When they finally settle down, as usual, they are taking up the entire bed. Kor says, you can share my bed if you want. No, thank you. Don't worry, I am used to this. They may be bigger, but I am still stronger. With that, I climb onto the bed and push them around until I have room to curl up comfortably in the middle. I fall asleep almost instantly, and it is a deep, refreshing sleep that lasts 10 hours. Even after sleeping so long, I am still the first to wake up. Kachara and Asuna are still passed out. Kor says, good morning. Morning. Just out of curiosity, do you even sleep? Kor says, technically no. I don't need sleep, but I have found it is a good way to pass the time when nothing is going on. Considering my life up until now, I have slept a lot. That is understandable. Can you leave your bed? I only ask because I haven't seen you move. Kor says, yes, I can, but I cannot leave this room. I am sorry. That must be very boring, Kor says it is. However, I can sense things through the barrier so I can watch some of the mountain outside. That has helped keep the boredom from driving me insane. Can you see inside the tower? Kor says number it is outside my range. I hate the thought of leaving you here like this. Is there a way we could extend your viewing range? Kor says, not that I am aware of, but I do appreciate the sentiment. Besides, you won't be leaving me alone. I will have Kachara with me. As we are talking, I have started preparing breakfast, which wakes up the other two. At the mention of her name, Kachara stops being lazy and climbs out of bed. She once again moves over to Kor's bed to be petted. That reminds me. Can I ask why Kachara is staying here? Kor says, because she is a true sacred creature, she has the potential to learn. I plan to teach her my race's magic. I will also teach her how to communicate and how to use her innate abilities. How long is all that going to take? Kor says that depends on her, but I would guess a few months at least. Maybe as long as a year for her to learn the basics. She kind of eats a lot. Do you have the ability to provide food for her? Kor says. Yes. While I can't create food through magic like the tower, I can transport food in from other places. Several of the mansions in the city had food storage that never goes bad. A few were even capable of creating food. I can summon that food here at least enough to keep her fed. That is good. She gets grouchy if you don't feed her. Immediately after saying that, I duck, just in time to avoid Kachara's tail, which was aimed at the back of my head. This causes Kor to laugh for the first time, and I have to say it is a beautiful sound. Kachara, who is mad at missing, is completely focused on me. So Asuna's pounce catches her off guard. The two of them wrestle and play until I announce that food is ready. Then they rush over, eager to stuff their faces, just like the kids they are. I have to remind myself how young they are. Their size makes it hard to think of them as still being babies. Kor, now that your story is over, I have quite a few questions for you, if you don't mind. Kor says, not at all. I will answer whatever I can. The history I read said that this city was originally built to protect the Temple of Wind. Kor says, that is correct. What is the temple? Why does it need protection? What do you know of the first ones? Chapter 4:35. Kor says, the temple is a gathering point for the elemental power of wind. We don't know much about its purpose, other than that the 4 temples are locks. My people believed that the first ones were the ones who created them. We were created to guard the wind and water temples, and what you think of as the dwarves guarded the earth and fire temples? Does that mean the elves worshipped the first ones? Kor says no. We respected them as our makers, but we worshipped the elements themselves. You said the temples are locks. Do you know what they are for? Do you know what would happen if the 4 temples were destroyed? Kor says, not exactly. Our legend said that the temples are the locks that keep an ancient evil locked away. If the temples were all destroyed, in theory, something would be freed. Of course, these are just legends. I cannot say for sure if there is any truth to them. Well, that could be a problem. Kor says, why would that be a problem, Ash? What have you done? Well, I sort of destroyed the Temple of Wind. Kor yells, you what? I thought you already knew from my memories. The goddesses have tasked me with destroying the temples, Kor says. The times you have met or spoken with the goddesses are memories I cannot access. Why would you do such a thing? Don't you realize how old the temples are? To explain, I find myself telling Kor about every conversation I have ever had with the goddesses, so that she can understand. I tell her what I was told about the Pantheon's fall. Then, I explain why the goddesses asked me to destroy the temples. Kor says, now I understand, but destroying the temples may bring about something worse than the demons. At least if our legends are true. The problem is that until now we knew nothing about the temples. If I hadn't found this city, I wouldn't even know the elves existed, Kor says. Yes, it is disturbing that nothing else remains. I would very much like to know what happened to my people. You said the elves guarded the wind and water temples, right? Shouldn't that mean there would be another city near the water temple? Kor says, there should be. There were dozens of cities on the surface, several larger than this one. I find it hard to believe there is nothing left of them. Why is that? Kor says, have you noticed that other than the North Gate, the rest of the city is pristine? I hadn't really thought about it, but now that you mention it, yeah. Kor says, that is because the city was built with repair spells worked into everything. The explosion at the North Gate was enough to destroy the spells, but the rest of the city repaired itself. My point is, the other cities would have been built the same way. So, if they aren't around, then they must have been totally obliterated. Kor says exactly. Even if they aren't around now, they should have been when humans first came here. Is it possible that the elves moved the cities elsewhere? Kor says. While it would be possible, the amount of effort required wouldn't be worth it. It would be easier just to build new cities if they needed to move. So many unanswered questions. It is enough to make me want to rip out my fur, Kor says. Don't do that. You would look really weird bald. Oh, I won't. It is just an expression, Kor says. Do you think if you explain all this to your goddesses that they will change their minds about the temples? I don't know. Maybe. Do you have any idea why the temples would make the goddesses weaker? Kor says, well, if the goddesses use elemental power, then the temples absorbing all that power would weaken them. Other than that, I can't really be sure. I can't detect divine power, so I have no idea how it works. Well, I can think of one possible reason, but it isn't a comfortable thought. Kor says, what are you thinking? If the first ones locked away a god, then it would make sense for the temples to weaken gods. Kor says, true, that would make sense. However, we have no way of knowing what the first ones locked away. That is not entirely true. If we unlock all the locks, we will see what they locked away. Kor says, I meant without freeing whatever it is. I know, I was teasing you. Besides, we can make some guesses. Kor says, I don't like being teased. What guesses? Well, the temples took a lot of effort to build, I would guess, especially the Wind Temple, considering the location, not the kind of effort you would take to lock away something harmless. Kor says, so you are saying we should assume it is dangerous just based on the effort they put into locking it up? Basically, yeah, Kor says. Then if that is true, what do we do now? I know you can't leave this room physically, but could you enter a soulscape? Kor says, I don't know. I've never tried. Why? Well, I just thought it would be easier if you spoke to the goddesses yourself. Kor says, I guess we could try it. Okay, take my hand. Create soulscape. Core, I invite you to my soulscape. Core quickly appears. But the second she does, I turn my back since she is naked. It takes me a minute to explain how the soulscape works and for her to create clothes for herself. I could have created them for her, but I didn't want to have to worry about them disappearing if I got distracted. Chronosia, Saronia, I invite you to my soulscape. They appear almost instantly, as if they were expecting and waiting for my call. I quickly sum up what I have learned about the elves and what Core is. Then I let Core explain the legends of her people to the two of them. Saronia says, Ash, what is with you in picking up cute girls? If you take her home with you, I may end up having to resurrect you. Chronotia says, I think he likes getting into trouble with his girls. Of, please stop with the teasing. This is serious. Core says, well, you did ask how you could free me. What did you plan to do once I was free? Abandon me? No, of course not. That is besides the point. We are here to talk about the temples. Saronia says, this is a soulscape, Ash. We have plenty of time. So you should answer her questions. Chronotia says, should I remove his fur so we can see him blushing? Core says, please. No, he would look weird bald. We already discussed that. I had no plans, all right? Whenever I see someone trapped or enslaved, I instinctively want to free them. That is all there is to it. Saronia says, isn't he just adorable when he gets all flustered? Chronotia says he absolutely is. Core says, don't make me end this soulscape. Chapter 436. Saronia says, all right, calm down, Ash. We are just teasing you, you know? It is your own fault for being so much fun to tease. Chronotia says, okay, we will be serious. Spoil sport. Core says, I am sorry. This is all new to me. I just went along with it. It is okay, Core, Saronia says. Oh, so the cute girl gets a pass and we get yelled at? I didn't yell at you and you are just as cute, Chronosia says. What about me? Yes, Chronotia, you are cute too, Saronia says. So which of us is cuter? Oh, no. I won't fall for that trap. Both goddesses have a good laugh at that, and when they notice Core isn't laughing, they stop to explain it to her. While they do that, I create some comfortable seats for us and a table with tea and snacks. This isn't going to be as short of a conversation as I expected. Apparently, when the goddesses realize just how little Core knows about social interactions, they start educating her. There is a lot of whispering and giggling going on, and it is making me nervous. Not that there is anything I can do to stop it, but I am starting to regret introducing them. Saronia says, okay, now we can talk about the temples. Chronosia says, if we skip destroying the temples, that will reduce our power, meaning we won't be able to help as much in the war. Ash, you will have to pick up the slack if we go this route. I don't mind that. Now that I can gain levels, I will be strong enough, hopefully. Core says, do the two of you know why the temples are affecting you? Saronia says. Along with elemental power, the temples also absorb divine power. They are constantly draining us of our power. Ash, you should be aware of this too. If you get close to a temple, it will drain you as well. That is good to know, Core says. Curious. From what I know of the temples, they shouldn't have anything to do with divine power. Then again, our race didn't use divine power, so we wouldn't have noticed. When I absorbed the orb from the Temple of Wind, I didn't yet have divine power. Shouldn't it have done something to me when I absorbed it? Chronosia says. When you destroyed the temple, it released a large amount of divine power. My sister and I absorbed it, or it would have done something to you. Oh, thank you. The last thing I want is to suddenly become a divine being. Saronia says, are you sure? If you became a god, we would be your wives? What? Oh, ha ha ha. I thought we were done with the teasing. Saronia says, no teasing, I am serious. If you become a god, we will be your wives. Chronotia says, she is telling you the truth. Core says, why is he twitching like that? Saronia says, well, we may have broken him. Chronotia says, yes, give him a few minutes to overcome the shock. The three of them go back to chatting, leaving me to sit there with my mind completely blank. It is as if my brain is a computer that just received too much information and crashed. I am aware of my surroundings and of time ticking by, but I cannot form a single thought. When my brain finally reboots and I try to think about what just happened, it crashes again. The idea of having the two goddesses as my wives is simply too much for my brain to handle. In the end, I have to ignore it and pretend I never heard it so that I can get back to something like normal. When I destroyed the temple and you were absorbing the divine energy, did either of you sense anything? Saronia says, like what? I don't know, like an ancient power awakening or something like that. Krenosha says, no, if we had, we would have mentioned it. Saronia says, why? What are you thinking? Well, having no way of knowing what was locked up, how can we even be sure it is still alive? Kor says, the only way to know would be to break the other locks and see what happens. That kind of thing is what normally gets me in trouble, Saronia says. I don't think it would be wise to destroy another temple without knowing more. Krenosha says, I agree. Ash, unless you can find out more by searching ruins or something, I think we should hold off on the temples. I agree, although finding information on 10,000-year-old temples won't be easy. Kor says, true. To find the right information, you would need to find ruins of the first ones. Do your legends say what happened to the first ones after they made you? Kor says, only that they left this world in our care, meaning they left this world for some reason. Yue told me there are ruins on the mainland that tell of an ancient civilization that used magic to visit other worlds. Are you too familiar with that? Saronia says, it sounds like I should know it, but no. Krenosha says, I don't know either. Maybe you should ask Yui for more details. If it is knowledge lost to our followers, we cannot help you. How right. I will forget about the temples for now, and I will work on gathering information. Kor says, so, what are you planning to do next? I will stick to my original plan of returning to Ilium. Once the portals are up and I take care of things there, I will return to the tower. After that, I will decide my next step, Saronia says. Oh, good. I was worried you were going to try and free Kor and Kichara. As much as I would like to, I am well aware I am not strong enough currently. That is also going on the list as something I need to take care of later. Krenosia says, I am sorry that things seem to just keep getting more and more complicated. It isn't your fault. You were acting on the information you had available to you. Although, I will say that your knowledge being limited by your followers is really annoying. Saronia says, tell us about it. Well, maybe once your churches are back on track, you can mandate them to collect and preserve knowledge. Krenosia says, that is a good idea. Kor says, since I won't really have anything to do, I can work on putting our race's knowledge into books in your language. Saronia says, thank you, Kor. That would be a big help. Krenosha says, we will need a safe place to store this knowledge so it doesn't just end up lost again. How about the tower? I am fairly sure Yui would allow us to add things to the library. Then we just need to convince her to allow the church access. Saronia says we. That is going to be all you. What? You can see the tower, can't you? Doesn't that mean you should be able to manifest there? Krenosia says. We can see it, but it is outside our influence. If we had followers inside the tower, then maybe we could. Can you not create an avatar or something? Saronia says. No, we are not yet strong enough. Chapter 4:37. All right. I guess I will talk to Yui about that too. Krenosha says. We are sorry we can't do more to help. It is not your fault. Saronia says. That is not entirely true. We are partly to blame for the condition of this world. Yes, but at least you admit it and are working to correct it. If nothing else, you brought me here so any good I do is to your credit, Krenosia says. By that logic, aren't we also responsible for anything you mess up? Well, yes, I guess so, Saronia says. Then we need to work harder, otherwise we will become the villains. Hey, I am not that bad, Kor says. Oh, look, the twitch is starting again. You don't need to help them, Krenosha says. Maybe you are cursed, Ash, cursed to forever be teased. Haha, very funny, Saronia says, all teasing aside, as fun as it is. Is there anything we can do to help right now? No, I mainly needed to discuss putting off the temples. Krenosha says, we will leave that up to you. You know what benefit destroying them will have? You decide if it is worth the risk. Until I find information that says otherwise, I don't think it is worth the risk. Saronia says, if that is your decision, then that is what we will do. The two of us will work on improving our churches and try to build our power that way so that we can help. Chronosia says, ask us anytime you need anything. If it is within our power, we will do it. Kor says, I will also do what I can to help, although that is limited. Thank you, I will do my best as well. Saronia says, all right, we will be going now. Chronosia says, goodbye for now, Ash. Once the two of them are gone, I end the soulscape and return to Kor's room in the column. She looks a little disoriented, so I give her a few minutes to organize her thoughts. She has this look in her eyes like she wants to laugh at me but is holding it in. Kor says, well, that was certainly an interesting experience. Yes, the first time in a soulscape can be a little bit eye-opening. Kor says, I was referring to meeting the goddesses and seeing their interactions with you. Oh, that, Kor says. Yes, it was totally not what I was expecting. I thought your head might actually explode when they talked about becoming your wives. Can we please not talk about that? Kor says, all right. I just don't see what the problem is. It is hard to explain and I don't want to talk about it. Kor says, okay, then what are your plans now? For now, I plan to return to Ilium. I have a lot of things to take care of. Then I will see about looking for ancient ruins that might hold information on the temples. Kor says, what about the Driders? They and the matriarch are on the list, but it will be a while before I am strong enough. Kor says, all right. I will teach Kachara and record our knowledge into books until you return. Do you plan to record your race's magical knowledge? Kor says yes. If they were still around, I wouldn't, but since they are gone, I see no reason to let the knowledge die with them. Yue is going to love reading that. Speaking of Yue, I wish there was a way for you two to talk to each other. Kor says, why? Well, she is basically a sentient spell. You two are in similar situations. I just think you would get along well and would benefit from having someone to talk to. Kor says, that makes sense. There might be a way. What way? What do you need me to do? Kor says, well, when we were evacuating the city, we only focused on the people. We didn't have any time to spare for our relics or art. Meaning they should still be here. You think there is something useful. Kor says, there was a relic that might work. It was a pair of mirrors meant for long-range communication. So if I retrieve them, leave one with you, and get the other to Yue, you will be able to talk? Kor says, that is what I am thinking, yes. However, if you don't think it is worth the risk, then never mind. No, it is worth it. Where are these mirrors? Kor waves her hand, and suddenly a 3D map is floating between us. It shows the entire city with an amazing level of detail, even the destroyed North Gate. It shows the column, the plaza around it, and then the buildings surrounding the plaza. Kor says, these were the public buildings. The mirrors are inside this building. They should be on the main floor towards the back of the building. You will find them set facing each other, and there should be a sign explaining what they are. How big are the mirrors? Kor says, they are full size, about 5 feet tall and 2 feet wide. They weigh around 50 pounds each. Why? My backpack can't hold any more right now. So before I leave, I want to make sure I have enough room in my pouch. I don't want to drop them and break them. Kor says, while they would not break easily, carrying them would be awkward. Especially while fighting. There may be another solution. What would that be? Kor says, from what I can see of your backpack, it is not very good. Wouldn't a better backpack be more useful? Of course it would, but I have only found the one backpack so far. When I find a better one, I will upgrade. Kor says, hold please. Scanning, located. A red dot appears on the map. It looks to be in a house on the far side of the public buildings. It is a decent distance from the column, but not exactly out of range since I can fly. In fact, from this high up on the column, I can probably glide most of the way to the city wall. So, what does the red dot mark? Kor says, a backpack, a much better one than the one you are using. Each of our scout commanders was issued one. I am just glad one got left behind. An upgrade would be nice. All right, I will go fetch it. Asuna, Bones, you stay here. Chapter 438. Asuna doesn't seem to care, but Bones is obviously disappointed at being left out of a fight. Since I plan to glide to the house, I really can't take him with me. But if I get in trouble, I can summon him. Although, with my luck, I should say when, not if. After memorizing the location of the house the backpack is in, I head out. I follow the stairs around the column until I am facing the direction of the house. I can't see it directly, but I can see the public building the house should be behind. Spreading my wings, I jump from the stairs and start gliding towards the public building. Unfortunately, the building the mirrors are in is in the opposite direction. I haven't decided yet. If I am going for them on this trip or not, we will see how it goes. As soon as I cross the barrier, the Driders react and chase after me. That tells me that the controller has set me as the primary target. While it isn't all that useful right now, it could come in handy later. In fact, right now it is going to make this a lot more complicated than I had planned. Since my divine power is full, I can just use holy light to fry a bunch of them, so I am not too worried. In fact, I might just do that and try to get another level while I am out here. Before, with the barrier at my back, I was only killing about half what I could potentially kill. If I dropped into the middle of them and used holy light now, it would kill a lot more. I need a ton of XP to reach level 12, but it isn't impossible. As soon as I land on the roof of the public building, the Driders start climbing the walls. So I quickly head across the roof and take a look beyond it, spotting the house that is my target. I spread my wings and leap off the roof before the Driders can reach me. The streets below me are filled with Driders, and as I pass overhead, I can see them summoning their undead. They are all tracking me and trying to follow. But the streets are so packed that they have trouble moving. The house I am aiming for is a 2-story house, and the backpack should be on the 2nd floor. From what Core could tell, it should be on the side of the house closest to me. However, she did warn me the spell isn't completely accurate, and I may have to search around a bit. The problem is, if it takes me too long, the Driders are going to have time to attack me. Since the light has to hit them for holy light to work, fighting inside a building is not optimal. It will still work, but only for those in line of sight, which won't be many. Better to use Blitz until I get out in the open and can nuke groups of them. When I land on the roof of the house I want, I punch down into the roof and rip off a large chunk. Then I drop down and crash into the room that looked like it contained the dot on the map. A quick glance around shows a small, neat bedroom, but no backpack. Not wanting to waste time searching, I open the door and step out into the hall. There are 3 other doors and a set of stairs leading down, so I move to the other door on the same side of the house. Opening it reveals what looks like a small storage room, so I step inside for a better look. As I am looking around, a Drider tries to force its way in through the window. A stab with Blitz quickly ends that, and I start quickly searching the room. When I still don't find anything, I move back into the hallway and practically run into some skeletons. Punching my way through the skeletons, I head for the first door on the other side of the house. I can hear more undead coming up the stairs, but I ignore them for now. The door I choose opens into a larger bedroom and ends up being the right room. The backpack is lying there on the bed in plain sight, so I quickly grab it and throw it over my shoulder. Then I turn around and cut my way through the zombies so I can return to the first room I entered. As I do, I manage to surprise the Drider that has just dropped into the room through the hole I made. Its head hasn't even hit the floor when I jump up through the hole and onto the roof. There I find 4 more Driders, which I quickly cut down before jumping off the roof. With some serious flapping, I manage to gain altitude quickly and get out of reach. 6 skeletons defeated, 150 XP gained. 11 zombies defeated, 220 XP gained. 6 Driders defeated, 600 XP gained. Instead of immediately flying away, I spiral up and then hover to take a look around. The Driders are swarming around, beneath me with more coming from every direction. If I couldn't fly, this would be a serious problem, but now it is just kind of funny to watch. From up here, they look almost exactly like a swarm of ants. In fact, they kind of act like ants. The Driders aside, I have to say that this is a really beautiful city, especially from above. From up here, I can see the entire layout of the city and notice the roads aren't exactly straight. It is subtle, but the curve of the roads makes the city look somehow more organic than artificial. I know the city was built, not grown, but it almost looks like it was. Just to test it out, I swoop down above the nearest crossroads and use Holy Light. 67 skeletons defeated. 1675 XP gained. 141 zombies defeated. 20 XP gained. 69 Driders defeated. 6,900 XP gained. Watching everything turn to ash as I fly back up confirms that I can use the spell without landing. It turns out the spells are easier to use than my sacred ability since I don't have to concentrate. All I have to do to activate a spell is think of the name of the spell. Knowing that I am feeling more confident, so I fly over to the building the mirrors are in. I fly as fast as I can, hoping to give myself some time before the Driders catch up. This is my first time trying to fly fast, and the speed I am able to reach surprises me. It only takes about 30 seconds to cross to the far side of the plaza. Everything is going great until I try to slow down and land in front of the building's doors. Instead of landing and opening the doors, I end up crashing right through them. Chapter 439. As I pick myself up and look around, I realize my plan of just grabbing the mirrors and running isn't going to happen. The reason being that it turns out this is some sort of museum or display hall. All around me, I see beautiful items in display cases, and all of them give off a magical glow to my eyes. Moving to the first case, I smash it with a punch, grab the item inside, and show it into the backpack. I don't even stop to register what the item is. I just move on to the next nearest case. Moving as fast as I can, I have smashed and looted over a dozen cases before the first Drider comes into the building. Ignoring the Drider, I continue on to the next case. One Drider isn't a threat. Besides, this is a decent-sized room. If I let them fill it up, I will get a decent amount of kills from Holy Light. I have already decided I am taking everything I can from this building, even if it isn't useful to me. After all, these are probably ancient elven artifacts. I will find a use for them eventually. If not me, then Kor or Yui will be able to use them, or failing that I can always sell them to the humans. First, I have to collect all of them, so when the Drider reaches me, I cut it down. As more Driders and undead reach me, I am forced to draw Blitz and keep it out. Wielding it one-handed, I am still able to cut down the undead while breaking cases and looting them. Once the room is nice and full, I use Holy Light and turn them all to ash. 53 skeletons defeated. 1325 XP gained. 27 zombies defeated. 540 XP gained. 41 Driders defeated. 4,100 XP gained. While not as good as using it outside, this room is big enough for me to wipe out a decent number at a time. More importantly, after using Holy Light, I have a minute before more can reach me. As I loot the cases and move deeper into the room, more Driders and undead swarm inside. If I leave him out of it, he will be sulky, so I may as well let Bones have some fun. Summon Bones. Bones, keep them off me as much as you can. Once the room is full, I will blast them. Bones says, yes. Master, with Bones getting in their way and slowing them down, I have a much easier time looting the cases. It is just a good thing there are no trap spells on the cases, or they have faded with time. I still half expect something to explode every time I smash a case. As I move further into the room, the cases become bigger and fancier. Some of them do start exploding when I smash them, but the explosions aren't all that bad. Between my armor and my resistances, I hardly take any damage. What little damage I do take is handled by my fortitude and regen, so I have nothing to worry about. When the enemy starts getting past Bones to attack me, I use Holy Light to clear the room. Watching all the enemies turn to ash seems to depress Bones, but he quickly cheers up as more pour in through the broken doors. I wonder if Kor knows how many Driders there are, or how many I have killed so far. Maybe I will ask her when I get back. For now, I just need to keep looting. I finally find the mirrors at the back of the room, just where Kor said they would be. After grabbing them, and the items near them, a quick look around shows no unbroken cases. Spotting a set of stairs, I head for them with Bones keeping pace behind me. Just before heading up the stairs, I use Holy Light again to clear the room. The second floor seems to be offices for the most part, so I ignore it and punch through the ceiling to get onto the roof. 179 skeletons defeated. 4,475 XP gained. 311 zombies defeated. 6,220 XP gained. 191 Driders defeated. 19,100 XP gained. Even with all that, I still didn't level? Bones has gained a level. Well, at least Bones got something out of this. Dismiss Bones. From the roof, I jump up and fly back to the column. Landing on the stairs is a bit tricky, but I manage not to fall off. Once back in Core's room, I resummon Bones to let him hang out. Then I sit down to relax. I am glad to see that the angel armor has already repaired all the damage it took from the explosions. Core says, I see you found the backpack. Yes, and I already retrieved the mirrors. While I was at it, I took everything else in the room. Core says, you looted the city hall. I must say I am impressed. Yeah, I just hope some of these things prove useful. Core says, well, a lot of the things in there were kept for their artistic value, but other things will be very useful. I take it that means you know what was in there. Core says, yes, I have knowledge of every item displayed in the hall. Why? Because that means I don't have to sit around trying to identify everything. Core says that is true. Shall we get started? At her request, I start pulling things one by one out of the backpack. As I do, she describes it and what it does, even giving its historical value at times. Those things that are just of artistic or historical value go in a pile. They will stay here with Core. Then I pull out a strange-looking greatsword. It is white and has jagged edges. As I set it down, I feel a vibration on my back. Blitz, for some reason, is reacting to this sword. It is mildly annoying, but for now I decide to ignore it as I wait for Core to tell me about the sword. Core says that was simply called the Thunder Sword. It was made from the bones of an ancient lightning beast. A lightning beast? Like me. Core says, no, nothing like you. For one thing, it wasn't humanoid. For another, it was huge. Wherever it went, a lightning storm followed. It destroyed huge areas of the surface before it was killed. If it was killed on the surface, why is it the sword here? Core says, a descendant of the warrior who killed it was one of those who founded this city. When he died without an heir, it was put in a place of honor in the hall. How upset would you be if something happened to the sword? Core says, well, it is a part of our history, but since there is no one left of my race to wield it, I guess it wouldn't matter much. Why? Because as soon as I pulled it out, Blitz started vibrating. It has never done that before, but now that I know it is a lightning element, I am guessing Blitz wants to eat it. Chapter 440. Core says, you are saying that your sword wants to eat this sword. Can it do that? I don't know if it can or not. Since Blitz is made with part of my soul, that is just the feeling I am getting from it. Core says, I suppose you can try it if you want to, but it might be dangerous. This sword is truly ancient, and so was the beast it was made from. I don't think I will die if Blitz is destroyed. It will just be really painful, Core says. Well, all right. Please, do it outside though. I don't want my only home damaged. Sure, I'll take it down to the plaza. That way, if it looks like it is going to explode, I can try and throw it into the driders. Core says, do you think that is likely? Not really, but it is possible. Better to be safe than sorry. I will be back in a few minutes, Core says. Good luck. Picking up the sword, I take it with me as I walk out and down the stairs. When I reach the bottom, I stop close to the barrier and lay the sword on the ground. Then I draw Blitz. As soon as I do, the vibrations intensify until I can hear the blade humming. It is a little unnerving that the humming sounds happy, and it just gets louder as I set Blitz on top of the sword. As soon as they touch, there is a hissing sound, and the greatsword starts to melt. I've never seen bone melt before. It is fairly cool to watch. As the Thunder Beast sword melts, it starts spitting out lightning, but Blitz absorbs all of it. Blitz also starts absorbing the liquid bone, which is fairly disturbing to watch. All the while, Blitz keeps humming away happily, like some demented lunatic eating ice cream. With how happy Blitz sounds, I find myself getting somewhat worried that this might not have been a good idea. It is too late to change my mind now, so all I can do is wait and see what happens. The humming doesn't stop until every last drop of the other sword has been absorbed. Once the last drop of bone has been absorbed, Blitz goes quiet and still. When I pick it up, nothing feels different, but when I take a closer look, there is a line of white in the blade. Other than that line, that looks like bone. Nothing has changed that I can tell, so I sheath Blitz and head back up the stairs and rejoin the others in Core's room. When I enter, Kor seems to be teaching Kachara something, and Asuna is paying attention as well, not wanting to interrupt. I sit and wait quietly until they are done with whatever they are doing. Kor says, "Welcome back. No explosions." "Nope, no explosions," Kor says. "So, what happened then?" "Blitz melted and then absorbed the Thunder Sword." Kor says, "Just like that. No flashy effects or anything." "Nope." I was kind of let down as well, although Blitz humming happily as it ate it was kind of worrying. Kor says, "The word is terrifying. A sword that can eat another magical sword like that is simply terrifying." "Is it really such a big deal?" Kor says, "Yes. I have never heard of a single magical item that can eat another. I also have never heard of a magic item being destroyed without some form of magic release. What you are saying doesn't make sense. Blitz managed to absorb every bit of magical power. I guess Blitz doesn't follow the normal rules because I made it with part of my soul." Kor says, "I know. I saw those memories. It is true that no one of my race ever encountered an item forged with a soul. Until I saw you do it, I didn't even think it was possible. Honestly, you should have died when you tried." "Yes, I have been told how foolish it was. Several times." Kor says, "Yes, your memory of getting hit by Ruby was very clear. Anyway, let's get back to sorting through the rest of these items." Kor says, "You are really good at avoiding certain issues, aren't you?" "Yes, now what is this thing?" Kor says, "Fine, that is the scroll of dragon summoning." "What? I can summon a dragon." Kor says, "Number," while it is called a summoning scroll. In reality, it very politely asks a dragon to come for a visit. No one has ever had the power to force a dragon to do anything. "Oh, so it won't work while the dragons are asleep." Kor says, "Actually, it will. The dragon will just send a manifestation of its will. Dragons are never truly asleep, and they can pretty much do anything they want to. If a dragon really wanted to, it could wake itself up even when magic is weak. So, should we use it and ask the dragon to kill the matriarch?" Kor says, "While I would love that, we can't. If a dragon chooses to answer the summons it at most, will share its knowledge or give advice. Then could we use it and ask the dragon about the temples and the first ones?" Kor says, "Actually, that could work." Before she can say anything more, I open the scroll and start reading it out loud. Kor seems surprised but doesn't say anything. Probably because I've already started. When I finish reading the scroll, the whole thing burns away to nothing. "What now?" Kor says. Now we wait and see if any dragon is curious enough to answer. "How long do you think it will take?" Dragon says, still as impatient as ever, little Ash. The new voice makes me jump in surprise, and I am not the only one. When I spin around, I find a small red dragon, about the size of a Suna, but it looks familiar. When I think about the fact that he called me Little Ash, I remember the dragon under the mines. Hello again." Kor says, "Wait. You know this dragon? It is the one from your memories?" Dragon says, "Yes. I have met Ash before, and you and I have met as well. Although you were a newborn at the time and probably don't remember. Does that mean you are the one who helped the elves create the barrier and the guardian?" Kor says, "He does look like the same dragon, but those memories are a little fuzzy. As we are chatting, I notice Bones backing out of the room. At least he isn't attacking. Asuna is frozen in place on the bed, but Kachara is standing and slowly approaching the dragon. When she gets closer, she lowers herself to the ground in a deep bow. Dragon says, "Hello, little sister. You seem to have had an interesting life so far." Yeah, sorry about that. I hope I didn't ruin your experiment." Dragon says, "Not ruined, just delayed. In fact, you may have actually helped speed it up. By the end of her natural life, Kachara may be strong enough to give birth to a dragon, or at least a drake. So, you are searching for a way to increase dragon numbers." Dragon says, "Not exactly. However, it would take too long to explain. Better if we get to the point of the summons. I must say I wasn't expecting it to be you summoning me, Ash. I was expecting human treasure hunters or something similar. What are you even doing here?" Chapter 441. That is a long story, but it answers both your questions. The short of it is I found this place when I was on my way to destroy the Temple of Wind. Dragon says, "You what?" Not to be rude, but I need the whole story. Before I can answer, I feel myself freeze in place and all my mental defenses vanish. Then, I can feel the dragon sifting through my memories. He is trying to be gentle, but I still end up with a killer migraine. Once he is done, I am released, but it takes me a few minutes to regain my composure. Core says, "From your reaction, I take it you know what the temples are." Dragon says, "Yes, I do. The fact that one is already destroyed and I didn't notice it happening troubles me." "Sorry," Dragon says. "I don't hold it against you. You didn't know. Neither did the goddesses you are serving. All they know is the temples hurt them." "So, can you tell us about the temples and the first ones? That is why I used the scroll," Dragon says. "First ones. Not a very accurate name, but I guess it will do for now. As you know, they built the temples, but it wasn't to lock a powerful being away. Then what are they for?" "I admit I am kind of worried since I destroyed one," Dragon says. "They built them out of fear. What the temples lock away is this world." Core says, "I don't understand." Dragon says, "The first ones reached the point of understanding magic that they could go to other worlds on this plane. What they saw out there terrified them, and they ran back here to hide. The temples hide this world and shield it to prevent other things from traveling here." Core says, "So, is that why they created us and the dwarves?" "They didn't create you. They kidnapped you from another world to act as their slaves. They knew that creating the temples would weaken the magic, and they lived off the magic. So they decided that they would need slaves to make up for the loss of magic." Core says, "Oh, so everything they told us was lies. Now I am somewhat glad my people are gone. Learning this would have been devastating. Core, are you all right?" Core says, "Yes, I think so. Not having had a normal life, I do not feel the betrayal as strongly." Dragon says, "If it helps any, the creation of the temples doomed them and your race outlived them by thousands of years. Speaking of, do you know what happened to the elves and dwarves?" Dragon says, "I do, but that is something I think you should discover yourself." "All right. Can you at least tell me what will happen if I destroy the rest of the temples?" Dragon says, "There will be two immediate effects. One, your goddesses will get stronger. Two, the demons will have an easier time summoning more demons. The other effects will not take place during the time you have left." "Can you tell me anyway? I want to make an informed decision." Dragon says, "I do like you, Ash. Very well, without the temples, this world will return to what it was meant to be, what you would call a high magic world. So, you and the other monsters would get stronger and not need to hibernate anymore. What else would it affect?" Dragon says, "Any magic user would of course be stronger, but this world would also be open to visitors, meaning refugees or an invasion from another world would be possible. In general, monsters would migrate here, but most powerful beings have their own territory and must defend it." Core says, "Sounds to me like it would be a bad idea." "Why would you say that?" Core says, "Humans currently don't have enough power to defeat strong monsters. They would just be prey. As the goddesses and other deities regain power, they will be able to grant classes to humans. It should all equal out. Besides, you don't want to see a world dominated by humans." Dragon says, "I happen to agree with you, Ash. And not just because it would be good for my race." "Okay, then it is settled. I will resume the quest to destroy the remaining temples. Ruby can absorb the fire temple, so I just need to figure out who can absorb earth and water." Core says, "Asuna can absorb water. Ice is part of the water domain. She will be compatible." Dragon says, "You also already have an earth type you can use." "I do." "Who?" Dragon says, "Lizzie. Lazy name, I must say." "Sorry, I am not good at coming up with names. Lizzie is compatible with Earth. I never knew that." Dragon says, "Earth is more subtle than the other elements. For Lizzie, it manifests as toughness and the ability to cross any terrain. It also is part of why she can move so fast. The ground itself helps her." "Okay, then all I need to do is visit the temples with the right people and end them. Simple." Core says, "Only you would consider what you have to go through to reach the temple simple." Dragon says, "Are you getting overconfident again, Ash?" "Maybe a little, but I have grown stronger and continue to do so." Dragon says, "True, you might just survive a swipe of my claws now, but only one mind you, and you would be in critical condition. Yes, I am well aware that there are still things stronger than me, like the matriarch, for example. Dragon says, Ah, you want to defeat her and free Kor and Kachera, yes? Yes, I do. Dragon says, It might just be possible, but you will need to destroy the temples first. Then the four of you might have a decent chance against her. Okay, I will take your advice. Sorry, Kor. You and Kachera will have to be patient for a little while. Kor says, It is fine. I need time to train Kachera in magic anyway. Dragon says, You are teaching her elven magic? That is a surprise, but it will be interesting to see what happens. Why? What do you think will happen? Dragon says, You will just have to wait and see. It will depend on what Kachera makes of herself. All right. Anything else that you think I need to know? Dragon says, No, but I will do you a favor before I go. You will need to come into my soulscape. Okay, I am fine with that. What favor are you thinking of, and is this going to mean I owe you a favor? Dragon says, No, you won't owe me anything. First of all, I am going to give you a flying lesson. Chapter 442. A flying lesson? Well, being able to fly properly would definitely be useful. Dragon says, Glad you agree. Now come into my soulscape, we are wasting time. The dragon doesn't give me any chance to argue, and just forcefully pulls me into his soulscape. Like last time, I find myself atop a mountain, and as far as the eye can see are more mountains. When the dragon appears, he is about my size, and he immediately starts talking about wings. He goes over the complete anatomy of my wings, and even teaches me about the different types of feathers. It is a real eye-opener. I hadn't really thought about anything beyond the fact that I have wings now. He goes into great detail about how to angle my wings in different directions to change my flight path easily. Before this, I had never imagined that there would be so much to learn about flying. The dragon explains that most winged things know all this through instinct. Because I do not have those instincts, I have to learn it the hard way. As soon as he is done explaining, the dragon somehow takes control of my body. Before I realize what is going on, he has me jump off the top of the mountain. He even lets me fall for a bit before spreading my wings, which earns him a yelp of fear. He keeps control of my body, as he has me fly around the mountain several times. During this, he demonstrates everything he told me about so that I can feel it and hopefully remember it. Again, without warning, he returns control of my body to me, and I almost crash before I realize what happened. By the time I have recovered, he is flying along beside me and starts giving me instructions. All in all, he is probably the harshest teacher I have ever had, and the scariest. He doesn't prevent mistakes, he just corrects me after they happen. Luckily, it is the soulscape, so my injuries from crash landings are gone with a thought. Unfortunately, it being his soulscape, I can't cheat and make the terrain soft or teleport away from a crash. This stage of the training lasts for days, and the dragon says this is just the basics. I am scared to find out what the next stage will be, but when I do it is even worse than I imagined. The second stage of training is aerial combat practice against the dragon. In other words, the dragon beats the crap out of me and then tells me what I did wrong, which is practically everything. I am barely able to fly normally. Trying to dodge is impossible. There is just too much to think about when it comes to controlling my wings. It doesn't help that the dragon is a master of combat, and I don't think I could dodge his attacks even on the ground. Dragon says, No, no, no. When are you going to stop flying like a drunk bird? I can't help it. It is too much to keep track of, Dragon says. Then stop thinking about it. Huh? Dragon says. The point of all this training is so that your body reacts, not your mind. Stop thinking about it and just do it. I am trying. Dragon says, Do or do not. There is no try. Ah, now you are quoting Yoda at me? Dragon says. What can I say? Your memories are full of interesting things. That isn't really helpful. Dragon says, Actually, think of it like the Force. Stop trying to think your way through it and just trust the Force. All right, I'll try. We resume my training, and it kind of works. He has me thinking about the movies, and my body moves on its own. Of course, as soon as I realize that I start thinking about it and end up getting hit, after days of this abuse, I finally manage to dodge one of his attacks. Of course, I am so surprised that I dodge that I just freeze up and crash headfirst into a cliff. When I wake up, I find the dragon floating in the air clutching his belly because he is laughing so hard. When he sees me pouting at him, he shows me a replay of what happened. Even I have to admit that the look on my face right before I hit the cliff was pretty amusing. I don't know that it calls for this level of laughter, though. The dragon's laughter is echoing off the mountain so that it sounds like a huge crowd laughing. Dragon says, "Ash, I have to say that out of the many mortals I have met in my long life, you are the most entertaining." "Thanks, I think." Dragon says, "Now let's try it again. This time without the oops." After a few more days of intense and painful training, I can dodge a lot better. I can dodge all the dragon's claw attacks and most of his bite attacks. The only one that still gets me is when he attacks with his tail, which surprises me almost every time. Unfortunately, his tail is immensely strong and easily swats me out of the air like a fly. The mountain now looks like it has chicken pox due to all the craters I have left behind. Even with that, I feel pretty good about my flying ability and the progress I have made. Dragon says, "Okay, I think you are ready for stage 3. There is more?" Dragon says, "Of course. Did you think you would only ever need to fly or fight in clear weather?" As he talks, I notice the sky darkening. And when I look up, I see storm clouds appearing out of nowhere. My first thought as I hear the rumble of thunder is to be glad I am immune to lightning. That positive thought quickly vanishes as I start learning how horrible storm winds can be. Dragon says, "What are you doing?" "Feel the wind and move with it, not against it." "How am I supposed to feel the wind?" Dragon says, "As a lightning beast, you are part of the wind domain. You should be able to sense the wind and know what it is going to do." Seriously? This isn't another force metaphor, is it? Dragon says, "Just do as I tell you." The storm training again lasts for days, although it feels more like an eternity. Luckily, anytime I get hurt, I can just get hit by lightning and I am fully healed. Unfortunately, that means the dragon doesn't need to give me any breaks, and he just trains me non-stop. Dragon says, "Okay, good enough," without any more warning than that I find myself ejected from the soulscape and back in my body. The suddenness of the return has me falling flat on my face, which surprises everyone. Kachera and Asuna both rush over to me to see if I am okay. Kor says, "Ash, are you all right?" "Other than being abused for weeks, I am just fine." Kor says, "Weeks? You have only been standing there for about 30 minutes. "What? 30 minutes? How is that possible? It was at least a month." Dragon says, "As you get more powerful, it becomes easier to play with time. Each day in my soulscape is only a minute or so outside. When can I learn that trick?" Dragon says, "When your soulscape ability is strong enough." Which brings us to lesson 2. What? There is more. Chapter 443. Dragon says, "Yes, I have one more lesson for you before I go. I saw from your memories that you have reached the next level of meditation. This is what allows me to teach you this next lesson. So enter your new meditation for me and then wait." Having already learned how pointless it is to argue with the dragon, I take a seat. Kachara and Asuna are still worried about me, so I spend a minute petting them before I drop into meditation. Once I am inside my room, I open the windows to see what the dragon is up to. However, when I look outside, the dragon is gone, like he vanished into thin air. When I can't find him, I start to wonder if he ran out of time and had to return to his body. That is my excuse for screaming like a girl when I turn around to find him lying on a couch right behind me. How are you in here?" Dragon says, "I am strong enough to invade your mind easily. In fact, I have to be careful not to break it. Some people would argue that I am already broken." Dragon says, "Your personality is different from your mind. If I accidentally break your mind, you will turn into a drooling idiot." "Oh yeah, let's not do that," Dragon says anyway. Second lesson. This is a room, and how do you normally leave a room? Through a door. Dragon says, "Ding, ding, ding. Correct. And where do you think a door from this room would lead?" Not sure. Since it is inside my mind, either access to my body, or maybe a soulscape, Dragon says. Correct again. Both are correct. But the lesson is that entering a soulscape from here leaves you in a meditative state. Meaning I can recharge my power while in the soulscape, Dragon says. So don't give up on gaining ranks through meditation. Thank you. I never would have thought of this. Dragon says. Neither did I. My mate taught me this trick. Is she more knowledgeable than you? Dragon says. Yes, but she is also older. Now, I must return to my body before I go. One last piece of advice. Forget about your time being limited. The length of a life is not as important as how it is lived. I know. I am trying to help out as much as I can while I am here. Dragon says. That isn't what I am talking about. What use is this life you have been given if you don't take some time to enjoy it? Wait, are you giving me relationship advice? Dragon says. I am. Make of it what you will. With that, he disappears. So I end my meditation and open my eyes, but the dragon is completely gone. Even though not much time has passed, I feel like I have been through another test gate. Since I am hungry, I start cooking some food. Kachara and Asuna indicate they are hungry too. So I end up cooking enough for all of us, including Kor. She doesn't need to eat but seems to enjoy it. Whether she is enjoying the food or just being a part of something, I am not sure. Either way, since I feel bad for her, I am not going to pry. Kor says, So do you think it was worth it to summon the dragon? Absolutely. Not only did we get the information we needed on the temples, but I learned a lot. Kor says, Any changes to the current plan? No, I will still go to Ilium and get the teleporters set up first. The only real difference right now is I will be able to fly down the mountain. Kor says, That should save you some time. True, but my wings are going to cause some issues when I reach Ilium. Kor says, Why is that? The humans, for the most part, thought I was a beast man. Now, with my wings, they are going to classify me as a monster. The nobles will use that against me. Kor says, Can the nobles even hurt you? Not directly, no. But they can cause problems for me and those under my protection. Kor says, Sorry, I wish I could help. It is okay. I will handle it somehow. You just need to teach Kachara. She will need to fight the matriarch with me. Then you both will be free. Kor says, I am not even sure what freedom will mean. What will I do once I am free? Well, you will be able to leave here and see the outside world for one. Wait, if you are teaching Kachara magic, does that mean you are a mage? Kor says, Right now, I just have the knowledge of my people. I don't know what I will be after the barrier goes down. Why? Just a thought. If you are a mage, then you might be able to inherit the tower. Kor says, Wouldn't that just be trading one prison for another? Not really. As an archmage, you would have responsibilities in the tower. But as far as I know, you would still be able to leave and travel. Kor says, Well, we will see when the time comes. You won't be killing the matriarch anytime soon. True enough. Once the food is ready, we all sit down and eat together. Even Bones sits with us. It makes me sad because this is probably the last meal I will share with Kachara for a while. She is less bouncy than usual. I think she realizes it too. Parting won't be easy. After the food is gone, Kor and I finish going through the items I looted. Once that is done, she has me place one of the mirrors near her bed, and then she activates it. Now, all that is left is to take the other mirror up to the tower and give it to Yue. Is there an activation spell for the second mirror? Kor says, No, it is already done. You just need to get it to the tower. That won't be too hard now that I can just fly up the mountain. Kor says, Are you going to leave now? Yeah, but I will be back to say goodbye. For now, Asuna, say goodbye. Ansa jumps on the bed to lick Kor and get some petting. Then she plays with Kachara for a few minutes. When she is done, she returns to my side. She looks really sad, and I can't blame her. In fact, I feel pretty bad about splitting them up, but it won't be for too long, hopefully. Kor says, Don't worry, Asuna. You will be able to see us through the mirror. Huh. If the mirror works through the barrier, does that mean a teleporter would as well? Kor says, I am not sure, but maybe. Why? Oh, I was just thinking it would be handy to have a quick way to come visit. Kor says, Once the mirror is up, Yue and I can discuss it and see if it will work or not. Okay, sounds like a plan. I pick up Asuna and dismiss Bones. Then I fly out of the city and land at the tunnel entrance. Walking out is my only choice. The tunnel is too narrow for me to spread my wings. Asuna seems glad to have her feet back on the ground. She likes flying and at the same time doesn't like it. My guess is she doesn't like heights that much, but she loves the views she sees from the air. Once we reach the end of the tunnel, I pick Asuna back up and jump out into open air. As I fly up the mountain, I am able to enjoy some beautiful views myself. Chapter 4, 44. It only takes me a little over an hour to reach the tower. Flying is so much easier. Even carrying Asuna, I am not even tired by the time I land in front of the tower. When I open the doors, I see Knived waiting in the entrance hall. Yui must have seen us coming. Yui says, "Welcome back, Ash. Change of plans." Knived says, "Hey boss, where is Kachara? She is okay, right?" "Hi. Yes, slight change in plans. Kachara is fine. She is staying with a new friend for a while." Yui says, "What new friend?" "Let's sit down somewhere and I will explain." Once we are sitting down and the sprites have brought us drinks, I begin the story. I tell them everything I learned in the city, including what I learned from Kor and the dragon. It is only as I am telling it that I realize I actually learned a lot in a short period of time. After all, it has only been about a week since I left the tower, and besides learning a lot, I also got to level 11. That makes me feel pretty good. I accomplished a lot in the last week. It was definitely worth the delay in returning to Ilium. Yue says, "Can you set up the mirror now? I am looking forward to speaking with Kor. Is that because she is similar to you? Or because you want access to the elven knowledge?" Yui says, "A bit of both. Besides, it will be nice to have someone intelligent to talk to." Immediately, both Knived and I protest, which only makes Yui laugh at us. She has definitely changed a lot since I first arrived. She feels like an actual person now. If they somehow came back, I am sure the old mages would throw a fit about it. Not that I would care if they did. No way would I let them change Yui in any way. As she requested, I set up the mirror. It activates as soon as it is placed upright. Through the mirror, I can see Kor with Kachara peeking over her shoulder. "Kor, can you hear me?" Kor says yes. "I can hear and see you just fine." "Kor, this is Yui and Knived. Guys, meet Kor." Once the introductions are done, there are a few minutes of awkward conversation. Everyone quickly relaxes and gets used to the new situation, and the conversation smooths out. Soon Kor and Yui are talking about complex magic theory, and even Knived is soon lost and confused. I don't even comprehend half of what they are saying and soon get bored. Knived and I move away to chat while they have their deep discussion. Even Asuna moves away with her ears folded down like they are hurting her. Luckily, Yui can split her attention and notices us moving away. She soon announces dinner to distract us. Over dinner, I tell Knived about the Driders and how they fight, so he is prepared. At some point, I expect he will go there to try out his spells and get experience. "Knived, that reminds me, do you have levels?" Knived says. "Of course I do. Why do you ask?" Because humans in this world have lost the ability to have levels, I am taking steps to restore that ability, but it won't be anytime soon. Knived says, "Are you saying I am currently the only human who can gain levels?" "As far as I know, yes," Knived says. "Wow, way to pressure a guy." "That wasn't my intention, but you should take any chance you have to level up." Knived says, "All right, I will keep that in mind. Yui won't let me do anything until I complete my lessons. That is fine. I didn't mean right away." Knived says, "Okay, I will keep it in mind." Yui says, "What are your plans now, Ash?" "I will stay the night, then return to the city in the morning. I plan to be off the mountain by tomorrow night." Yui says, "Good. That will give me and Kor time to configure a teleporter that will work through the barrier." Knived says, "You mean we will be able to teleport down to the city?" Yui says, "If we can make it work, then yes." Knived says, "That would make hunting Driders really easy." "Yes, for you and for the girls when they come here. That is kind of the idea." Yui says, "Correct. This will allow you to level up while helping to clear out the Driders. The long-term plan is to kill the matriarch so that we can free Kor and Kachara." Knived says, "Sounds like a good plan to me." "Oh, want to free Kor because you think she is cute?" Knived says, "I never said that. You didn't need to. It was painted all over your face when the mirror turned on and you saw her." Knived quickly excuses himself and leaves grumbling. But his red face shows I hit the mark. I won't tease him too much unless he teases me in front of the girls. If he does that, then he is fair game and I won't hold back, Yue says. I still don't understand human emotions. It is okay. Once the teleporters are open, you will have a lot more examples to study. Oh, speaking of other people, I have a request. Yui says, what is it? You know if I can do it, I will. Well, I was discussing with the goddesses how they had lost so much knowledge. Turns out their knowledge is limited to what their followers know. So, I was wondering how you would feel about church members visiting to read in the library. Also, how would you feel about housing a church library here in the tower? Yui says, the only concern I have about having more people is that I lack the ability to force them out if needed. Well, what if I station some beastmen loyal to me here under your command? They could bunk in the Mage Knight area. Yue says, that could work. Do you trust them? Absolutely. They are loyal to me, and once I explain how dangerous this place could be in the wrong hands, they will die to protect it. Yui says, in that case, I am fine with it. I will create a new library with attached living quarters in the basement for your church to use. That sounds perfect. Thank you, Yue. Yue says, you are welcome, Ash. I want to do everything I can to help. Thank you. So, how are you and Core getting along? Yui says, great. I really like her, and she understands me. I was hoping you would become friends. Yui says, so far, that seems likely. We aren't in the same situation, but we have similar things to deal with. It is good to talk to someone who understands. I am hoping once she is free, she will be a mage strong enough to inherit the tower. Yui says, that I don't know. She will need to be free first, and have a chance to figure out who she is before I can tell her potential. I realize that I am just sharing my thoughts with you. Yui says, I appreciate it. I also appreciate the fact that you are taking finding an heir seriously. I am going to do everything I can to keep my promise to you. Besides, I am going to need the support of you and the tower to have a chance of winning the war. Yui says, you will have my support no matter what. Thank you, Yui. Chapter 445. Yui says, is there anything else you need? Not at the moment, no. Do you think you will be able to make a teleporter work through the barrier? Yui says, from everything Core has told me about the barrier, yes. We will be calibrating a teleporter to match the mirror's wavelength. That should allow it to pass through the barrier. Okay, will it be ready by morning so I can take it with me? Yui says, easily. Your room is ready if you want to get some sleep. Okay, thank you. Let's go to bed, Asuna. Good night, Yui. Yui says, good night, Ash, Asuna. Asuna follows me as I head to the bedroom. As soon as I open the door, she runs in and jumps on the bed. Without Kachara here, I won't have to fight for space. It is a rather strange feeling. It is fairly strange what you can get used to and how you miss it once it is gone. By the time I climb onto the bed, Asuna is already fast asleep and snoring softly. Placing my hand on her side, I feed her Core all of my sacred power. Then, I enter my meditation and continue sending power into her Core as I regain it. Once I have that set up, I start trying to create a door into the soulscape. It turns out to be a lot easier than I feared. I simply have to picture a door as I create a soulscape. When I enter the soulscape, it is exactly as it normally is, and completely under my control. After being in the dragon soulscape, it is a relief to have control once again. Feeling like blowing off some steam, I create a cityscape from my old world, and then monsters to destroy it. Watching the monsters fight and destroy everything is highly entertaining for me. The best part is I can just keep doing it over and over again with different cities. That entertains me for hours, but that is when I realize the drawback of the soulscape. Only a few minutes have passed in real time, but the dragon mentioned controlling the way time moves, so I start trying to alter it. While I quickly learn I can't speed up time, I can make it equal so it passes the same. Once I figure that part of it out, the rest of the night passes quickly. In the morning, about an hour before it is time to wake up, I stop feeding power to Asuna. That way I will have at least a little sacred power just in case I need it at some point. I doubt I will since I have my divine power, but better to play it safe. The amount of power I can sense in Asuna's core should be enough to get her another rank, maybe 2. When she suddenly wakes up, jumps off the bed, and runs from the room, I know Yue has called for breakfast. I leisurely open my eyes, get off the bed, and get dressed before following her. As expected, she is already munching on a large plate of food when I reach the dining room. Yui says, "Good morning, Ash." "Morning." "Yui, how'd things go with Core?" Yui says, "Great. Not only did we get the teleporter set up, but she was able to help me with another problem. She has a vast knowledge of magic, in some areas even better than mine." "That is good. I am glad you two are getting along," Yui says. "We are." "Thanks to that, I have a favor to ask." "Name it." Yui says, "When you reach the bottom of the mountain, I would like you to fly around and drop some sensors for me." "Sure, that is easy." Yui says, "Thank you. The sensors will allow me to see everything that happens on the mountain and a small area around it. That is handy. You will be able to spot any driders that make it outside. If any can get through the barrier, that is." Yui says, "Correct. It also means that if the demons come, I will be able to react without them having to attack the tower itself. That will definitely help." Yui says, "The teleporter and the sensors are waiting for you by the entrance." "Okay. Guess it is time to say goodbye again. It should only be for a few weeks." As I am saying a simple goodbye to Knived and Yui, Asuna tackles me from the side. She pins me down and starts licking my face. She obviously doesn't want me to leave. I do my best to comfort her and explain that I will only be gone for a few weeks. However, it doesn't really seem to help. I know she is intelligent enough to understand what I am saying, yet for some reason she seems terrified by the thought of me leaving. When I think about it, other than going into the test, she has been with me ever since I killed her mother. In that light, I can understand why she is so scared, so I change my tactics. Instead of trying to convince her not to worry, I instead give her a mission. I ask her to keep an eye on Knived and try to keep him out of trouble while I am gone. It is probably going to cause some issues for Knived, but if it helps her calm down, I don't care. Now I feel guilty for having to leave her, but I can travel much faster alone. It probably wouldn't be so bad if Kachara was here with her, but that isn't possible right now. Yui, once the teleporter is up and running, I think Asuna should visit Kachara for a bit. Yui says, "Okay, that won't be a problem. Good, thank you." With that, I give Asuna a final hug and head for the entrance, only stopping to grab the teleporter and sensors. I keep my head down and my back towards Asuna. Her seeing me crying wouldn't help anything. Despite knowing I will see her again in a few weeks, parting still makes me sad. Once I am outside, the biting cold helps me clear my head, and I quickly wipe my eyes before my tears freeze. Opening my wings, I launch myself into the air and start flying down the mountain. It only takes me a half hour to reach the cliff and land in the tunnel. Then another 10 minutes has me back at Core's room. Core says, "Welcome back, Ash." Before I can return Core's greeting, Kachara runs into me and knocks me over. It takes me a few minutes of petting to get Kachara to let me up. She is harder to move than Asuna. I am already dreading saying goodbye to her when I leave here. "Hi, Core. How are things here?" Core says. "Oh, just fine, except for Kachara being all mopey after you left." "Yeah, sorry. It will probably be worse when I leave again. Once the teleporter is working, Asuna will come for a visit. That should help." Core says, "According to Yui, it will take a couple of days for Knive to power the teleporter." "Oh, I didn't know that." "Well, where would you like me to put it?" Core says, "Over here behind the mirror, please." Taking out the teleporter, I set it up where Core wants it, and once it is set, Core tells Yui through the mirror. While they talk, I move off to the side and sit down with Kachara to start saying goodbye. She takes it a bit better than Asuna, but she is also older and understands things a bit better. She is still upset that I am leaving, which she makes obvious, but at least she isn't physically trying to stop me. I spend the next half an hour petting and cuddling with her before getting up to leave. Compared to that, my goodbye to Core is fairly simple and straightforward. Once my goodbyes are all said, I take off from the stairs and fly out of the cavern. Once outside, it is finally time to head down the mountain and look for Lizzie. Flying down the mountain is so much easier. It only takes me an hour to reach the base of the mountain. Chapter 446. Once I reach the base of the mountain, I pull out the 4 sensors Yui gave me. According to what she told me, they each need to be placed in one of the cardinal directions. They each should light up once I am in the right area. Then all I have to do is drop them. Sounds easy enough, so I start flying a big circle around the base of the mountain. When the first sensor lights up, I drop it, then hover in place to see what happens. The sensor hits the ground and half of it sinks into the dirt. Then the other half is covered by an illusion. Once the illusion is in place, it looks like a small bush, something that blends perfectly into the surroundings. I have to admit, I am quite impressed. Even knowing where it is, I doubt I could find it again. The other 3 sensors operate the exact same way when I drop them after they light up. The only thing that bothers me is I didn't see any sign of Lizzie as I circled the mountain. So, I continue flying around until I spot the general area where I left her. Then, I land. I slowly walk around the area in circles, calling out her name, very loudly. A few minutes later, and several hundred yards away, I finally get a response. Lizzie's head pops up from under the snow a few dozen feet from where I am standing. When she sees me, she lets out an excited squeal and tears free of the snow to rush at me. She doesn't slow at all, and I find myself buried under hundreds of pounds of lizard. She licks my face for a minute before she notices my wings. Then she starts sniffing at my wings. Then she starts rubbing her face back and forth through the feathers of my wings. It takes me a few minutes of petting and scratching to get her to calm down. Once she does, I am able to push her off me so that I can get back to my feet. Then I wrap my arms around her neck for a good long hug. It is good to see her again. Even as I hug her and tell her how much I missed her, she keeps sniffing at my wings. Deciding to get it over with, I let go of her neck and spread my wings wide. She isn't satisfied until she has sniffed and rubbed her face over every inch of them. They're satisfied now. She rubs her face across my wings one last time, then steps back and gives me a nod. Taking out the grooming kit, I proceed to give her a thorough grooming. She leans into the brush as I scrub at her scales. She loves the attention, I am sure. Qualified mount detected. Do you wish to make Lizzie your crusader mount? Yes! Bond being offered. Bond accepted. Lizzie is now your crusader mount. Lizzie master. Oh, you can talk now. Lizzie, yes, but only to you. Or at least that is how it seems. Well, it is good that we can finally talk. Lizzie, I agree. Although, forming thoughts like this is new to me. It is okay, we will take it slow. Lizzie, okay, but right now I would like to run. I've been sitting around waiting for you. Okay, we can do that. After finishing grooming her, I saddle her and climb up. She is dancing in place impatiently. She barely lets me find my seat before she is off like a bolt of lightning. I let her enjoy running for a bit before I remember and ask her to find any beastmen in the area. She raises her head and sniffs a few times before suddenly changing direction and speeding up. Within a few minutes, I can see a group of beastmen sitting around a campfire trying to stay warm. I guess even when you have fur, sitting around in the snow isn't exactly comfortable. When we get closer, I see that these are not Tiger Clan. The guard must have changed while I was on the mountain. The group I am approaching is made up of about a dozen bearmen from the looks of them. They finally notice our approach and get up with weapons in hand. But then another beastman stops them. Tiger says, "Stop. This is the beastman I've been waiting for." Bear says, "How is he a beastman with those wings?" Tiger says, "Not sure. Those are new. Hello again." "Hello. So, you waited around even though you said I would die?" Tiger says, "Nope. I went home when our time was done. But then my clan shaman sent me back to wait. She said what I saw would open my eyes or something." Maybe she meant this. As I speak, I pull the guardian's head from my pouch and toss it in the snow at his feet. He doesn't react much, but the bearmen go a little crazy when they see it. From what they are saying, I would guess the tiger didn't mention that I promised to bring back the guardian's head. Tiger says you really did it. Now the mountain is defenseless. No, there's already another guardian. She is even tougher than her mother was, Tiger says. Why is that? Because I raised her and trained her, Tiger says. Why would you do that? Bear says, what are you? Why do you have wings? When I killed the guardian and found her baby, I felt guilty about it, so I took care of her. As to what I am, that is a long story. Bear says, well, why don't you join our camp for the night and tell us your story? Lizzie Master, I still want to run. All right, we will join you, but we are going hunting first. Tiger says, okay, we will be right here. With that, I guide Lizzie away from the camp and let her run some more. I don't bother memorizing where the camp is. Lizzie will know exactly how to get back. After letting her run for 2 hours, I ask her to look for some prey, both for her to eat and to take back. After hearing my request, she changes direction, but doesn't slow down at all. It impresses me that she can move so fast when there is a couple of feet of snow on the ground. Then she suddenly leaps forward, almost throwing me out of the saddle. She plunges her head into the snow, and when it comes back up, she has something in her mouth. What little I can see of it makes me think rabbit, and the squeal just before she bites down sounds about right. The snow suddenly moves like it is alive. But it is actually dozens more of the things taking off running. Just in time, I grab the saddle, as Lizzie takes off like a shot after the next nearest rabbit thing. In total, she catches and eats 6 of the things, each one only providing a bite or 2. It doesn't seem like that would be enough to satisfy her, but after the last one, she stops chasing them. Lizzie, is that enough food for you? Lizzie, it is enough to sustain me for a day or 2? Wow, I expected you to need a lot more food than that. Lizzie, before you came back, I was mostly sleeping. I didn't burn much energy. I meant to ask, does the cold bother you? Lizzie, it doesn't hurt me, but I don't really like it. So, you don't need to hibernate through winter or anything. Lizzie, no, but I have the ability to sleep for long periods when prey is scarce. Your race is amazing. Speaking of, do you remember the ancient empire? I've always wondered if you are a natural race or were created by magic. Chapter 447. Lizzie, a bit of both, I guess. From what my writer told me, the mages took a race of lizards and modified them through magic. That makes sense. It would be easier to modify something than to make a race from scratch. I would guess they were trying to make the perfect mount, and from what I have seen, they succeeded. Lizzie, thank you. Later, I would like to know anything you can tell me about the ancient empire. For now, let's find something big enough to feed the beastmen. Lizzie, why bother? They should have supplies. Because eventually I will be their king. Any goodwill I can build up now will help me later. Lizzie-o. Okay, I smell something big. Let's go hunting then. Lizzie turns in a new direction and takes off again at top speed, making me wish the saddle had a seatbelt. At some point, I really want to try racing her. She might be a match for my flight speed. For now, I just trust her to find us some decent prey. Her senses are better than mine. She doesn't let me down, and a few minutes later, something big comes into sight. It looks like a shaggy cow, except it has 6 horns, and from what I can tell, it is currently eating a rabbit. When we get closer, it notices us and turns to face Lizzie. It doesn't look scared. Spreading my wings, I launch straight from Lizzie's back and fly over the thing. As it looks up at me, Lizzie darts in and grabs it by the neck, tearing a decent chunk of flesh out of it. It quickly turns its attention back to Lizzie, at which point I draw Blitz and drop onto the thing's back. With its head down to aim its horns at Lizzie, I have the perfect opportunity to cut its head off. With a single swing of Blitz, the fight is over. Not that it was much of a fight. I am fairly sure Lizzie could have beaten the thing all on her own. Horned Bull defeated. 2,500 XP gained. That thing was decent XP. As I gut and field, dress the thing, Lizzie is more than happy to gobble up all the extras, which is only fair since she is going to have to carry the thing back. Or at least, that is what she is expecting. Her eyes widen in surprise when I PTT the carcass into my backpack and mount up. Lizzie, that is certainly convenient. Yeah, just one of the nifty things I found in the mountain. Sensing her curiosity, I ask her to head back to the Beastmen and then start my story. By the time we reach the Beastmen's camp, I have told her everything that has happened since I last saw her. Knowing she can't tell anyone else, I don't bother to hide or gloss over anything. Lizzie, I think I would like to meet Kachara and Asuna at some point. You will, I am sure, now that I can summon you to places you can't reach easily. Lizzie, you can summon me? Yeah, it is part of the Crusader mount ability. Lizzie, that sounds fun. I just hope it isn't like going through a portal. Agreed, I don't like portals much either. Tiger says welcome back. No luck hunting. Bear says hunting out here in winter is difficult. The bearmen are giving me looks with various levels of pity and amusement. Those looks all disappear when I pull the bull's carcass out of my backpack. When I set up the spit and start cooking the whole thing, I see several of them drooling. As usual, Lizzie finds a spot and curls up, so I sit down and use her as a backrest while the meat cooks. One of the bearmen takes over the cooking, so all I need to do is relax and chat with the other beastmen. Lizzie is acting indifferent, but I know she is listening to all the conversations. Tiger says, "You didn't have wings when you went up the mountain, so how did you get them?" All other conversation falls silent, and every eye turns to look at me. Even Lizzie perks her head up. She knows the truth, but she is curious what I will tell the beastmen. The wings are my reward from the goddesses for completing the quest they gave me. Bear says, "How are human goddesses rewarding a beastman? Do you not know the origin of the beastmen?" Tiger says, "We evolved from mana beasts?" Wrong. The ancient empire created the beastmen to fight a war from them. They used beast cores and fused them with humans to make the first beastmen. Bear says, "Are you saying we have human souls?" As far as the goddesses are concerned, yes. They will welcome any beastman who chooses to follow them. The camp goes silent after I say that, some thinking about the possibilities, others trying to accept the origin story. Some may not believe me, but the idea is now firmly planted in their minds. They will talk about it with others and the story will spread. Of that I have no doubt. Bear says, "If what you say is true, why have the humans never tried to convert us?" Fear, jealousy. Take your pick. Humans are humans. They only act in their own self-interest. Tiger says, "That is certainly true. Will the goddesses really accept us?" "Would you like proof?" Bear says, "Yes. Saronia, if you aren't busy, I could use a visitation." At first, I don't think she is going to respond, but then I notice all the beastmen staring behind me. Their eyes are wide and shock is written all over their faces. Without having to turn around, I know Saronia is behind me. I can feel a warmth from her. Saronia says, "What Ash says is true. My sister and I would be honored to have beastmen join our churches. In many ways, you got the best of the human traits and beast traits." Tiger says, "So beastmen were created by humans." Saronia says, "Yes. You were created specifically to fight mana beasts. Without the beastmen, the Empire would have lost their civil war." Tiger says, "What will happen to us if we refuse to convert?" Saronia says, "Nothing. My sister and I do not force anyone to worship us." Bear says, "I don't wish to waste your time, but the Bear Clan will welcome anyone you choose to send to talk to us some more." Tiger says, "The Tiger Clan will also accept a missionary." Saronia says, "I will dispatch someone to each of your clans immediately. They will be told only to come and share information with you. The decision will be yours alone." The bearman who has been talking and the tiger both bow to her, and then she disappears. Everyone is pretty stunned. I even have to remind the bearman to keep turning the spit. Everyone is quiet until the food is ready. They weren't mentally prepared to meet a goddess. Remembering my shock the first time they spoke to me, I can completely understand. The beastmen's attitude towards me has completely changed. They no longer look down on me or think I am just a crazy beastman. As far as my plans are concerned, this is a better start than I had hoped. Once word of what happened here spreads, I will have a much easier time dealing with the clans. Between this and the stories Pole should have spread I might become king without bloodshed. Thinking of Pole makes me wonder how things have been in Ilium while I've been gone. I wonder how the girls' missions went and how my other plans are going. I know the girls are going to be mad at me. I've been gone a lot longer than I had planned. Chapter 448. Not that I really mind. It is kind of fun having them mad at me. They will yell at me, maybe hit me, then it will all be fine again. Except for Ruby, that is going to be a mess, and I don't really want to think about it. When I get back will be soon enough to worry about it. She will definitely hit me. She is probably going to hit me a lot, but she has plenty of reason to, so I will let her. I will never admit it to her. But Ruby is totally cute when she is mad. The silence is broken by the cook announcing that the food is ready. That wakes everyone from their thoughts. Suddenly everyone is up and moving towards the meat, but I don't have to. The bearman who was cooking brings me a decent-sized portion, and one 10 times the size for Lizzie. The bearman looks surprised when Lizzie gives a nod of thanks before taking the meat from him gently. He was probably expecting her to act like a wild beast and snatch the meat as soon as he got close enough. With her speed, no way would he have been able to react if she actually did that. Tiger says, This has certainly turned out to be an eventful day. Not what you expected when your shaman told you to come back. Tiger says, no, not at all. I thought for sure you would have died on the mountain. The actual mountain wasn't so bad. What is inside is way worse. Tiger says, inside the mountain, an ancient evil sleeps beneath the mountain. If it ever escapes, it will be horrible. Tiger says, what are you saying? I am saying the tribes need to keep an eye out for spider monsters around the mountain. If any are spotted, get word to me and Ilium and I will come deal with it. Tiger says, you think the tribes can't handle it? I think there are thousands of them, and they summon undead. The tribes together could probably handle it, but they won't work together. Tiger says, true enough. I will spread the word. They shouldn't be able to escape, but just in case the tribes should be warned. They will take the bodies of the slain and use them to make more undead. Tiger says, that kind of threat might just unite the tribes. There are measures in place to prevent them from escaping, so it is unlikely. I want the tribes to be warned, just in case those measures fail. Tiger says, you are not of the tribes, so why do you care? I feel a kinship with the tribes, and your honorable nature appeals to me, Tiger says. And for that alone, you would risk your life. At this point, I would risk my life for a pizza, Tiger says. A what? Never mind. Just wait and judge me by my actions. I want to get some sleep now. I am leaving early in the morning. Tiger says, all right, may our paths cross again. After Tiger leaves, I lay back against Lizzie, and out of curiosity, I send a tiny thread of power into her. I want to get a look at her core. I am curious as to what rank she is. However, almost as soon as I do, she turns her head to look at me. Lizzie, that feels weird. What are you doing? Sorry, I was just checking your core. Lizzie, why do you want to check my core? And you should ask first. I told you how I helped Kachara and Asuna become sacred creatures. I am curious if I can do the same for you. Lizzie-o? Well, I guess that is okay. So, can you? I am not sure yet. You interrupted me before I could get a good look. Lizzie, all right. You have permission to take a look. Thank you. When I turn back to try again, she brings her head around and stares at me. Having a predator stare at you from inches away is very distracting, and I end up having to push her head away. Once I can concentrate, I take a good long look at her core. Lizzie, so what did you find? Your core is already at the max rank for a mana beast. In fact, from what I can see, you should have evolved already on your own. Lizzie, then why haven't I? Well, it seems there is something blocking you from evolving. What is weird is it feels artificial, Lizzie. You mean something was placed inside me to prevent me from becoming a sacred creature? That is what it feels like. Yeah. Lizzie, that sounds like something the mages would do. Can you break or remove it? I don't know. I can try, but I have no idea what might happen. Lizzie, please try. I want to evolve. Okay. Let me meditate for an hour or two so I have my full sacred power. Then I will try to break through it. She instantly agrees and settles down to nap until I am done meditating. As she is already terrifying in combat. I can understand the mages of old wanting to limit her growth. As for me, I am just curious about what she is going to be like after she evolves. All right, I am ready, but be warned. I have no idea if this is going to hurt or not. Lizzie, it is fine. Just do it. With her consent, I turn my full attention to her core and the wall I feel around it. Deciding not to play around, I channel all of my sacred power into a blast at the wall. At first, it holds strong, but I can already feel it weakening under the onslaught. Lizzie lets out a single hiss but doesn't tell me to stop or show other signs of discomfort. After a minute of throwing power against it, I feel the wall start to crumble. Then all at once it shatters, and all of my sacred power goes rushing into Lizzie's core. Her core absorbs every last drop of sacred power that I have, leaving me feeling drained. When I open my eyes, I find Lizzie already fast asleep, which sounds like a good idea to me. The last thing I see before closing my eyes is a soft golden glow surrounding her. It looks like it worked. The first light of dawn wakes me up in the morning, and I quickly turn to check on Lizzie. Or at least I try to. I find I can't move because at some point she grabbed one of my wings. She has it pinned under her head with her face buried in the feathers. Lizzie, wake up. I need you to let go of my wing. She snorts as she wakes up and then reluctantly moves so I can free my wing. Once I am free, I turn to take a look at her. She looks quite a bit different. Her scales now look more like pebbles. In fact, from a distance, she probably just looks like a pile of rocks. Her coloration has changed as well. Now she is a mix of brown and gray. Her size doesn't seem to have changed any, but when she looks at me, her eyes seem bigger. After asking permission, I check her core. She is now a rank 1 sacred creature. Looks like it worked. How do you feel? Lizzie very hungry. Other than that, I feel great. Taking the hint, I start pulling food out of my pouch and piling it up for her. She eats more than Kachara and Asuna combined before she is satisfied. I hope that is just because of the evolution and won't be a regular thing. Ready to get going? Lizzie, yes. I want to run. Okay. Let me say goodbye to the Beastmen, and then we will head for Ilium. Chapter 449. My goodbyes with the Beastmen only take a few minutes. Then I groom and saddle Lizzie. And all the sun has only just cleared the horizon by the time I am mounted and Lizzie is running. It feels good to finally be heading back to Ilium, but at the same time, I am a little worried. After all, I've been gone a little over 3 months, a month longer than planned. Not only are the girls going to be pissed at me, but other things are sure to have been happening. While I want to find out how my plans are progressing, I can't help worrying about what might have gone wrong. To take my mind off it, I stop Lizzie when I spot a tree on the horizons. I climb down and wait until she has caught her breath before suggesting a race. She seems excited, so I set the distant tree as the goal and then count down from 5. When I hit 0, I throw myself into the air recklessly and start flapping my wings as hard as I can. Lizzie is faster off the line, but I soon catch up to her, and for most of the race we are neck and neck. I am surprised that even flying as fast as I can, I barely have an edge over her. When I reach the tree, I am only about a foot ahead of Lizzie, but it doesn't feel like a win. I may have gotten to the tree faster, but I am huffing and puffing while Lizzie seems fine. It seems like she could run at that speed all day long. Her endurance is insane. Lizzie, you made that hard on yourself? Why aren't you letting the wind help you? Because I don't know how. I am totally new to all this. Lizzie, it is not about knowing how. Just relax. The wind recognizes you and wants to help, but you keep fighting it. It is hard to relax when I am constantly scared I am going to fall. Lizzie, if you are scared, then you need to keep flying until the fear fades. Well, I can't argue that I need more practice. Lizzie, I would help if I could. Actually, I have an idea. A few minutes later, Lizzie is cruising along with a rope tied to her saddle. At the other end of the rope is me, gliding along in the air behind her, letting her tow me. This way I can practice flying without exhausting myself. A few days of this should cure my fear. There are other ways I could practice, but all of them would delay our arrival at Ilium. This way I get practice without slowing us down. Any Lizzie isn't bothered by it in the least. The only time there is an issue is when Lizzie makes a sudden change in direction to go after something. Unfortunately, when she is after prey, nothing else really matters, so she doesn't think about going around a tree. She just runs under the branches, and then I end up crashing into the tree. Of course, when she is done eating, she comes back and apologizes to me. Other than those few instances, everything turns out fine, and by the time night falls, we have it figured out. That night, Lizzie shows off a new ability. Instead of searching for shelter, she just makes one. She digs into the ground and makes us a comfortable little cave in just a couple of minutes. Watching her, it isn't so much digging as she is pushing the earth aside. Any doubts I had about her being able to absorb the Earth Temple orb vanish. Although, I am a little disappointed since this means I don't get to use the nifty tent Yui gave me. Since she is handling the shelter, I build a small fire and start making some food. She hunted several times during the day, but I make enough for her to have some as well. After all, I know she likes cooked food, and Yui gave me plenty of food for the trip back. After we eat, we get some sleep, and in the morning I once again find myself trapped. Lizzie is cuddling with one of my wings yet again, so I have to wake her up before I can move. She doesn't seem sorry at all, so I guess I am just going to have to get used to it. Hopefully. This is just something she likes. If all the girls have the same reaction to my wings, it could be a problem. While I am cooking some breakfast, Lizzie gets rid of our little cave. It is like she erases it. Once she is done, it is impossible to tell that there was ever anything there. Once we are done eating, we resume our trek, with Lizzie running along and towing me behind her. Throughout the day, we pass the occasional group of beastmen, but we don't stop. While I am tempted to stop and talk to them, I do not think it would be wise to delay my return anymore. Besides, I can just imagine how we must look to them, with me being towed along behind Lizzie. The beastmen do not make any attempt to stop us or approach us, so we just continue on. The 2 weeks it takes to reach Ilium pass quickly, and by the time the city comes into sight, I am really nervous. The city looks great, especially from the air. But what is waiting for me worries me. With a few flaps, I catch up to Lizzie and land in the saddle. 2 weeks of flying has made me more comfortable with it. I wouldn't say my fear is completely gone, but it is a lot less. Flying feels almost natural now. Of course. As Lizzie walks into the city, we cause quite the stir, and I see several people go running off as soon as they see me. Word of my return will spread quickly, it seems. But that is to be expected, I guess. I had planned to ride straight to the inn, but when I am passing the church, I am forced to stop. That is because Black and White come out to greet me with a crowd of followers behind them. As Black and White bow to me, everyone behind them drops to their knees. The surrounding crowd is shocked by this, and so am I. White says, "Welcome back, Lord Ash." Black says, "We welcome the return of the goddess's champion. Greetings, high priestesses." Seeing them both wink at me as they bow, I realize we are putting on a show for the crowd. So I jump from Lizzie's saddle and land gracefully with a flutter of my wings before bowing to them. They put on a show of being subservient to me, even going so far as to kiss my hand. With my hearing, I can hear the whispers going through the crowd. Shock is something of an understatement. While I find it embarrassing to be seen like this, I understand what the two of them are doing. After all, I am the first crusader of the twins, and the church wants everyone to know it. After promising to visit later for a chat, I jump back into Lizzie's saddle and head for the inn. If I don't show up in person before the rumors reach the inn, I will be in even worse trouble. As I reach my street, I am pleasantly surprised by the crowds and the signs of prosperity. All eyes are on me as I ride down the street to the inn, and my guards all stop whatever they are doing to salute me. I return the salutes and the waves of people I know, but it is still a relief to ride into the stable and out of sight. Being on my own so long, I had forgotten just how much I dislike having everyone staring at me. Before I can even get Lizzie unsaddled, I hear the door open behind me and then a gasp. Turning around, I find Sarah standing there with one hand over her mouth and tears in her eyes. The next thing I know, she is hugging me and crying into my chest. "Hi, Sarah," Sarah says. "Oh, I can't believe you are finally back. We had started to think you were dead." "No, I am perfectly fine. Just a lot of things happened that I hadn't planned for," Sarah says. "I can see that. Oh, so soft." After brushing a hand down one of my wings, she shifts to hugging my wing and rubbing her face against it. Not one to miss an opportunity. Lizzie starts rubbing her face against my other wing. It seems it isn't just Lizzie. My worst fears are coming true. "All right, can you let me go now?" Sarah says. "Oh, sorry. Lizzie, not sorry. Is everyone okay?" Sarah says, "Yeah, everyone is fine, just worried and upset. Most of them are upstairs. Why don't you go on up? I will take care of Lizzie and then join you." All right, guess it is time to face the music. Chapter 450. Sarah looks confused, but I don't stop to explain and head into the inn. The common room goes silent, and everyone stares at me as I pass through and head upstairs. My foot has barely touched the top stair when out of the corner of my eye I see a fiery blue fist heading for my face. While I have plenty of time and could easily dodge it, I decide not to. I take the hit in the side of my face and let it knock me to the ground. As I fall, I tuck my wings tightly to my back, and when I hit the floor, I roll onto my back. Almost instantly, I feel two knees hit my chest and I start getting slapped. Ruby says, "What? Took? You? So long." Each word is followed by a slap from one of her fiery little hands. To be honest, I don't even really feel them. But I am not about to let her know that. As I am being slapped, I take the chance to look around the room to see who is witnessing this. On one side of the table, Isabella and Miria are smirking as they watch. On the other side sits Pole. He has his hands over his face, but I can see him peeking through his fingers. At the far end of the table is Vacker, who is openly laughing as he watches the show. Then I finally turn my attention to Ruby, who is kneeling on my chest and still slapping me. She looks just like I remember, which is slightly disappointing. She seems weak to me. Then again, the same can be said of the others. My instincts are telling me no one in the room is a threat. She is, however, still beautiful and very distracting, especially with her kneeling on my chest. Her dress normally goes to mid-thigh, but with the way she is kneeling, it has ridden up. To keep myself from looking, I move my eyes up and stop when I see the medallion. It is hanging around her neck on a chain and looks like it was never broken. I will have to remember to thank Roddick for all of his help with getting it fixed. Ruby notices my stare and quickly lifts the chain over her head and pushes the medallion into my chest. Unfortunately, it deflects away about an inch from my skin and won't touch me no matter how many times she tries. As I am watching her, I realize what is wrong. I don't have any mana for it anymore. Ruby doesn't realize this and just keeps trying to push the medallion into my chest. Ruby, it isn't going to work. Ruby says, "Why not? Are you breaking our contract?" No, it just won't work because I don't have mana. Ruby says, "You didn't have mana before. It worked with your demonic power just fine." I don't have demonic power anymore. Ruby says, "What?" Sarah says, "Well, this is an interesting sight." Looking over, I can see just Sarah's head poking up from the stairs. From the smile on her face, I think she watched for a while before speaking. Ruby blushes and finally climbs off me. She goes and sits next to Miria. Sarah comes the rest of the way up the stairs, and that is when I notice the smell of food. A half-dozen women are following Sarah, each carrying a tray of something that smells delicious. They are all giggling as they step over me to place their trays on the table. Before they can go back downstairs, I climb to my feet so they don't have to step over me again. Then, I take my seat at the head of the table opposite Vacker, and Sarah takes the seat to my left. Isabella is sitting to my right with Miria, and then Ruby. Pole is on the other side of Sarah. Nothing is said as Sarah lifts the covers off the trays and everyone digs in. The food in the tower was just as good, but for some reason I still prefer the food here. I can't wait to see what the cook here does with the spices and recipes I brought back with me. Sarah says, "All right, Ash, start talking." Miria says, "Yeah, we won't tell you a thing until you have told us everything." First, where are Maricel and Alanis? Isabella says, "They are up north with Mercy's army." Too bad. I was hoping to only have to tell all this once. Before anyone gets impatient, I start telling the story of what has happened since I left. Ruby is following the story just fine, so someone probably filled her in on everything else. I was hoping I could get through the entire story, but that was in vain. Ruby says, "Why did you pick a fight with the Guardian?" Sarah says, "Kichara sounds so cute. Why didn't you bring her with you?" Miria says, "Quiet. I want to hear what happens next." After some more back and forth and a few glares, I am able to continue the story. The only things I leave out are those that I know they will tease me about, although I am sure they will find out eventually. The longer I can put it off, the better. Ruby says, "What is with you and going into caves where you don't belong?" Ignoring Ruby, I continue the story and tell them about the city and the Driders. Instead of explaining things out of order, I only tell them what I knew at the time. I still end up getting yelled at a lot for not being careful enough. The comments stop when I start talking about the tower and meeting Yue for the first time. My descriptions of the tower leave them in awe, and I am able to tell the story smoothly. When I talk about returning to the city to fight Driders is when the comments start again. It takes me several hours to tell the full tale, and a lot of food and drink is consumed during that time. Once the tale is done, I explain about the teleporters and my plans for their use. Everyone looks excited when they learn they will be able to visit the tower. Sarah says, "You adopted and raised two beautiful creatures and then just abandoned them." "I didn't abandon them. I will see them again soon." Isabella says, "So Drog is gone for good?" He is serving Krenosha now, so unless she sends him as a messenger, you won't see him again. Isabella says, "Good? Now will you tell me how your missions went?" Vacker says, "It has gotten pretty late. Maybe we should save that for the morning." Noticing people yawning, I am forced to agree. But that makes me think of the sleeping arrangements. Deciding to avoid the issue for now, I tell the girls to go to bed and that I don't need to sleep. I will just meditate out here where it is safe, at least until things get sorted out. The girls give me a few suspicious looks, but no one chooses to argue with me. Not yet anyway. I am sure I will only get away with this for the short term. Vacker and Pole leave and Sarah heads downstairs, leaving just me and the girls. Miria and Isabella wish me good night and head into the bedroom, but Ruby doesn't move. She just sits staring at me like she is trying to solve a puzzle or read my mind. When she finally moves to say something, it is totally not what I was expecting. Ruby says, "What is your relationship with Core?" Core? She is a friend, I guess. It is kind of hard to say since she is practically a newborn when it comes to social interactions. Ruby says, "So you don't plan to free her to add her to your harem?" Harem? What are you even talking about? Ruby says, "Never mind. Good night, Ash. Good night." After she leaves the room, I find I cannot enter my meditation because my mind is still spinning. What did she mean by that? Women are so confusing. Maybe I should have stayed away longer. Chapter 451. Eventually, I am able to push those thoughts aside and enter my meditation. Once in my room, I first go over my list of things I need to do in Ilium and add a few things. Then I channel all of my sacred power into my own core and set it to automatic. On the way to Ilium, I spent all my power on Lizzie's core. But now I plan to work on my own. After all, I shouldn't need much power while I am here in the city. Besides, the dragon told me I could still make progress with my core, which I am guessing was a hint. That does make me wonder what would be next if I were to max out my core and evolve. Probably the only one who could tell me that would be the dragon. But the scroll is gone. I could go back to the mine to visit him, but I don't think he would appreciate me disturbing him. Since the dragon isn't an option, I guess I will just have to wait and see. Once I have everything set to go to my core automatically, I start experimenting with my divine power. I am sure I can do more with it than just fuel my spells, like enchant items. While I may only be able to enchant holy weapons, those would still be useful. Not that I have anything to enchant right now. I more want to play with it and see if it obeys me. After all, it isn't really my power. It comes from the goddesses. As I play with it, I am happy to find out that it obeys my will completely. As long as I don't do something stupid, like try and use it against the goddesses, I should be fine. The thought does cross my mind of using it on my core, but I am not sure what would happen. If it worked, it may steer me towards becoming a holy creature, instead of whatever is normally next. Between becoming a god or a dragon, I will choose dragon every single time. For instance, gods have to follow rules and worry about their followers. Dragons don't. While I admit that the thought of having the goddesses as wives is very tempting, it isn't enough. Being a god means not being able to roam around freely. The perks just aren't worth losing my freedom. I would much rather be reborn and have an entire new life to experience. In fact, if I get to keep my memories, I would even be okay being reborn as a beast. After seeing Kachara and Asuna grow up, I think it would be fun to be a mana beast. I may even ask Saronia to do that if it is possible. I think it would be a fun experience. Thinking about it makes me somewhat curious, so I open a door into the soulscape. Setting the time to pass normally is easy now, and once I enter, I turn the soulscape into a huge jungle full of all sorts of beasts. Then, focusing on myself, I change my body into that of a lion-like mana beast. My first try doesn't go so well. I made the back legs too long and the front legs too short. It isn't as easy as I thought it would be, but I keep trying until I get it right. Then, I start learning how to move the new body, which involves a lot of falling on my face. Luckily, in the soulscape pain is reduced, and I can't actually hurt myself. Once I start getting the hang of how to move the body, I start having a lot of fun. I am sure if anyone was actually watching me, they would have laughed themselves to death by the time I figure it out. Before I can try hunting in this form, I sense that dawn is breaking outside. While I am tempted to play for just a little longer, I have far too much to get done today. So, I reluctantly end the soulscape and return to my mental room. Hiding, congratulations! Skill Soulscape has progressed to level 7. Soulscape level 7 WIS plus 35. You can create a detailed soulscape. Finally, only 3 levels left to go. Breaking my meditation, I stand up and stretch. It doesn't sound like the girls are awake yet. No surprise there. But I am betting Sarah is already up and working. So I head downstairs to the common room, and sure enough, the inn is already busy. There are no customers yet, but there are dozens of people moving around cleaning up. They are probably getting everything ready before the inn opens. But I don't see Sarah. No one tries to stop me when I head further into the inn towards the kitchen. While this area is for employees only, since I technically own the inn, no one wants to tell me no. When I step into the kitchen, it feels like entering a whole new world. The smells of cooking have already filled the room and are really distracting, especially the baking bread. Sarah says, "Ash, did you need something?" "Ah, good morning. Yes, a couple of things actually. First, can I finally meet the cook?" Sarah says. "Oh, sure. This is our cook, Iran." Iran turns out to be a big, hefty guy who, in my opinion, isn't very attractive. The way Sarah looks at him tells me she sees him differently than I do. As I am shaking the man's hand, I remember at the last second not to squeeze. "It is a pleasure to finally meet you. Your cooking is absolutely amazing," Iran says. "Thank you. Is there an empty table we could use? Somewhere out of everyone's way?" Sarah says. "Sure, over here." As I follow the two of them, I pull the manacles out of my pouch and put them on. It has been so long since I needed to touch people that I almost forgot how easily I can hurt them. Turns out it is a good thing the girls are mad at me and didn't try to hug me. I might have killed someone by accident. When we reach the table, Sarah gives me a suspicious look, but I ignore her. Instead, I start pulling out recipes, ingredients, and herbs and spices and laying them on the table. As I put things on the table, I tell Iran the origin of it and anything else I know about it. Seeing all these new things to play with, his eyes light up. It seems he truly loves cooking. He immediately starts picking things up and sniffing them. Sarah and I just watch. It quickly becomes obvious that he has forgotten we are even there. Sarah says, "Thank you, Ash." He will thank you once he remembers his manners. No worries. He is very passionate about his work, which is obvious from the food he cooks, Sarah says. Be prepared for new dishes. He will spend the next couple of weeks experimenting. I look forward to it, Sarah says. So, what else do you need? I was wondering, how hard would it be to cater a dinner at Vacker's school? Sarah says. Not hard at all. When would you like to do it? Would tonight be too soon? Sarah says. Nope, no problem. How many people? The guildmasters and the normal group probably, Sarah says. Okay, I will get everything arranged. Thank you, Sarah says. Anything else? No, that is it for now. Sarah turns and heads back to the kitchen, probably to tell Iran he has a dinner to plan. While I turn and head out of the inn and walk over to Vacker's school, he should be up already. When I walk in, I am pleasantly surprised. Not only is he awake, but he is teaching a small class. The class is made up of about a dozen kids, ranging from 12 to 16 from the looks of them. When they spot me, everyone stops to turn and bow to me, which catches me off guard. Vacker tells them to resume and has the oldest boy take over for him. Vacker says, "Morning. Ash, what is up?" Remember when we promised the guildmasters they could watch us spar, Vacker says. Vaguely. Well, it will be tonight. Sarah is going to arrange for us all to have dinner here. We will spar before dinner? Vacker says, okay. That shouldn't be a problem. I trust you have been keeping up with your practice. Well, I've kind of been busy. Chapter 452. Vacker says, I know from your story that you have fought a lot, and that is good. Combat experience is important, but so is regular practice. What can I say? I got sidetracked. It was a busy few months. Vacker says, I know. I heard your story last night, and I also heard what you didn't say. What do you mean? Vacker says, you downplayed the danger you were in so the girls wouldn't be mad at you, right? Well, maybe a little. Vacker says, I figured as much. Some of the details about running from the Driders didn't match up. Want to tell me how it really went down? Will your class be okay without you? Vacker says yay. They are at the stage of just repeating the basics. So I tell Vacker how the chase the first time I was in the city really went. I also tell him about the guardian statue with the laser eyes, which I left out last night. He listens intently until I finish, then asks questions about how the Driders moved. Vacker says, I agree with you. They were definitely being controlled. This matriarch you described sounds like bad news. Did you leave anything out? Only that it scared Saronia when she sensed it. Vacker says something that can scare a goddess. I am surprised you didn't go for a closer look. Hey, I am not stupid. Vacker says that is debatable. You plan to wait and go back when you are stronger. Yeah, Vacker says. See. I have my reasons, and I won't go after it alone. It is not stupid if I have a good plan. Vacker says, from what I have heard, any time you make a plan, it is assumed that you are being stupid. Hey, my plan got us free from the demon lords, Vacker says. If that is an example, then it is no wonder everyone gets worried when you say you have a plan. Oh, come on. It worked. We both lived and walked away free. Vacker says yeah, just barely though. I have another class starting soon. Is there anything else you need? Oh, yeah, I brought back a few things for you. Looking around, I spot an empty table and walk over to it. Then I start pulling things out of my pouch. The elven sword I got, plus some knives and other swords from the display hall. Finally, I pull out the armor from the governor's mansion and set it on the table. Vacker says, the weapons I understand, but what is this? This is elven training armor. It is highly enchanted, so it will adjust to fit just about anyone. It will prevent major injuries, but it allows minor injuries. Vacker says, that doesn't make much sense. It is for training someone to fight in armor, but not to become dependent on the armor. Vacker says, oh, that does make sense. I normally don't use armor or train people to use armor, but I guess I should start. After all, not everyone can be a swordmaster. True, and sooner or later, we will have other teachers here, Vacker says. So you are serious about making this a major school? Yes, plans are in motion. Once they come through, you will have pretty much unlimited funding, Vacker says. Should I start looking for teachers? Slowly, but yes, you can start. Vacker says okay. I will keep my eye out. All right, see you tonight. By the time we finish talking, the sun is well and truly up, so I head back to the inn. The girls should be up by now, and I am looking forward to a nice big breakfast. When I walk into the inn, I don't see Sarah anywhere, so I head upstairs. There, I find Sarah and the girls and a lot of delicious-looking food. The girls look groggy, which is odd since they should have had plenty of time to sleep. As I move to sit down, I see Miria look like she is standing up, but the other two stop her. Morning. Sarah smiles at me, but the girls just mumble a response and go back to eating. So I just sit down, grab a plate, and start filling it with food. Sarah looks over at the girls and shakes her head, but their conversation does not resume. Sarah says, Ash, I am just curious. But what is with those manacles? They help limit my strength so I don't hurt someone accidentally. Sarah says, are you really that strong? To explain it, a human strong enough to lift this table by himself would be around a strength of 30. Sarah says, okay, what is your strength at? A little over 700. Sarah kind of just stares blankly at me while from the other side there are gasps and the sounds of dropped utensils. Come to think of it, I don't think I ever really told anyone how high my stats have gotten. I have shown the girls how strong I am but never really put it into numbers for them. Sarah says, that is a huge number. But with your race, you probably had a high strength from the beginning, right? When I was first summoned, my strength was only 20. Sarah says, wow. Then how did you get so strong? A lot of things, mainly skills and abilities I gained along the way. Sarah says, well, now I understand why you are always so careful and why you are reluctant to touch anyone. Yeah, I could kill or maim someone if I am not careful. Sarah says, that sounds lonely, but this isn't a good topic to discuss over breakfast. Just know I am here if you need someone to talk to. Sarah says, so, what are your plans for today, aside from the dinner tonight? First, I need to catch up on what happened while I was gone. Which reminds me, are you two ready to tell me how your missions went? Isabella says, mine went fine. We had some trouble crossing the border coming back with all the villagers. The adventurers you hired handled it well, and we made it back without casualties. Sarah says, the money she brought back was mostly spent on buying the other 2 streets and fixing the buildings up. We have some left to handle expenses, but not much more than that. That is fine. We will have more funds available soon. How about you, Miria? Miria says, I brought back 100 youngsters from my tribe. I have been teaching them archery. What about riding? Miria says, riding? Never mind. I will talk to Boric. See if he has a couple of skirmishers I can hire to train them. Miria says, what are your plans for them? Are you going to use them in the war? No. I plan to have them patrol the borders of the Beast Kingdom. I want them to kill any slavers that cross the border, or at least warn the villages and help them defend themselves. Miria says, building up your reputation so the beastmen will follow you? No, I just don't want any more beastmen taken as slaves. My reputation shouldn't be an issue, Miria says. You should beware the Bunny Queen. Why is that? Miria says. If you make a move to become the Beast King, she will be set on becoming your queen. How do you know that? Miria mumbles something under her breath. What was that? Miria says. Because she is my mother? So you are the bunny's princess? Miria says. No, I am an outcast. I was banished. By your own mother, Miria says. Yes. Then before I can say anything else, she gets up and runs from the room. While I want to comfort her, it is probably best to give her some time alone. Family drama is not something anyone really wants to talk about, especially with an outsider. Sarah says, now what? For now, we set up the teleporter. Isabella, come with me. Chapter 453. Sarah says, I mean, what are you going to do about Miria? Nothing. Give her some time to herself. Sarah says, are you sure? She seemed pretty upset. Yeah, she has a lot of pent-up feelings about it, but I am no therapist. So, unless you know someone who is a therapist before, there isn't much we can do. Sarah says, you could go talk to her. She doesn't want to talk to me normally? Why would she want to talk to me now? Sarah says, have you bothered to ask why she doesn't want to talk to you? No, I figure the 3 of them will tell me when they are ready. Sarah looks at Ruby and Isabella, and when they don't say anything, she drops the subject. Once I am sure no one is going to say anything, I get up and move into the office. Then I take out the teleporter linked to my suite at the tower and start setting it up. Isabella says, what did you need me for? As a caster class, you should have the most mana out of anyone. This teleporter needs to be primed. It should take you a couple of days. Isabella says, oh, okay, I can do that. Ruby says, why not me? Because while you probably have a lot of mana, you need it to maintain your presence here, especially now that the medallion won't accept me as a power source. Ruby says, oh, I guess you are right. Have you been returning to recharge, or has someone been helping you stay? Ruby says, Isabella has been helping me, along with some of the mages from the guild. I will make sure to thank Roddick for all his help. You know we are going to need to find someone else to wear the medallion, right? Ruby says. Can't Isabella do it? I don't know. Have you asked her? Ruby says number. With the teleporter set up, I walk out of the room and leave the 2 of them to discuss it. Then I head downstairs and out onto the street. I have a few places to visit to drop stuff off. My first stop is Amara's shop to give her some dresses and request some. Amara says, Lord Ash, welcome back. Hello, Amara. Good to see you. Amara says, good to see you too. Is there something I can do for you? Yes, actually. But first I have something for you. I found these dresses in an ancient city. I thought you might like them. Amara says, like them. I love them. The designs are so simple yet so elegant. Well, if these manage to inspire you, I would like dresses for the girls and Sarah. In fact, Sarah probably needs a couple of outfits suitable for dealing with nobles. Amara says, I have already made a couple for her, but I can certainly make more. Thank you. Leaving Amara's store, my next stop is to see Mitch and give him the bones I have collected. He is grateful, and we chat for a few minutes before I leave. Then I head across the street to see Walter, which I am not looking forward to. Walter yells, Where is my armor? What did you do to it? It is fine. I have it right here. Walter says, Well, why aren't you wearing it? It needs to be modified to fit my wings. Walter says, Oh, right, I can do that. He takes the armor and almost instantly forgets I am even in the room with him. Since that was expected, I don't take any offense and start removing leather and hide from my pouch. Leaving the pile for him to notice later, I leave and head down to the end of the street and enter the blacksmith's. Hyung says, My lord. Welcome back. Harold says, Hi, boss. Hi, guys. How is it going? Hung says, Great. We have made our own forge and tools so you can have yours back. Harold says, Also, your order is complete. Luckily, as they fetch my order, I have a minute to remember what they are talking about. I don't really need the naginata anymore, but the swords for Vacker are still useful. As they lay them out, I realize just how far I have to go as a blacksmith. These are beautiful, Harold says. The swords are enchanted already, but the spear is not. Hung says, We figured it was best to leave it blank and let you decide what you wanted to do with it. That is perfect. I have a new method of enchanting I've been wanting to try out. Hung says, I balanced the swords based on Vacker's height. If he has any issues, have him come by. All right, I will. How is everything else going? Harold says, Fantastic. Not only are we making things for Pole, but we are actually getting customers. Hung says, Yes, things are the best they have been since we came to this world. That is good to hear. Isabella has kept you supplied with ore? Harold says, Oh yeah, we have plenty. Okay, good. Any complaints or any issues I should know about? Hung says, Well, for the past couple of weeks, some people have been watching the entrance to our street. They change looks, but it is always the same people. They probably work for Pine. Keep an eye on them, and if they try anything, the guards can handle it. Harold says, Yes, sir. Hung says, That is the only thing I can think of. All right, thank you. Keep up the good work, but remember to take a day off once in a while. After saying goodbye to them, I leave the street and head towards the church. As I do, I notice the people Hung mentioned. One even follows me. Looking at them, I would label them as spies, just here to observe and report. No real threat at all. Their presence makes me think that Pine is nervous that nothing has happened yet. I will have to remember to ask Ambrose how things are with the nobles when I see him, or maybe Black and White will know how things stand. The church should have noble members. When I enter the church, all movement stops as everyone inside turns to bow to me, including normal church members, which is a little odd to say the least. I wave at them nervously as I walk down the aisle towards the altar. When I reach it, I kneel and pay my respects. Black says, Welcome, Lord Ash. White says, We are happy to see that you have returned safely. Greetings. It is good to see you again. Is there someplace more private we can talk? Black says, Of course. White says, Follow us. They lead me to a small door behind the altar. I have to bend over quite far to fit through it. Luckily, it is just wide enough for my shoulders to fit through, but I have to fold my wings tight. Once through the door, the hallway is decent-sized. This looks like the living area for the church staff. As I follow them down the hallway, everyone we pass stops to bow or even kneel to me. This level of respect makes me even more nervous, but I do my best not to show it. I am going to have to get used to all this. It is only going to get worse as time passes. Chapter 4, 54. The sisters finally lead me into a room and close the door behind me. Looking around, it looks like a sitting room or small living room. There are 2 other doors out of the room. A glance through the open doors shows bedrooms. This is probably the sisters' private suite. Black says, Please have a seat. White says, Would you like some tea? Yes, please. Black says, So what can we help you with, Ash? Well, the goddesses told me to come to you for an education on proper etiquette for praying and stuff in public. White says, Oh, this will be fun. Black says, We can totally do that. Also, I was hoping you might tell me what has been going on in the city while I was gone. Not the big stuff, the guildmasters will tell me that. More how the people are doing and any issues that might not reach the guildmasters. White says, We should be able to do that. Black says, We know most of what goes on in the city. So we sit and have tea and they teach me what I need to know about being part of the church. Then they tell me about how the city is doing and some of the nobles' actions. It seems the nobles have been quiet for the most part, but the people are nervous about something. Do you know what is worrying them? Black says. It is nothing specific to the city, just bad dreams. White says, I have noticed that those that live on the north side of the city have it the worst. Any idea when it started? Black says, about a month ago. White says, why? Do you know what it is? Not for sure, but the fact that it gets worse the further north you are gives me an idea. Both say, what idea? It might be coming from the kingdom. I haven't been up there in a while. Once I sort things in town, I will go see how the war is coming, White says. Why would the war cause bad dreams? Black says. What could be going on? Well, I know there is a high-rank shadow demon behind the king. Maybe it came fully into our world, or it could be working on some kind of ritual. White says, if that is the case, you need to be careful. Black says, it would have to be something huge to affect people from so far away. Don't worry. Thanks to my class, I am pretty much the perfect anti-demon weapon. White says, that may be true. Black says, but don't underestimate demons. I have faced the demon lords. Trust me, I am not going to underestimate them. Both say, just be careful. Don't worry, I will. Is there anything else you think I should know about? White says, no, it has been fairly quiet. Black says, anything else should be known to the guildmasters? All right, thank you for your time. White says, of course. Black says, we are at your service. We say our goodbyes, and then they escort me out. Again, everyone we pass bows to me. Even with their high priestesses, there it is obvious that everyone who bows is aiming it at me. It is weird to think I now outrank a high priestess in the eyes of the faithful. It is a relief to be outside and not have all those eyes following me, watching my every move. I really hope the beastmen don't act that way once I am their king. Next, I head to the Mages Guild and request to speak with Roddick and Beliza. After waiting a few minutes, I am escorted to Roddick's office near the top of the building. When I walk in and Roddick sees me, his face lights up and he is genuinely happy to see me. Beliza is not in the room, but I am assuming she will show up soon. Roddick says, Ash, so good to see you back. Hello, Roddick. It is good to see you too, Roddick says. How was your trip? Did you succeed? Yes, I did. The temple was destroyed and I found several other things. But let's wait for Beliza. I only want to tell the story once. While we wait, I want to thank you for all your help with Ruby's medallion and keeping her here. Roddick says, it was nothing. Don't even mention it. Beliza says, sorry, I was neck deep in paperwork. Okay, now that you are both here, we can begin. Most importantly, on my trip I found something. The Great Tower of the Empire's mages, completely intact and with all its knowledge preserved. Roddick yells, what? There is a catch, of course. Most of the higher knowledge is locked until a successor is found to take control of the tower. Roddick says, this isn't a joke, right? You really found the Great Tower. Beliza says, if so, then anything we have to do to reach it is worth it. Reaching it will be easy. So saying, I move to the side of the room and start assembling the teleporter. They both watch intently as I work, so I start explaining what it is and how it needs to be activated. I quickly have to stop Roddick from summoning every mage in the guild to activate it. Think about it first. Do you really want every mage in your guild to know about this? Roddick says no, I guess not. But I want to go through and see for myself. I advise you to wait. Once you go, you won't want to come back. You should make arrangements for your absence, Beliza says. Yet don't think you can just dump everything on me and run off. Besides, you need to be somewhere tonight. Roddick says I do. Where? You and the other guildmasters are invited to dinner tonight at Vacker's school. He and I will be sparring before dinner. Everyone's seconds are invited as well. Roddick says, oh, okay, I will pass the word. My other gift to you is this stone. It is a potential stone. You are looking for someone with bright gold potential. That is enough to become an archmage and inherit the tower. Taking out the stone, I point it first at Roddick and then Beliza. Both show gold, but not very bright. Beliza has just a bit more potential than Roddick. Probably why she is his second. After explaining everything I know about the stone, I hand it to Roddick. Then I tell the story of finding the tower, meeting Yue, and everything I learned about the tower. When I am describing the test and the bonuses I gained by taking them, they both look really excited. As expected, they both really want to rush off to the tower and see things for themselves. Roddick says, "Beliza, take the stone and quietly test everyone. I will take care of the paperwork and everything else I can, so that we can take some time off," Beliza says. "Yes, boss." She grabs the stone and runs from the room. Her normal look of exhaustion is completely gone. Roddick watches her go and then returns to his desk to start doing paperwork. It is the first time I have actually seen him do any work. "Hey, Roddick, the Mages Guild should be the richest in Ilium, right?" Roddick says. "Yeah, I guess we are. Do you want us to pay for access to the tower?" "No." "No, I have something else to sell you," Roddick says. "What is it?" "Magical artifacts from the race that was here before the humans arrived." "Chapter 455, Roddick says. "Are you serious? I thought they were just a myth." Instead of answering, I reach into my pouch, take out an artifact, and hand it to him. He looks it over and even casts a few spells on it. The more he tests it, the more excited he gets. Then he touches a stone on his desk, and Beliza's face appears. Beliza says, "I barely started. It is too soon for results." Roddick says, "Forget that for a minute. I need you to check with the treasury. I need to know exactly how much I can spend right now without breaking the guild." Beliza says, "Why do you want to know that?" Roddick says, "Ash has some ancient artifacts to sell us. My spell tells me they are over 10,000 years old." Beliza says, "Understood. Give me 5 minutes." She sounds excited. Roddick says, "As mages, we always thirst for knowledge." Beliza is even worse than a normal mage. Something this old is her passion. She would do just about anything to get her hands on it. "Is that why you mentioned the age of the artifacts?" Roddick says yes. Normally, she wouldn't let me empty the treasury for anything. She would fight me to keep me from spending a single gold. "Do you really need to worry about emptying the treasury?" Roddick says. "You have no idea how valuable these are, do you? They are literally priceless." "Just because they are old?" Roddick says. "No, it is mainly because they have lasted so long. That indicates they are very well crafted and enchanted. Not to mention, they are enchanted in a way we have never seen before. Well, not to get you too excited, but the knowledge of the magic used is being added to the tower's library," Roddick says. "Just how did you manage that?" "That story I will tell over dinner, so I don't have to keep repeating it." Roddick says, "Okay, fair enough." Beliza says, "Sir, we have a little over 5 million available right now," Roddick says. "All right, transfer all of it to Ash's account." Beliza says right away. "Wait, 5 million gold?" Roddick says. "Don't worry, that is only a down payment." "Down payment? I only needed some funds for some plans." Roddick says, "Then you should have brought less valuable artifacts." "How could I?" "I have no idea how to tell their value," Roddick says. "Yeah, that would make it difficult. In that case, maybe you should think up more expensive plans because you aren't getting these back." "All right. I guess I can expand my plans and put a few more in place sooner rather than later." Roddick says, "Good. Because if I don't keep these after giving Beliza a teaser like that, she will rip my head off. Don't expect any help from me. I have enough female problems of my own." Beliza says, "Transfer is complete. What is with the looks?" "What were you two just talking about?" "Ahem, nothing much." "Okay, I'll be going now. Don't forget to inform the others about dinner," Beliza says. "Don't worry, I'll take care of it. Thank you, see you tonight." With them informing the others, I can talk about things with them tonight. For now, with the backpack now empty, I can go pick up my forge without worrying about space. I will probably set it up in the tower and leave it there, with Yui's permission. After all, there is no real point to carrying it around with me anymore. Besides, it will be a lot easier to craft things in the magic-rich environment within the tower. Now that Ilium and the tower are going to be connected, I can basically use both as a base. Once I am outside, I check the time and realize it should be just about time for lunch. So I head back towards the inn. I will have lunch with the girls and then go see Pole. On the way to the inn, I stop by the blacksmith shop and put the forge into my pouch before I forget. Hey, while I am here, are either of you familiar with compound bows? Hung says, no. Sorry. Harold says, yeah, I did some hunting. Do you think you could make one? Harold says, it might take some trial and error, but yeah, I think I can. Awesome. See if you can for me. Harold says, sure thing, boss. If Harold can figure it out, I will have him make 100 bows for the bunny girls Miria recruited. Not only do I plan to get them the best training, but the best equipment as well. I haven't told Miria any of this yet. She still thinks it is just a random idea of mine. When I walk into the common room, I don't see Sarah anywhere, which is a little weird since the place is packed. As I make my way to the stairs, I have to dodge several serving girls who are running back and forth. It seems Sarah has hired enough people that she doesn't have to run the place herself. When I get upstairs, I find the table is already laid out with food, and the girls have already started eating. As I take my seat and start filling a plate with food, I notice Isabella looks fairly worn out. No one says anything, though. Looks like they are still giving me the silent treatment. Isabella, are you okay? You look exhausted. Isabella says, I am fine. I just got done pouring all my mana into the teleporter. Oh, all right. Just don't push yourself too hard. It is okay if it takes a couple of days. Isabella says, you may not be in a rush, but we are. We want to see the tower and meet Asuna. Miria says, and Yui and Knived. They will be able to tell us what you left out of your story. Who says I left anything out? Miria says, we know you. Knowing I've already lost, I drop the subject and start eating my lunch. Ruby didn't say a word but was watching me the entire time. It is a little creepy. She is probably doing it because she knows it will bother me and she wants to punish me. The fact that she is still mad probably means she has realized her punch and slaps didn't hurt me at all. Since physical punishment didn't work, she will come up with other ways to make me suffer. I have no idea what to do other than to just wait her out. Sarah yells, Ash, what did you do, huh? Nothing. What are you talking about? Sarah yells. If you did nothing, where did this 5 million gold come from? Isabella says. 5 million gold? Ash, who did you rob? Miria says. You didn't go and kill a noble, did you? No, I didn't do any of that. Sarah says, you have to have done something. 5 million gold doesn't just appear. Isabella says, maybe the church gave it to him? Miria says, even the church would have trouble collecting that kind of money. Listen, I didn't do anything. I just sold a few things to the Mages Guild. Chapter 456. Sarah says, what could you have possibly sold them that would be worth this kind of money? Isabella says, maybe he sold them the teleporter. No, I didn't sell them the teleporter. I sold them a few things I picked up in the Elven City. Sarah says, oh, I guess that is all right. Isabella says, I was not expecting that. I figured you did something stupidly dangerous to get the money. Miria says, that is what I thought too. Sarah says, yeah, that is what I was expecting. Why would you assume I did something stupid? Ruby says, previous experience. To that I can't really say anything. Not that arguing would get me anywhere. At least I got them to talk to me for a minute. That gives me some hope. As I eat my lunch, I think of all the things I wanted to plan, but didn't because money was an issue. Sarah, was there a mason or architect among the crafters from our world? Sarah says, yes, but he won't be of any use to you. Why is that? Sarah says, because he is still level 1 and he is a drunk. What is his name and story? Sarah says, his name is Mason. Mason the Mason? Haha, Sarah says yeah, and that is only part of his problem. So, what is the rest? Sarah says, the Mason Guild wanted nothing to do with him, and there is a law in Ilium that only the Mason Guild can work in the city. So he wasn't able to do any work, and that is why he is still level 1. Was he already a drunk before that? Sarah says, number he only started drinking after. What did he do on Earth? Sarah says, he was an architect and always dreamed of building things from scratch. That is why he chose to be a mason, and why not being able to hit him so hard. Okay, I want to talk to him, please. Sarah says, all right, I will try to get him to come talk to you. If he doesn't want to, cut off his supply. Sarah says, Isn't that kind of harsh? He is going to have to sober up if he is going to build a city for me, Sarah says. A city? Isabella says, what are you planning now, Ash? I want to build a city for the outcasts, but couldn't before due to lack of funds. Now that I have the funds, I am thinking about it again. Miria says, an outcast city? That would be awesome. No way could slavers attack a city. That is part of the reason. Ruby asks, what is the rest? Well, for one, it would be a base of operations for Pole's trading company. 2, it would force the clans to trade more fairly with the outcasts. Miria says, how would it force the clans to treat us better? Trading with a small village is a lot different than trading with a city with its own standing army. Sarah says, where are the outcasts going to get a standing army? It is already being trained by Mercy and her rebels. Miria says, the beastmen you saved from the mines. Exactly. Isabella says, are they going to be willing to help the outcasts? Miria says, the instant they were taken as slaves, they became outcasts themselves, no matter what tribe or status they had before. Sarah says, that is pretty harsh. Yeah, and just one of the many things I want to change. Miria says, does that mean you are ready to talk about your plans for the Beastmen? We can talk about it, but I don't have everything figured out yet. Besides, I thought you hated my plans? Ruby says, only your plans for fighting. Sarah says, yay, your plans for Ilium so far have worked out great. Well, first stage is the city and unifying the outcasts. Maybe some of the smaller tribes as well. Once that is set up, I plan to start convincing the clans to join me. After the first few join me, the rest should become easier. Miria says, why do you think that? Because I expect the first few tribes to make me fight a champion or some other test of strength. When I show my strength, word will spread. Isabella says, aren't you being a little overconfident? Not really. When it comes right down to it, my strength is on par with an entire clan. No individual beastman is going to be a threat, and the one thing the beastmen respect most is strength. Miria says, that is true. Strength is all that matters to the warriors. If you prove yourself stronger, they will obey you. Ruby says, that is why all the beastmen knelt to you just from a roar. Exactly. I may even be able to do something similar with the clans. Miria says, so, what about after you become the Beast King and all the clans have knelt to you? Those plans are still in the works. I have to figure out how to forge the clans into a nation. Miria says, do you plan to force the tribes to convert to worship of the goddesses? Number they will be welcome to, but I will not force anyone. Isabella says, are the goddesses even going to want the beastmen converted? Yes, I've already talked to them about it. Sarah says, you are really on top of things. So, why can't you put this much thought into your combat plans? Normally, it is due to lack of time. Ruby says, only because you don't take the time. Miria says, yeah, I've seen you not take any time to plan and just rush in. I only rush in when I know I can handle it, or there isn't enough information to plan with. Ruby says, diving into a river after a monster just to get a knife? Hey, I really liked that knife. Besides, I survived, Ruby says. Barely. Surviving is surviving. Anyway, now that I've finished eating, I should go meet with Pole and see how his mission is going. Ruby says, sure, run away like you always do. Ignoring Ruby, I leave and head downstairs, running away exactly as she said. However, I know that sometimes running away is the smartest choice. There is no point in fighting a battle you have no chance of winning. Besides, I really do need to talk to Pole and get him moving on to the next stages of the plan. However, when I walk into what is supposed to be his shop, I find it empty. Walking back outside, I ask one of the guards and get told that Pole moved to the next street over. It turns out that he needed more space, and being closer to the main road makes things easier. When I head over to the next street, I find out that this is where the villagers from the kingdom are living. When they spot me, they all rush over wanting to thank me. It quickly turns into quite the crowd. Chapter 457. Not wanting to be rude, I stop and talk to them, which is why it takes me an hour to make my way down the street. When I walk into the shop Pole is using now, it is packed with people running around. Yet, when they notice me, every single person stops and bows to me? A single question gets me directions to the upper room where Pole is. Anya is with him when I enter. As I walk into the room, I spot a third person. I missed him at first because he is really short. He is dwarf short, but he has the head and face of a badger, so he must be a beast man. Pole and Anya both bow to me, but the badger comes around the table and kneels in front of me. As he moves, I can tell he is heavily muscled. He is probably stronger than a human. My senses tell me there is a decent amount of power packing into his small figure. Pole says Lord Ash. This is Grud. He is the chieftain of the Badger tribe. Pleased to meet you. Please stand up, Grud says. Greetings to our future king. My tribe and I submit to your authority. Well, this is a surprise. How do you even know about me? Grud says. My shaman told me that our salvation was about to be revealed. The next day, Pole and his wagons arrived and told us about you. Salvation. What do you need to be saved from? Anya says. It is okay, you can tell him. Grud says. We are diggers. We live by finding ore underground and trading it to the outcasts. The larger clans will show up when they need trading goods and take what we have. We can do nothing to stop them. I do not currently have the power to stop them either, Grud says. Word is spreading about you quickly. Soon, just saying we are under your protection will be enough to deter most of the clans. Anya says. He is right. If they are under your protection, then the clans have to send someone to challenge you before messing with them. If they do, and I win the challenges, my name will spread faster, Anya says. Absolutely. All right, Grud. I accept your loyalty and offer my protection. Of course, it isn't quite that simple, but Anya guides me through the proper ritual. Once the ritual is done, Grud is all smiles. He couldn't be happier. His tribe might be a minor tribe, but I have my first tribe without shedding any blood? Grud, you said your people are diggers. Do any of them know how to quarry stone? Grud says, a few. We don't build above ground much, but when we do it is from stone. Pole says, boss. Do you have a need for stone? Well, that brings us to why I came by today. I want to build a city for the outcasts to live in. I was putting it off due to lack of funds, but now I can afford to start the process. Anya says, a city? Seriously? That will cost millions. Yeah, I am aware it will be expensive. Which reminds me, Pole, how did your mission go? Pole says, it went great. Not only is every village we visited willing to trade exclusively with us, but most are ready to swear loyalty to you. What? They have never even met me, Anya says. No, but they have already heard stories about you. What we had to tell them only helped confirm what they already thought. Pole says they want to belong. They have been completely on their own since they became outcasts. The simple fact that you pay attention to them is a huge factor. All right, let's move on to stage 2. Take over the entire trade with the beastmen. Cut the humans out completely. How many warriors have joined us from those up north? Pole says, around 1,000. Good, each village that swears loyalty should be protected. Garrison 20 warriors or so in each village. Also, I need 10 warriors that are absolutely loyal for a secret mission. Pole says, understood. Oh, also send some warriors back with Grud, just in case some of the clans want to doubt his word. Grud says, thank you, Lord Ash. You are welcome. Now relax. You don't have to be so formal now that you have joined us. Grud says, we will start quarrying stone as soon as I return, but we aren't equipped to transport the stone. Pole says, don't worry. I will handle the transportation. Anya says, where is the city going to be built? I haven't found the exact location yet, but I want it to be within a few days' travel of Ilium. 2 days by wagon on a good road would be about perfect. Pole says, do you want me to send people to start looking for a site? Hold off for now. I have yet to talk to the mason I plan to put in charge. Once I do, I will probably send him with escorts to find the location. Pole says, understood. Anya says, what should I do? Continue helping Pole for now. Eventually, I will need him for other things. You may end up running the trading firm or being in charge of the new city, so learn everything you can about the people in the villages. Anya says, All right. Pole says, anything else you need, boss? Not at the moment, but there is something I want both of you to think about. See if you can come up with any ideas as to how I can take over the tribes with limited bloodshed. Also, think of how we can break the clans and reforge them into a nation. Pole says, both are tall orders, but I will put some thought into it. Anya says, I actually might know a way for you to take over the clans without bloodshed, but you aren't going to like it. Oh, what is your idea? Anya says, promise not to get mad at me. Yes, I promise. Anya says, of the major clans there are 5 that are cat type. If the 5 of them become loyal to you, the other clans would take it seriously? Because no single clan could match the 5 clans, right? Anya says, exactly. All right, but how do I get those 5 clans to follow me without bloodshed? Anya says, marriage. What? Anya says, remember, you promised? Sorry, you caught me off guard. What do you mean by marriage? Anya says. If you marry a female of rank from each of the 5 tribes, you can get them to join you without fighting. You want me to have 5 wives? Are you insane? Chapter 458. Paul says, boss, calm down and think it through. Marriage alliances are fairly common. Anya says, it is fairly common among the clans for warriors to have multiple wives. As a king, no one would question how many wives you took. Do you want to watch me be torn apart by the girls? Anya says. So? Marry them too. Miria may be an outcast, but she would still bring you the bunny tribe. Stop! Just stop! Don't you dare breathe a word of this to the girls? Anya says. I won't. I know this caught you off guard, but will you at least think about it? It is probably the only way to get clans to follow you without bloodshed. All right? I will think about it, just not right now, Pole says. I don't know about this idea. That would be showing a lot of favoritism to the cat clans. If either of you even suggests me marrying a member of every clan, I will throw you out the window. They both try to laugh it off as a joke, but Anya looks at the window nervously. Grud has been silently listening the entire time, but whatever he thinks of it, he keeps to himself. The idea of marrying that many women is terrifying, not to mention how Ruby and Miria would react. Pole, how are the men still with Mercy doing? Pole says. They are doing good, although we have had a few casualties. There are around 8,000 left helping the rebels, and they are all fully trained. Okay, good. Here soon I will be heading up there to see how things are. I still have several promises to keep, Paul says. When you do, if you need anything, talk to Leonar. He is the lionman that I put in charge of the men up there. All right, I will remember his name. That won't be for a few days yet. I still have some things to do. Looking out the window, I see the sun is starting to set, so I say my goodbyes. My goodbyes might have been a little short, maybe even a little rude, but my mind is still reeling. I am sure that the 2 of them will understand and forgive me. I quickly make my way back to the inn and check in with Sarah to make sure everything is set. Of course, everything is, and she chides me for not trusting her and worrying too much. So after getting teased, I leave the inn and head to Vacker's school. When I enter the school, the first floor is empty, so I head upstairs looking for Vacker. I find him talking to Roddick and Beliza. It seems they got here early. There are tables set up to one side of the room for dinner while the rest of the room is empty. Vacker says, Hey, Ash, nice of you to join us. Sorry, I wasn't expecting any guests to be this early. Beliza says he wouldn't sit still. It was either come early or go through the teleporter. You already got it activated. Roddick says, Yeah, it wasn't hard for the 2 of us. Well, Isabella isn't having an easy time. If either of you have mana left, I'd appreciate some help with my teleporter. Beliza says, I will. Roddick is a bit old to completely drain himself. Roddick says, Hey, watch it. Beliza says, just speaking the truth. I will go help now, since we have time before dinner. Thank you. Oh, ask the girls if they are coming to dinner for me. Beliza says, Sure. Be back soon, Roddick says. She is a great mage and an awesome assistant, but sometimes she takes liberties. That is a good thing. It helps keep you honest, Roddick says. Maybe, but it is annoying. More annoying than the paperwork she takes care of for you. Roddick says. No, absolutely not. Then why are you complaining? Roddick says. Because I am old and because I can. Ambrose says. What is Roddick complaining about now? Oh, hello, Ambrose. He is complaining about Beliza teasing him about being old. Jezzel says. Well, that is certainly nothing new. As the oldest person in the city, you should be used to it. Roddick says. Don't you start. Is that true? Are you the oldest person in the city? Roddick says yes, unless Samart visits. He is a couple of years older than I am. Mages live longer than anyone else. The stronger your magic, the longer you live, Ambrose says. Where is Beliza? She ran over to the inn to help me with something. She should be back in a moment. Ambrose says. Then we are just waiting on Boric. Pretty much. Beliza says. I am back. The girls said they won't be joining us and that other thing should be finished tomorrow. Thank you for your help. You look drained. Please have a seat. With Beliza back, the friendly bickering increases and goes on for the next 10 minutes. It would have probably continued all night, but Boric arriving puts an end to it. For now. As Boric is greeting the others, Vacker and I start loosening up in preparation for our match. Normally, I wouldn't bother, but I know Vacker is going to push me as hard as he can. Once we have stretched, I join him at the rack of practice weapons. These are not wooden weapons. They are blunted metal weapons that can still do some damage. Vacker goes with his favorite long and short combo, while I choose a pair of short swords. He seems surprised by my selection. He was probably expecting me to choose something like Blitz. What he doesn't know is I have been fighting large numbers of monsters and have improved my sword dance a lot. As we move to the center of the room, everyone goes quiet. They quickly sit down and focus on us. They obviously don't want to miss a single second of the action. Vacker and I take our positions opposite each other and get into a ready stance. Vacker says, You ready? Ready. As soon as the word leaves my mouth, Vacker is charging towards me. However, I easily deflect his charge and let him go right past me. By the time he turns around, I have already started to dance and launch a series of attacks against him. Chapter 459. Vacker successfully blocks the first 10 attacks, then the next 10, and even the 10 after that. On my 37th attack, he is just a second behind, and my attack slips through. I manage to pull back enough that he only receives a gentle tap on his ribs. Vacker instantly stops moving, drops his stance, and gives me a slight bow to indicate it is my win. He then returns to the starting position. His face is shiny with sweat, and he is breathing hard. So I give him a minute to catch his breath before going back to my ready position. Ready? Vacker says. Ready! This time he approaches more cautiously. Then he launches a series of attacks to make me take the defensive. I am fast enough I could have avoided it, but instead I let him take the lead. His sword work is still much better than mine, so he is able to find several holes in my defense. However, with my speed I am able to dodge the attacks that I cannot block in time. While I am not taking it easy on him, I do let a few opportunities pass. I want to win, but I also want the guildmasters to get a good show at the same time. After a while, I notice the annoyed look on his face. So the next time I see an opening, I strike. He again acknowledges his loss and returns to the starting position. Before continuing, I insist he get a drink of water and take a few minutes to relax. During this break, the guildmasters finally make some noise as they start discussing the two matches. It is good to hear them complimenting Vacker's skill, but a little annoying that they think my wins are only based on speed. So, when Vacker is ready to go again, I start the fight by starting a sword dance. Vacker is no fool, and does everything he can think of to disrupt my dance. What he doesn't know is that I have spent a lot of time using my dance against multiple opponents. No matter what, he tries, he can't disrupt my dance. And after a few minutes, I win again. Vacker says, You may not have been practicing the basics, but your other skills have improved a lot. Thank you. And thank you for the spar. You showed me a lot of the holes in my defense. Vacker says, Yeah, too bad I am too old and slow to make use of them. I think it is less your age and more the many years cooped up in a prison cell. Vacker says, Maybe. Boric says, That was the best display of swordsmanship I have ever seen. Jezzel says, Agreed. I would be lucky to last more than a few seconds against either one of them, Ambrose says. Why do you think Ash is so unbalanced? His offense is way stronger than his defense, Boric says. I imagine it is because he normally kills his opponents so fast that he doesn't need to defend much. Vacker says, it is because Ash fights beasts more often than men. Against a beast, it is not wise to parry, you dodge. Roddick says, so Ash's fighting style has been affected by the type of enemies he has fought? Vacker says, exactly. If he stayed here and sparred with me daily, he would soon be able to defend against anything I could throw at him. Unfortunately, I don't have that kind of time. Ambrose says you just got back. Are you leaving again so soon? In another day or two. Yes, Roddick says. Where are you off to this time? I have to visit the tower, but then I am heading to the kingdom. I have promises to keep, Boric says. The civil war coming to an end would be a good thing. I've been hearing rumors out of the Empire. What kind of rumors? Burrell says. Duke Severus, who rules the western part of the Empire, is making a move. He is gathering troops and hiring mercenaries, Ambrose says. You think he is going to make a grab against the kingdom? Sorry, a grab, Beliza says. He means a land grab. He will take territory owned by the kingdom and add it to his lands, Roddick says. That would be a problem right now. The three dukes and the emperor are fairly balanced. If Severus manages to make a decent grab, it would alter the balance. Our discussion is interrupted by the arrival of Sarah and a dozen of her girls. They are all carrying covered platters and immediately move to set the table for dinner. The guildmasters are on one side of the table, and the girls set 3 places opposite them. The middle spot is for me, with Vacker on my right, and Sarah takes the spot to my left. As planned, while we eat, I tell an edited version of my journey to the mountain. I tell them about finding the tower, but leave out most of the details about the inside. Roddick can tell them more if he chooses to. Otherwise, no one needs to know but the mages. When I tell them about the Elven City, I don't leave out too much except the history. I make sure to give them everything I know about the Driders and Matriarch. Ambrose says, I sure would love to visit that tower, Roddick says. That can probably be arranged, as long as you promise to behave, Jezzel says. I would rather visit the city and see the Driders for myself. Just in case I ever have to fight one, Roddick says. I don't see why not. After all, I know you will behave. Ambrose says, hey. When the laughter dies down, the talk turns a bit more serious as I ask what has been going on while I was gone. It seems the nobles have been up to their usual mischief, all except Pine. From what everyone says, he has been unusually quiet lately. Boric says, maybe he is still worried about the show Ash here put on at the party, Roddick says. More likely he is planning something. Whatever he is up to won't matter soon. I've given Pole the order to completely take over the Beastman trade. Boric says, I would love to see his face when he finds out. Ambrose says, just be careful. He could lash out when he learns. Not a problem. I currently have 1,000 trained beastmen in the city. Ambrose says, what? How did I not know about this? Roddick says, because they have been moving in small groups and haven't caused trouble like human troops would. Boric says, I've seen them, and they have ended all crime in Ash's quarter of the city. Jezzel says, I can imagine. Someone would have to be a world-class idiot to commit a crime with that many beastmen around. Even with that, Pine has people watching the street and even following me when I leave. Boric says, he must still be worried about what you have planned. Ambrose says, after what happened at the party, wouldn't you be? Boric says, hell no. I would have packed my things and left already. Beliza says, Pine won't just give up. He will try something. I will deal with that when it happens. Pine is not high on my list of priorities. Roddick says, don't underestimate him. I am not, but unless he has an army hidden away, my precautions should handle him. Ambrose says, and if he does have an army, then I will have to step in personally, Boric says. You think you can handle an army? Vacker says, unless they have sword masters or mages. Yes, he can handle them, Jezzel says. Based on what we saw earlier, I can believe it. Chapter 460. Ambrose says, even if you can handle it yourself, aren't you leaving soon? Yes, but I don't plan to be gone for too long. Hopefully I will be back before things here come to a head, Sarah says. If not, trust your people to handle it. Boric says, yay. And if need be, my police will be on your side. Thank you, Roddick says, "You can count on the Mages Guild to give you our full support." Ambrose says, "Wait a second. The mages always remain neutral, no matter what," Roddick says. "Considering how much we owe Ash, the guild will not remain neutral." Ambrose says, "Beliza, why aren't you stopping this fool?" Beliza says, "We currently owe Ash about 20 million gold." Ambrose yells, "What?" Jezzel says, "Master, calm down. Deep breaths. Don't you dare have a heart attack on me." Ambrose says, "I am fine. I am fine." Boric says, "That is a huge sum of money. Can I ask why you owe Ash so much?" Roddick says, "He sold us some priceless artifacts." Jezzel says, "Oh, from the Elven City?" Beliza says, Boric says, "Are they really worth so much?" Roddick says, "Oh, yes. In all honesty, they are probably worth more than we are paying." Ambrose says, "This is insane. That amount would make Ash the richest man in the city." "Don't worry. I plan to spend the majority of it," Ambrose says. "On what?" "Building a city," Roddick says. "A city? Where?" "In the lands of the Beastmen. It will be a city for all the outcasts to live in," Boric says. "Haha, a Beastmen city. People are going to throw fits over this," Sarah says. "Why do you say that?" Boric says, "Everyone looks down on the Beastmen as savages." "But a city will change that," Ambrose says. "That is true. Pine especially will throw a fit." Boric says, "Oh, I want to see that. Could we maybe host a dinner or something and announce it there?" Ambrose says, "No. As much fun as that might be, we do not need to make the situation any worse." Roddick says, "You suggesting the wiser course? Are you feeling well?" Ambrose says, "Why not? We will have fighting in the streets either way. Better to only have it happen once. It is a moot point. The city will not be started anytime soon. Pine will be either dead or a pauper before construction of the city begins." Boric says, "Hopefully dead." Ambrose says, "Running this city would certainly be easier without him around." Roddick says, "Does that mean you won't complain when we re-elect you?" Ambrose says, "Of course not." Jezzel says, "No matter what happens, he will find something to complain about." They continue bickering back and forth, and while it is entertaining, it is also a waste of time. Motioning Vacker to follow me, I get up from the table and move away. When Vacker joins me, I take out the katana and wakizashi that Hung made and hand them to him. Vacker says, "What are these?" "They look like smaller versions of Blitz." They basically are. They come from the same culture. They require a different fighting style, but I thought you might enjoy them. Vacker says, "They are beautiful. Thank you." A few minutes later, I say goodnight to everyone and head back to the inn with Sarah. After thanking her for all her hard work, I head upstairs, only to find the girls have gone to bed early. I guess they wanted to avoid me as part of my punishment or something. Sitting down at the table, I pull out the Naginata. Time to try out divine enchanting. However, as soon as I start channeling divine power into it, I lose all control. Both my divine and sacred power start pouring into the Naginata, and I can't stop it. The Naginata is covered in a blinding golden glow. It is bright enough. I am worried it will wake up the girls. The glow fades after about 30 minutes, and I barely have any divine or sacred power left. Whatever is going on, it sure took a huge amount of power, so I examined the thing to find out what it did. Prainer Artifactin, Holy Lance. Damage, 5 to 15. Double to undead, triple to demon's durability. Infinite special. Damage permanently increases by 1 point per rank of demon slain. Currently absorbed, 0 ranks. Huh? What exactly did I just do? How did I make an artifact? Saronia says. Yes? Ash, can you tell me what I just did? Saronia says, why? What did you do now? Well, I wanted to experiment with divine power in enchanting. Saronia says, you what? The next thing I know, the room starts vibrating with power and 2 glowing presences appear. I can instantly tell they are not projections. The goddesses have come in person. They don't normally have the power to do so, which is when I start to think I really messed up. Krenosha says, what is the emergency? Saronia says, this idiot tried enchanting with divine power. Krenosha says, "What? Why would you do something so foolish, Ash?" "I was just experimenting to see if I could," Saronia says. "You are lucky you didn't kill yourself." "What? Why would enchanting kill me?" Krenosha says. "It is because you are using borrowed power." "Is that why I lost control as soon as I started?" Krenosha says. "Yes. Only a holy being that is able to generate divine power can control the power directly." Saronia says, "You are only borrowing our power to fuel your spells. Do not attempt to do anything else with it. You could have told me that sooner. Besides, it worked," Krenosha says. "Only because you got lucky. If you hadn't had enough power, then the enchantment would have used your life force." Saronia says, "It could have even sucked your soul into the weapon, and you would have been trapped for all time." "I didn't know that. I am sorry. I won't do it again." As the goddesses continue to berate me, out of the corner of my eye, I see 3 heads. The girls are peeking around the edge of the door, watching and smiling. It seems they are enjoying watching me get yelled at by 2 angry goddesses. Chapter 461. Not that I can really blame them. I have no doubt it is amusing from an outside perspective. However, it is not very fun from my point of view. An angry goddess is a terrifying thing. Even though I know they won't actually hurt me, their anger is something I can feel. Saronia says, "Are you listening to me?" Krenosha says, "I think the girl's amusement distracted him. As soon as they realize they have been spotted, their heads disappear from view. To prevent the goddesses from targeting them, I lean forward and pick up the naginata. My movement brings both their eyes back to me and they don't look happy about it. Before you go back to telling me how stupid I am, can you tell me why this became an artifact?" Krenosha says, "What? It can't be. You don't have the power to make an artifact." "It is, though. Even the metal has been changed." Saronia says, "Sister, he is right. It is a holy artifact." Krenosha says, "But how could it be? The power required to forge an artifact is immense." "Wait, you mean you don't know either?" Saronia says, "Normally, not even a top-rank angel can create an artifact on its own. I have no idea how you managed to pull this off with the power you have." Krenosha says, "It must have something to do with the sacred power." "You said the artifact absorbed both?" "Yes, in about equal amounts." Saronia says, "That must be it. But does sacred power really have such an effect?" "All I know for sure is that when sacred power mixes with mana, it enhances it. If I had to guess, I would say it would have a similar effect on divine power." Saronia says, "No. To create an artifact with the divine power you have, it would have to multiply the power." Krenosha says, "Shall we test this theory? What do you have in mind?" Krenosha says, "Summon a spark of divine power into your hand, then an equal amount of sacred power." Saronia says, "Only a small spark? We don't want you blowing your arm off." Carefully doing as I am told, I summon a tiny spark of divine power to the tip of my finger. Then I add an identical amount of sacred power to the spark and wait to see what happens. The tiny silver spark hovering above my finger grows into a golden flame when the powers merge. Saronia says, "So, it does amplify the power." "Amazing." Krenosha says, "Well, that explains how you were able to make an artifact. Even so, you should never do it again." "I won't. I promise," Saronia says. "All right, we are wasting power here. No more experimenting." Krenosha says she is only mad at you because she is fond of you. "It would hurt us both were you to die, and not because we need you to fight the demons." Before I can answer, Krenosha disappears as well. Not that I have any idea what I could say to that. It is only after they are both gone that I realize I still have the golden flame floating above my hand. Trying to will it away doesn't work. It doesn't obey my will no matter how hard I concentrate. Rudy says, "What is wrong?" "I can't make it go away. I am not sure what to do with it." Ruby walks over and reaches out to grab the flame, only to snatch her hand back with a gasp. It is probably the first time in her long life that she has ever been burned. If Ruby can't handle it, then no one here can, and I just got scolded for experimenting. Saronia, what do I do with the flame?" Saronia says, Oh, sorry. I forgot. I will send my angel to collect it. Do not add any more power. I won't. But out of curiosity, can this flame be used as a weapon? Saronia says. It could be, if you could control it. A minute later, her angel appears, a female form covered in golden light. She doesn't say anything, just walks over and takes the flame from my hand. Once she has taken the flame, she quickly disappears, again without a word. Isabella says, "Well, that was interesting, but I am going back to bed. Good night." The three of them go back to bed, and I calm myself and enter my meditation. Oddly enough, when I appear in my meditation room, the Naginata is hanging on the wall. It is only when I see it that I remember I never put it down. It is laying across my legs. Worried, I check to make sure that I feel no connection to the weapon. It would be just my luck to have unknowingly put a piece of my soul into it, like Blitz. Once I am sure there is no connection between us, I exit my meditation long enough to put it in my pouch. Then, I put what little sacred power I have left into my core before entering the soulscape. For the rest of the night, I spend my time running around the soulscape as a beast. I enjoy it so much that I start to wonder if I could make an ability that would allow me to shapeshift. However, that would count as experimenting, so first, I will need to check. I am fairly sure the goddesses don't sleep, so I try inviting Saronia into my soulscape. She appears almost instantly, but then acts surprised when she sees me. Saronia says, "Ash, why are you a great cat?" "Oh, sorry. I forgot to change back." Saronia says, "Why were you a beast in the first place?" "At first, it was just a way to pass the time, but I have found I enjoy it quite a bit." Saronia says, "Is that why you called me?" "Yes, I am curious about gaining the ability to shapeshift, but I promise not to experiment." Saronia says, "It is good that you asked first. Changing your shape is not something easily done. I know of no spell that would give you such an ability. Changing into a beast is normally a curse." "Not a spell. Does that mean Cronotia would know more?" Saronia says, "She might. It is not something we have ever discussed." "All right, thank you." Saronia leaves and I invite Cronotia into my soulscape, but unlike Saronia, it takes her a while to show up. By the time she does, I am back to running through the forest as a lion. The first I know she is there is when I hear her laughing. She showed up in time to see me fall on my face. Cronotia says, "Ash, what are you doing?" "Ah, playing around," Cronotia says. "Were you really just chasing a bunny?" "Yes, but it is just for practice." Cronotia says, "Practicing what?" "How to move and hunt as a beast. For some reason, I find it extremely satisfying." Cronosia says, "Is that why you called me?" "Yes." I ask Saronia first, but she doesn't know a way. Cronotia says, "A way for what?" "For me to be able to change my shape into that of a beast." Chapter 462, Cronotia says, "You want to become a beast." "Not permanently. I want the ability to change back and forth." Cronotia says, "My sister told you I could help you?" "No," she said. It was something she only knew of as a curse. She never said you would know anything. I was just hoping." Cronotia says, "There is a curse that changes you into a beast, but you act as a beast." "You mean like a werewolf?" Cronotia says, "Yes, exactly." "So do they exist in this world? Is it only wolves or are there others?" Cronotia says, "The legends only mention wolves, but the legends are from before the demons. There is no such creature living within my range of sight." I wasn't planning to ask you to curse me. Only looking for information before I try experimenting. Cronotia says, "Why are you always experimenting? Since I came to this world, I have had to figure things out." My knowledge from my old world was all from entertainment, so I am figuring out what actually works and what doesn't. Cronotia says, "There was knowledge of shapeshifters in your world." "Oh yes, many of all different kinds. Even before we started using them as entertainment, we had legends of them. Everything from werewolves to vampires," Cronosia says. "So what are you hoping for?" "Well, I am hoping for something similar to what we called a druid. They used the power of nature to assume the forms of various animals." Cronotia says, "Well, that sounds interesting, but the power of nature is not something I am able to help you with." I know. I was more wondering if you had heard of anything similar. Krenosha says, No, never. But my knowledge is limited, as you know, so I can't say it is impossible. Do I have permission to experiment then? Krenosha says, I suppose so, but only with your sacred power. Do not try to use divine power. I understand. Thank you for your time. Krenosia gives me a hug before she leaves, and once she does, I end the soulscape. Once back in the meditation room, I open a window onto my own body. Then I start experimenting. First, I take my sacred power and slowly move it through my body. As I do, I familiarize myself with my body, learning how every single part of it fits together. I memorize everything, and I try to imprint everything into the sacred power before returning it to my core. It is my hope that this will make changing back easier if I manage to shape change. Before I get to the point of trying to change my shape, a window opens, showing movement in the room. The girls are awake and have entered the room. Isabella and Ruby head into the office. Miria comes over and sits at the table next to me. She sits there watching me. Then, I feel a surge of energy as Isabella finishes activating the teleporter. As soon as the teleporter is active, Isabella and Ruby go through it. They didn't even say a word before leaving. They could have at least had breakfast first. It seems they are still mad at me and trying to punish me. Not that I am surprised. Hopefully, they will make good use of their time in the tower and grow stronger. I have no doubt that Yui will take good care of them, and Nived will be glad of the company. For now, I will give them their space. Hopefully, they will grow and learn. It does make me wonder why Miria did not go with them, but I will probably find out when I open my eyes. I try to go back to my experiment, but my curiosity won't let me, so I end my meditation. Miria says, Good morning, Lord. Hello, Miria. Why didn't you go with them? Miria says, You already know they left. Were you awake and just pretending? No, I was never asleep. I was meditating. I am still aware of the room around me when meditating. Miria says, Then why not say something? If they had stayed for breakfast and told me they were leaving, I would have. Since they chose to sneak out as early as possible, I let them think they managed it. Miria says, How much do you know already? I know that Ruby is the one who is truly mad at me and that she convinced the two of you to stay silent. Miria says, If you know, why didn't you say anything? Because what she truly wants, I cannot give her. If this makes her feel better, then I can live with it. Miria says, Did you have to let her drag me and Isabella into it? You could have said no. Besides, it makes her feel less alone if you are mad at me with her. Miria says, She is very hard to say no to. Trust me, I know. Miria says, I am not mad at you. I was only upset that you were gone so long. After hearing your story, I understand why it took so long. You can't seem to just do what you plan to do without some sort of adventure. While that is probably true, it is not my fault. Miria says, Oh, yes it is. If you would just control your curiosity, things like this wouldn't keep happening. If it wasn't for my curiosity, I would be a lot weaker with fewer allies. Miria says, I can't argue that, but it is still your fault for not controlling it. You aren't going to let this go, are you? Miria says, Nope. Not until you admit that it is your fault. All right, I admit I cannot control my curiosity. So, yes, it is my fault that I always take longer than planned. Miria says, Thank you. Why does that make you so happy? Miria says, Because it means I won the argument. Her answer leaves me silent. I cannot argue with her yet. I feel like I need to. I am saved by Sarah arriving with breakfast, which is a good thing because anything I said would have only made it worse. Hopefully, by the time we are done eating, the subject will have been forgotten. Miria says, So, what are your plans now? Today I will take care of a few more things, including a visit to the tower. Tomorrow I will head north to Mercy and the rebels. Miria says, And what side adventures are you expecting? None. But I never expect them. They just happen. Miria says, Why do you need to see Mercy? I have several promises left unfinished in the north. Miria says, What promises? To kill the king, to wipe out the demons, to deal with a certain group of nobles, and to introduce 2 heroes to my goddesses. Miria says, that seems like a lot to accomplish. Maybe, but it needs to be taken care of, Miria says. Can't you just leave things to Mercy? She has an army after all. No, I can't. She needs to become the queen and take control of the country quickly. Miria says, why the rush? Because, from what I was told last night, one of the dukes of the empire is getting ready to make a move. Chapter 463. Miria says, what has that got to do with anything? Well, for starters, I don't want Mercy to lose part of her kingdom. It would also upset the balance in the empire if the duke succeeds. Miria says, why do you care about the empire? Because we will need them when it comes time to face the demons. If they are busy fighting a civil war, then they won't be able to help us. Miria says, I guess that makes sense. But why does it have to be you? Because I am the one with the power to make a difference, especially against the shadow demons. Miria says, that doesn't mean you have to do it. As a wise man once said, with great power comes great responsibility. Miria says, you are saying that you have to do it because you have the power to? I don't have to, but if I can, I will help. Besides, I want everything in the north settled before I focus on the south, Miria says. Does that mean you will make contact with the empire? No, not unless I have to. I'd rather wait to do that until I am the Beast King, especially since they are not going to like what I have to say. Miria says, what are you planning to say to them? That unless they free and return all the beastmen they have as slaves, I will burn their empire to the ground. Miria says, you are right. They are not going to like that at all. I, however, do. If I am going to be the Beast King, then I will protect all the beastmen. Miria says, that is good. Although, you are probably going to have to shed some blood to become the Beast King. I know, but it will be as little as possible. Miria says, not all beastmen are good. There are some that you will need to deal with. Are you referring to someone specific? Miria says, I hate to say it, but my mother is one. Wait, you are saying I should kill your mother? Won't that make you the chieftain of the bunnies? Miria says, no, not unless my mother lifts my banishment before she dies. Even if she does, I don't want to be the chief. You might change your mind if you knew what Anya suggested. Miria says, what did she suggest? First, I want your word that you will not repeat this, especially to Ruby. Miria says, I promise. Anya suggested I bring some of the clans to follow me by marriage. Miria says, well, that would reduce the bloodshed. That is why she suggested it. Miria says, after all, people burned to ash don't bleed. You see why I have problems with the plan, Miria says. Other than Ruby, what problems do you have? For one, having multiple wives is not something I want to deal with, Miria says. You don't dream of having a harem all to yourself? While I may have fantasized about it a time or two, in reality? Hell no, Miria says. Why not? Keeping multiple women happy is impossible. Not to mention my limited time would make it unfair for anyone I was with. Miria says, I won't argue the first point. But the second is wrong? How is it wrong? Miria says, it would only be unfair if you didn't tell them. If you tell them about your limited time, then the decision is theirs. If they decide the limited time is worth it, then there is no problem. Huh, maybe. Getting back to the original point, why do I need to kill your mother? I hope you have a good reason. I have a serious dislike of killing women. Miria says, my mother has plans for you, and not good ones. If you don't kill her, she will cause you endless problems. What are her plans? Miria says. In her words, she will seduce you, devour you, and then use you to make her the Beast Queen. And you are worried she will succeed, Miria says. Yes, my mother has been using sex to manipulate the clans for ages. She is basically a succubus in bunny form. That certainly paints an interesting picture. Miria says, I am serious. You should be wary of her. I will. I was just teasing you. Miria says, not allowed. It is our job to tease you, not the other way around. And I am not allowed to get payback? Miria says, nope, you just have to take it. Haha, Very well. I have to go talk to some people. Are you coming along or staying here? Miria says. I will come with you. Okay. Just out of curiosity, how does your mother fight? Miria says, if she is challenged, she fights with 2 daggers, and she is very good with them. I asked many times for her to teach me, but she always refused. She probably didn't want you to be able to challenge her. Miria says, true. If I had been able to, I would have killed her several times, even before I was banished. If I can arrange it, would you like to learn the dagger? Miria says, yes, I would like that. All right, let's go. With a wave to Sarah on the way out, we hit the street, and I lead the way to the Mercenaries Guild. Several times along the way, I am stopped by people wanting to thank me. When we finally make it to the guild, we are taken in to see Boric immediately. Boric says, Lord Ash, what can I do for you? I want to hire some of your people, specialists. Boric says, that should be easy enough. What do you need? First, I need skirmishers, the best you can find, but they need to be female. Boric says, why female? Because they will be training 100 bunny girls, unless you know men you could trust to do so. Boric says, 100 bunny girls? No, I know of no man that could resist. It will take time to summon female skirmishers here. That is no problem. I also need a female who is an expert in using daggers to train Miria. Boric says, that is easy. I have just the woman. Lastly, I need advice on where to buy horses for the bunny girls. Boric says, the best horses come from the Free Union, but they are expensive. Price doesn't matter. I want the best. Can you make the arrangements for me? Boric says, sure, no problem. I have a few contacts over there. Thank you. Just send the bill to Sarah. Boric says, okay, before you go, I have a question. Sure, ask. Boric says, what is with your weird new cloak? It takes me a second to realize he is talking about my wings, which makes me laugh. Since I entered Ilium, I have kept them folded tightly to my back so as not to draw extra attention. As I extend them now, causing Boric's eyes to nearly fall out, it feels good to stretch them. Chapter 464. Boric says, wings, I'll be damned. Both Miria and I enjoy a good laugh at his reaction. It makes me sorry I didn't think to reveal them last night. Seeing everyone's reactions all at once would have been even funnier. However, it is too late now. I will just have to settle for surprising them one by one. Boric says, how did you get wings? Where did they come from? Are you still a beastman? Wait, can you fly? The wings were a reward from the goddesses. Yes, I am still a beastman, and yes, I can fly. Miria says, what is it like? Flying. If we have time later, I will show you. Boric says, you can fly while carrying someone. Yes, but not smelly old men. Miria and Boric both laugh. But it is obvious, Boric is a little disappointed. With our business done, we chat a little longer before Miria and I take our leave. Next, we head over to Pole's shop, and as soon as we enter, Miria grabs Anya and leaves the room. Pole says, welcome, Lord. Hello, Pole. Do you have the men I asked for? Pole says, yes, Lord. Could you get them for me? Pole says, of course, Lord. Pole leaves and then returns about 5 minutes later with 10 beastmen. 4 of them are wolves, 2 are tigers, 2 are bears, 1 is an ape, and the last is a female fox. As the only female of the group, I am surprised to see that she is in charge. The males all defer to her. Pole says, Lord, this is Katera. As soon as I look towards her, she drops to her knees and the others follow her lead. Despite her act of subservience, I sense no give in her at all. Her and her men seem rock solid. So I motion for them to get up and sit at the table. Then I start telling them of the coming demon war. After that, I tell them about the tower and everything that it contains. I don't go into too many details, but I want them to understand just how important the tower is. Then I tell them all about Yui, and the fact that they will be following her orders. Do you have any problem with that? Katera says, no, Lord. We will do anything you command. I don't want you to just follow orders. I want you to understand how important this is. Katera says, we understand that the demons could be the end of our race. If the tower has weapons to help in the war, then of course it is important. It is not just the weapons. The knowledge contained in the tower is even more important. The tower also contains a way to possibly give the Beastmen magic, Katara says. If that is the case, then guarding it is truly important. Its location is its main protection. You will be inside the tower just in case any of the guests cause problems. No matter what their rank may be, you only obey Yue. Understood? Katara says, understood, my lord. Once I am sure they understand the gravity of the situation, I have them all swear an oath. Then once Miria rejoins us, we head back to the inn and use the teleporter to go to the tower. Using the teleporter is almost as bad as using a portal, and several of them end up puking. Yue says, welcome back, Ash. Hello, Yue. As promised, I have brought guards for the tower. Yue says, thank you, Ash. I take it that things went well in Ilium. Yes, so far so good. How are you getting along with Ruby and Isabella? Yue says, they are both nice. I like them. They tell interesting stories. I am pretty sure I don't want to know. Has anyone else come yet? Yue says, Roddick and Beliza are here, although they haven't left the library. That is no surprise. Did they at least introduce themselves? Yue says, yes, I know they are the first and second in command of the Mage Guild. That is why I allowed them into the library. Okay, where are Ruby and Isabella? Yue says, Isabella is also in the library. Ruby has entered the first mage test. I guess that shouldn't be a surprise. Now that I know where everyone is, I begin the tour for Miria and the Beastmen. We barely make it to the main hall before I get tackled by Asuna, which amuses everyone. When I finally get her to let me up so I can continue the tour, she stays glued to my side. Miria says, it looks like she missed you. Yeah, I've missed her too. The Beastmen are obviously impressed by the tower, but they make sure to memorize the layout. Once they are settled in their new barracks, I take Miria and Asuna with me to the library. After exchanging greetings with Roddick and Beliza, I introduce Miria to Nived. Nived says, pleased to meet you. Miria says, hello. There are 10 Beastmen down on the main floor. Make sure to introduce yourself later. Nived says, sure. Are they all women too? No, only one is. The rest are men. Nived says, oh, good. I was worried I was going to be surrounded by nothing but women, Miria says, and that would be a bad thing. Nived says, yes. It is hard enough to concentrate on my studies as it is. I take it you mean Isabella and Ruby? Nived says, Isabella, yes. Ruby, on the other hand, makes me miss my fire immunity. She is scary. Normally, she isn't so bad. She is just in a bad mood right now. Nived says, why? What did you do? Miria laughs and says, well, he obviously knows you. That is enough of that. I am taking Miria down to meet Kor. Do you want to come along? Isabella. Isabella says, okay. Nived just nods and follows along, still chuckling. I also invite Roddick and Beliza, but they don't want to leave. I hope whoever is the number 3 in the guild is capable of handling things for a while. Those two don't look like they plan to leave until they have read everything. So the 5 of us head to the teleporter and go through. I don't even get a chance to get my bearings. My head is still spinning from teleporting when I get buried under a Kachera. Of course, Asuna joins in, and the 2 of them keep me pinned for a good 5 minutes. While I am being attacked, the others introduce themselves to Kor, who seems happy to have guests. I finally manage to get free by tickling the 2 of them until they get off of me. Once I can stand and straighten out my clothes and wings, I walk over to join the others. Kor says, hello, Ash. It is good to see you again. Good to see you too. Kor, I take it you have met everyone. Kor says, yes, we introduced ourselves while you were busy. Miria says, you mean while he was getting a bath? Nived says, oh, that is a regular occurrence when the kids are around. Once they are familiar with you, you will get a bath too. Miria says, I will look forward to it. I just hope they are more gentle with me than Ash. Kor says, they are normally more gentle. They are just excited to see him. Isabella says, that is a relief. So, Kor, I have a question. Kor says, what is it? Can you mark people or something so that they can pass through the barrier like Kachara and I do? Kor says, I have never tried, but I think I should be able to. Then, can you try it out on everyone here? Core says, okay. Chapter 465. There is no grand light show or anything. Simply a glowing mark appears on each of them. After a few seconds, the mark disappears, leaving no sign that anything has changed. The only difference from before is that Core looks a little tired. Core, are you all right? Core says, I am fine, it just took more energy than expected. So, it is done then. Core says, I think so, but you will have to test it to be sure. Okay, we will test it and let you know. If it works, can you mark more people, or is there a limit? Core says, I can't mark too many at once because of the energy required. But other than that, no, there is no limit. Okay, good, Core says. What are you planning now, Ash? Well, for my friends who can level, the Driders provide a good source of experience. So I plan to let those who can come down here to kill Driders. Core says, so the purpose of the marks is so they can hunt without you, or Kachera. Exactly. This way we can slowly wear down the Driders' numbers, and it benefits us at the same time. Core says, all right, I can agree to that. We will be in control of the teleporter, so talk to her if you want to control the number coming down, or if you need anything for that matter. Core says, do you plan to let everyone come down here? No, only those loyal to me personally. Core says, then it shouldn't be a problem, and I will enjoy the company. Okay. Do you want to keep Kachara here? Core says, no, she won't concentrate while you are here, so you may as well take her with you. With that settled, we leave the room and stop at the top of the stairs. I let Miria, Isabella, and Knived have a few minutes to stare out at the city, since it is their first time here. Then, we continue down the stairs with them stopping to look again at each new area. It is hard for them not to stare down at the thousands of Driders packing the square, especially when we get closer to the bottom, and they can be seen clearly. Once we reach the bottom, I stop and allow them a few minutes to study the Driders. Knived says, why can't we see the barrier that is holding them back? Once you are on the other side, it will appear as a black wall, but from this side, it is clear. Miria says, I don't think I brought enough arrows for this. We aren't trying to kill all of them at once. This is mainly so you can see how they fight. Knived says, so what do we need to know? Any weak points? The weakest spot I have found is where the upper and lower bodies connect. As to how they fight, think of an ant swarm. Isabella says, should I summons? Yes, and come to think of it, so should I. Summon Bones. When Bones appears and looks around, he grins at what he sees. He immediately gets ready to fight, then looks at me impatiently for the order. He is going to have to wait, though. I need to explain a few things before we start. Everyone remember, do not attack through the barrier. If you do, you can weaken the barrier, and trust me, you do not want to see what will happen if the barrier falls. Miria says, they would swarm us, right? Not only that, if the barrier weakens enough, they can get out of the mountain. Isabella says, we certainly don't want that. True. Now I will go through first and clear a space. That is when you move through. After clearing a space, I am going to act mostly as a healer and only jump in if you need help. You all need to work together. That includes you, Bones. Bones says, yes, Master. Isabella, do your summons receive a penalty if they die? Isabella says, yes, they lose some experience, and I can't summon them again for 24 hours. Okay, if they get really low on health, dismiss them. Miria, once we go through, I want you to try and come back. That will tell us if the mark works. If it doesn't, you will all need to be touching either me or Kachera to pass through. Miria says, understood. Okay, everyone ready? Once everyone has confirmed they are ready, I spread my wings and fly up. Once I am above the Driders, I fly through the barrier and go out about 50 feet before I use Holy Light. Once everything in range has turned to ash, I drop to the ground and motion everyone to come through. Miria says, the mark works. That is a relief. The retreat was the only part of this that had me worried. Now, I can sit back and watch how everyone fights and works together. Knived starts things off with a spell as the Driders rush in to fill the empty space. Then I notice Kachara stop and concentrate. Then a tornado appears amidst the driders. From the way it rips them apart, I am guessing that the tornado is made up of wind blades. That is definitely new. And gruesome, especially since parts of driders and undead start raining down. Miria is taking the time to aim, and every arrow she fires is a kill. Isabella, like me, is hanging back and controlling her summons and casting spells on them. Asuna is darting around killing those that get past the summons and bones. Kachera, once her tornado fades, is charging into groups and decimating them. Each one of them is fighting well individually, but they are not working together very well. Other than healing a summon now and then, I am just observing, mainly to see if anyone will step up as leader. Miria yells, I am out of arrows. Curious, I move over next to her and try creating an arrow with Mage Knight blade. After all, an arrow does have a blade on the end, and it does work. So I hand one to Miria to see if she can shoot it, which she can. Miria says, Great. Can you make more? So I try again. This time, I make 20 arrows at once and drop them in her quiver. Miria goes back to shooting, and as I look around, I realize Isabella had to dismiss a summon while I was occupied. The situation is getting worse. They are being forced back by the weight of numbers. Surprisingly, it is Isabella who notices what is going on and starts shouting orders. By following her orders, everyone starts fighting together and manages a fighting retreat. The Driders still manage to surround us and cut us off from the barrier, but we are only 20 feet away. Thanks to my aura, minor wounds heal in seconds, and the summons are constantly healing. Even with that, I still have to use my healing spell quite a bit during the fight. I am careful not to use up all my divine power, keeping just enough in reserve to use Holy Light one last time. However, I don't use it as soon as we are surrounded. I want to see what the others will do first. Isabella has Kachara and Asuna use their breath weapons to clear a path to the barrier. With that, everyone is able to retreat to the barrier and pass through it. Chapter 466. That is, everyone except me and Bones. We stay put for a little longer, with Bones slowing down the Drider and keeping them from attacking me. Once I am fully surrounded, I use the last of my divine power to cast Holy Light again. Then, I calmly walk back to the barrier through the drifting ash. Bones follows me as far as the barrier. But when I pass through, he doesn't follow. Instead, he turns and starts fighting the Driders when they get close enough. Leaving him to fight, I walk around to each of the others and touch them with the cleaning stone. Considering everyone is covered in blood and gore, not to mention a layer of ash, they are grateful. Once everyone is clean, I sit down and wait until everyone has caught their breath. So, ready for your evaluations, Isabella says. Sure, but before that, is Bones okay over there by himself? Yeah, he is fine. He is a battle maniac. He will sulk if I pull him away too soon. Isabella says, oh, okay. Let's start with you. From what I can see, you have trouble controlling all your summons at once. For that, you probably just need practice. The fact that you stepped up as leader was impressive, and you did a good job at it. Isabella says, thank you. Knived, your combat spells are impressive, but you seem to be lacking on other spells. You should learn some control spells to balance you out. A mage should focus on keeping enemies from reaching himself. Knived says, what do you mean by control spells? Spells to control your enemy's movement, like walls of earth or fire to make them detour? Or spells to freeze them so they can't move as fast? Knived says, okay, I will ask you a. Miria says, what about me? Your archery is good. You didn't miss once. Every arrow you fired was a kill. The only problems I saw were running out of arrows and your lack of awareness. Miria says, what do you mean? You only focused on your target. You didn't pay attention to what was happening around you or to your teammates. Miria says, okay, I will work on that. Knived says, hey, weren't we supposed to get experience from this? Yes, we should have. Wait, it must be the fact that Bones is still fighting. That said, I walk over to the barrier, reach through, and grab Bones by the shoulder. Then I pull him backwards through the barrier, ending the fighting. He immediately turns to me and gives me a look of disappointment for ruining his fun. 382 zombies defeated, 3,820 XP gained. 431 skeletons defeated, 5,388 XP gained. 672 Driders defeated. 33,600 XP gained. Weird, that is only half what I would normally have gotten. It must be because the group is larger. Miria says, awesome. I gained 3 levels. Knived says, lucky. I only got 1. Isabella says, I got 3 as well. This has been a good day. All right, let's head up. Maybe Kor will be nice and feed us. Kachera and Asuna immediately take off running up the stairs at the mention of food. The others aren't far behind them. Even though the battle was short, they all worked up an appetite. The only one who doesn't move is Bones. He is still looking towards the barrier. Bones says, Master, please. Fine, go fight. He goes charging off through the barrier as I start walking up the stairs behind the others. As I look out over the city, I wonder what it would be like without the Driders. Maybe Kor would allow the Beastmen to take it over once the matriarch is dead? Kor says, it looks like things went well. Decent, at least. There is room for improvement, but everyone made it without serious injury. Kor says, that is good. Would you like some food or are you returning to the tower? I would like to stay if it is not too much trouble. Miria says, I will stay with Ash. Knived says, I need to get back to the tower. I haven't finished today's lessons. Isabella says, I will go back too. I want to read more about summons. The library has books about summoning. Isabella says, oh, yes. There are 6 books just about the various summons the old mages knew about. I gained a new summon just by reading. That is impressive. I need to find some time to browse the library. Isabella says, you should. There are a lot of great books. Kor says, it will only get worse as my race's knowledge is added to the library. Miria says, Roddick and Beliza may have to be removed by force. That is why I brought the Beastmen. They will follow Yui's orders. Kor says, that is a wise move. Now, let's eat. Asuna stays with us and eats with Kachera. Knived and Isabella go back to the tower. We eat quietly. It is a comfortable quiet and makes the food taste better somehow. Watching Miria's face as she tries some of the elven delicacies is quite entertaining. Kor, in my world elves were portrayed as the masters of the bow. Were your people like that? Kor says. Somewhat. Mostly among those living in the surface cities. The only master archers we had here were the scouts. Did they have nifty magical bows and quivers? Kor says, well, I am not sure what you mean by nifty, but yes, they were magical. Any chance one of the scouts died in the city? Kor says, it is possible. Could you search for the bow and quiver, like you did with the backpack? Kor says, sure. Give me a minute. Miria says, what are you planning, Ash? Hopefully, I'm going to get you a new bow and quiver. Miria says, don't take any risks for my sake. Taking risks is what I do. Kor says, found one. Excellent. Where is it? Kor says, in one of the garrisons inside the city wall. Can you show me? Kor says, it is here. A map of the city appears, and there is a red dot inside a part of the southern wall. It is about midway between the south and east gates, but I don't see an access point. Meaning I have to go in through one of the gate buildings, which could be a problem. Kor, aside from the gates, are there any other ways inside the walls? Kor says, number. If I enter a gate from this side, will the guardians activate? Kor says, no, not as long as you do not go through the gate. The guardians only monitor the area outside the gate? Okay, then this should be fairly easy. Be back in a little bit. Chapter 467. Miria says, be careful. I am always careful. Relax. This will not take long. Before Miria can respond, I run out of the room and jump off the stairs. Then I spread my wings and start gliding towards the city wall to the south. I decide to enter the wall through the south gate, so that is my destination. The Driders chase after me but fall way behind by the time I land at the south gate. The door into the wall's interior is open when I find it, but I close and bar it after me. It won't stop the Driders, but it will slow them down, giving me time to search in peace. According to Kor's map, the bow should be about halfway to the east gate. However, on my way there, I happen to glance through an open door and find a full armory. Since my backpack is empty, I don't see any reason to just leave the weapon sitting here. So I duck through the door and start grabbing weapons and shoving them into my backpack. The swords, spears, shields, and bows all get shoved into the bag. Then I stop. There is armor, but it won't really fit anyone I know, so I plan to leave it. That is until I spot suits of light leather armor made for a female that might just fit the bunny girls, so I grab the 5 sets that are here and then leave the room and continue towards the east. Everything I grabbed had the glow of magic on it, but nothing all that strong. The bow I am looking for should have a strong aura at least, or so I hope. Still, I check every room that I pass, half hoping for another armory to loot. It would be nice if I could gather enough gear to equip Miria's 100 bunny girls. Maybe after I find what I am looking for, I should keep searching for more armories. Even the swords and other weapons are of a lighter make than what humans normally use. The elves were probably of similar build to the bunny girls, making their equipment perfect for the girls. The next room I find is larger, and there is equipment scattered around it. What worries me is the hole in the floor that seems to go straight down. The spiders probably used it to attack those hiding within the wall at the end of the siege. What worries me is whether the hole leads back into the city or to somewhere far worse. Keeping one eye on the hole, I start moving around the room, picking up everything and bagging it. In a corner of the room, I find the bow and quiver I am looking for. They have strong auras. So does the leather armor they are laying beside. And since it is made for a female, I grab it as well. I will sort through everything once I am back at the column. It isn't safe here. I quickly go back to looting the rest of the room so that I can move on. Then I freeze as I hear a quiet sound come from within the hole. Carefully taking a peek, I see a bunch of spiders slowly climbing towards me. These are not driders, but real spiders, and they look a lot meaner than the driders. Then it strikes me that they are all neatly lined up, so I decide to try out Holy Shock. When I cast it, the lightning rips through the spiders. The hole is too small for them to dodge. Their blackened corpses fall out of sight, and I wait to see if more are going to come up. 12. Spider warriors defeated. 12,000 XP gained. Congratulations, you have gained a level. Level 12. HP plus 200, DP plus 100, stat points plus 10. Wow, those things are good XP. Unfortunately, having failed once the spiders do not try again, so no free XP, the fact that they care about their losses means I may have been right about the matriarch having limited resources. If that proves to be true, then I should be able to weaken her slowly over time. The trick to that is going to be preventing her from getting any new resources. The problem there is that I have no control over what happens outside the barrier. For all I know, she is smart enough to have kept breeding populations in the underground world. These are all worries for much later on. For now, I go back to looting the room. Once the room is looted, I return to the hallway where I am expecting to see driders. To my surprise, the hallway is completely empty. The driders should have caught up by now. Bones has been defeated. What? Summon Bones. Summon unavailable. Time remaining 11 hours, 59 minutes. So if Bones gets defeated, I can't summon him for 12 hours? I hope that is the only penalty. Unable to do anything about Bones, right now I follow the hallway east. The silence from the driders has me a little worried, but I still go looking for another armory. I do find another armory, and as I loot it, I wonder what the matriarch is up to this time. When I reach the east gate, I get my answer. There is nothing but a solid wall of driders waiting for me. The odd thing is that even when I come within sight, the driders don't move. They just stand there staring at me as still as statues, waiting for an order, I guess. Turning and looking back down the hallway, I see spiders coming towards me. I am now trapped between the two forces, but I am not really worried. While I have yet to see the spiders fight, they do not worry me too much, especially in a long straight hallway when I have seen that they are weak to lightning. While I could break out through the driders easily enough, instead, I wait for the spiders to reach me. When the first spider is close enough to attack me, I cast Holy Shock down the hallway. As the spiders are screaming and dying, I turn and cut my way through the driders. Once I have cut my way clear of the gatehouse, I use Holy Light to turn the driders to ash. Then, instead of taking flight back to the column, I cross the yard and enter the door opposite. 43 zombies defeated. 860 XP gained. 32 skeletons defeated. 800 XP gained. 76 Driders defeated. 760 XP gained. 19 Spider Warriors defeated. 19,000 XP gained. The North Gate has been destroyed, but most of the wall and hopefully the armories are intact. Now that I have made up my mind to take gear for the bunnies, I want to complete the job. The stuff the bunnies don't need, I figure I can give to Pole as trade goods. After all, there are other tribes that are more dexterity-based, like the bunnies. Poe will surely find a use for anything I give him. He hasn't let me down yet. Even if no one wants the items, Poe will find some other use for them, so I may as well collect everything I can. Just like the last wall, inside this wall I find 2 armories for me to loot. They are not completely full, but there is enough left to be worth the effort. When I come to the end of the wall, where the explosion stopped, I find Driders waiting for me. Chapter 468. There is no point in pushing my luck by setting off a second trap of the matriarchs today. So instead of attacking the Driders, I throw myself into the air and turn towards the column. As I take off, I see a net woven of spider webbing falling over the area outside the door. If I had attacked the Driders, the net would have fallen over me without any warning. Even I could be overwhelmed if I was trapped under the net and surrounded by Driders. After flying out from under the net, I circle back and fly higher looking for the spiders. By the time I can see the top of the wall, the spiders have already scattered. If they hadn't, I would have killed them. They are really good XP. Since they are gone, I turn and fly back towards the column where Miria is waiting for me. When the column comes within sight, I spot Miria standing at the top of the steps watching for me. Before she can spot me, I move so that the column will hide my approach. I am so going to get in trouble for this, but it will be worth it. Using the column to hide me, I am able to get right on top of her without being noticed. She doesn't know I am there until I land, almost on top of her. Jumping in surprise, Miria yelps and almost falls off the edge, but I catch her with a wing. Miria says, "So soft." That was not the reaction I was expecting. I almost drop her, but she is holding tightly to my wing. She has her face buried in my feathers and is rubbing it back and forth. It reminds me so much of Lizzie that I can't help but laugh at her. Miria says, "Don't laugh at me. Then stop clinging to my wing." Miria says, "I don't want to. It is so soft and warm." So I pick up my wing and shake it until she falls off. Then I tuck my wings tightly to my back. Leaving her to pick herself up, I enter Kor's room and sit down between Kachera and Asuna. Kor says, "Is everything all right?" Miria says, "He is just sulking because I cuddled his wings. They are super soft. I am not. And yes, everything went fine. I found what I wanted and then some. Also, I fought spiders as well as Driders." Kor says, "If the spiders have returned, then the matriarch must realize Driders are not enough to deal with you." Miria says, "I told you to be careful." I was. There is not a scratch on me. I would really like to know why the matriarch is so obsessed with me. Kor says, "I have no idea. She never acted like this before." Miria says, "It is because you look so tasty. She wants to eat you." Well, she probably does want to eat me, but I am not tasty looking. As if to prove me wrong, both Kachera and Asuna turn to me and start licking my face. This, of course, sets Miria to laughing, and as I struggle to push the 2 of them away, even Kor laughs. Once I manage to get the 2 of them off me and the laughter dies down, we return to the original topic. Luckily, Kor can identify every enchantment on any elven item just with a look. It makes the process of identifying and sorting all the items I gathered much easier. With her help, I sort everything into 2 piles, one for Miria and one for Pole. The bow and quiver I originally went after, along with the armor I found with it, all go to Miria. Unfortunately, the quiver is not Everfull like I was hoping, but it is special. It is like my pouch. It is a holding item, yet it only holds arrows, but it holds thousands. With it, Miria should not have to worry about running out of arrows ever again. The bow and armor are also better than what she is currently using. Miria is getting some upgrades. Added to that, I looted enough gear for all 100 of her bunny girls. Miria says, "This equipment is worth a lot. Are you sure you want to give it to my girls?" I thought they were just an experiment. They are something of an experiment, but I am serious about them patrolling the border. If they are going to fight slavers, I want them to have the best gear and training I can find. Kor says, "So, what is next, Ash?" "We will return to the tower and have dinner with the others, then spend the night in Ilium. Tomorrow, I will most likely head north to see how things stand and do what I can to settle things." Kor says, "Well then, I wish you luck. Let me know if there is anything I can do to help." "I will," Miria says. "Can I go north with you?" "No, you are staying in Ilium?" Miria says, "How come?" "Because you have to continue training your girls. Not to mention Boric will have a trainer for you. Soon you will also have horses and trainers for you and the girls." Miria says, "I already know how to ride. I rode Lizzie to come save you." Riding a horse is different from riding Lizzie. Not to mention, have you ever shot your bow while riding? Miria says, "Well, no, but it can't be that hard." "You will soon find out just how hard it is. I somewhat regret that I won't be there to watch and say, 'I told you so.'" Kor says, "UI and I could probably come up with some kind of recording device for you." "Thank you, but no. Such a device would undoubtedly be used against me," Miria says. "I can think of several times a recording device would have been handy. Any chance you can make me one Kor?" "No, absolutely not." Kor says, "You would have to convince Yui to help me." Miria says, "All right." I said no. "If you keep this up, I will have Yui ban you from the tower." Miria says, "See, isn't he cute when he gets all worked up?" Kor says, "You are right. I begin to see the appeal of this thing you call teasing. I've had enough of you two. I am going back to the tower." Miria says, "Aw, don't be like that." Kor says, "Relax, Miria. Yui would not actually banish you." Miria says, "Easy for you to say." "Enough of this. Let's go." Ignoring Miria, I turn to give hugs and pets to Kachara and Asuna. Leaving them again so soon is quite painful, but at least they have each other for company. After saying goodbye to Kor, I take Miria and go through the teleporter back to the tower. Chapter 469. Once we are through and my stomach has settled, I tell Miria to go find Isabella. They can hang out until dinner. Meanwhile, I go to check on the beastmen and see how they are settling in. I find them in the Mage Knight barracks rearranging the furniture. Katara says, "Lord, do you need something?" "No, I was just checking to see how you were settling in." Katara says, "We will be quite comfortable here. Are we allowed to use the training room we found?" "Yue, is there a training room in here?" Yue says, "Yes, and they are welcome to use it." Katara says, "Thank you." "There you have it. Anything else you want to ask?" Katara says, "Are we allowed to go outside?" I don't see why not. Although we are at the very peak of the sacred giant. You might have trouble breathing outside. Katara says, "We will be cautious. Mostly we are curious." "All right, as long as you understand." Yue says, "Ash, dinner is almost ready." "Thank you, Yue." Katara, "If there is anything you need, you can ask Yue." Katara says, "Yes, Lord." After saying goodbye to the beastmen, I head towards the dining room in my suite. On the way, Yue directs me to a different dining room, one meant for large gatherings. There aren't all that many of us, but she wants all visitors to use the main dining room. It is only when I enter the room that I find out that Roddick and Beliza are joining us. I guess they finally got hungry enough to stop reading, at least for the moment. They have probably been using the reading rooms, so it has been more than a day to them. Knived, Miria, and Isabella are already sitting at the table with them. It looks like they are just waiting for me, so I quickly take my seat at the head of the table. As soon as I sit down, the food is brought in and served, and we all dig in. Roddick says, "This food is amazing." Beliza says, "Ash, how is it you find places with such delicious food?" "Just lucky." Yui says, "I am glad you like the food." Knived says, "It is as good as always." "I take it you are enjoying the library." Roddick says, "Of course. It is amazing. It makes our library look pathetic." Beliza says, "I could spend the rest of my life here and be perfectly happy." "Then who would run the guild?" Beliza says, "Roddick can run the guild without me." Roddick says, "Not gonna happen. I may even retire and leave the guild to you." Beliza says, "Don't you dare." "Enough. Both of you. Yay! We may want to consider setting a time limit on the library. Roddick says, no, please don't. We will behave. Isabella says, Ash, stop teasing them. The library truly is amazing. You can't blame them for being excited. I doubt there is anything about magic that isn't in there. Huh, I hadn't thought of that. Yui, are there any books on shape-shifting magic? Yui says, yes, there is one. Could you pull it for me? I'd like to read it before I return to Ilium. Yui says, sure thing. Roddick says, why do you want to read about shape-shifting? It is something I want to experiment with. Beliza says, but why? What good would shape-shifting even be? Miria says, knowing Ash, it would be another way for him to get himself in trouble. What? I am never in trouble. Isabella says, are you serious? You are in trouble right now. Miria says, yeah, big trouble. What are you two even talking about? Both say Ruby. Oh, right. Yui, where is Ruby? She should have finished the first test by now. Yui says she did, and immediately went into the second test. Isabella says, all because of you. What did I do? Miria says, that little act of yours, pretending to be hurt by her punch. Did you really think anyone believed that? What? It has worked before. Isabella says, well, no one bought it this time. Because of that, Ruby is now desperate to get stronger. Miria says, and the stronger she gets, the more trouble you are in. Knived says, Ruby is a fire elemental, so she has rank, but can she also gain levels? Not, as far as I know. Yui says, yes, she can. What? Neved says, then you are in real trouble, Ash. She can get stronger as fast as you can. Isabella says, faster. She is now obsessed. Miria says, she won't stop until she can beat you down, like you deserve. Yui, do the tests provide experience? Yui says, yes, I believe they do. Oh, Isabella says, see, I told you were in trouble. Yui, do you happen to know what class Ruby has? Yui says, the test registered her as a Fireblade. I've never heard of that before, Roddick says. While this is really entertaining, I've finished eating, so I will be heading back to the library. Beliza says, me too. Good luck, Ash. Thanks, I think, Isabella says. So, what are you going to do? Miria says. Yeah, what is your plan for dealing with Ruby? Knived says, I think I still have some studying to do. Knived quickly flees the dining hall, leaving just me and the girls, who are waiting for an answer. The problem is, I have no idea what to tell them because I have no plan. The dragon's advice suddenly pops into my head, but I am not convinced Ruby is the right one. After all, while she is attractive and I care for her, I do not love her in that way. Not to mention she is immortal. Even a full life for me would be a blink to her. The less than 3 years I have left will be less than a day when compared to her lifespan. Out of all the girls, it would be most unfair to try being with Ruby, yet she is the one who has been with me the longest. I should probably make things clear to her, but I have no idea how to without doing more harm. As she gets stronger, it will become even more problematic. Isabella, I have a favor to ask of you. Chapter 470. Isabella says, I am not going to like this, am I? No, probably not. Isabella says, what do you want me to do? First, be Ruby's friend. Take her side against me. Isabella says, easy enough. What else? Do what you can to calm her down. Her fixation on me is not healthy. You already carry her medallion. When next we meet, I want to transfer her contract to you. Isabella says, that won't be so easy. Miria says, Ruby is going to kill you. Ash, she might try, but she is nowhere near strong enough. Miria says, but she will get stronger? So will I. Miria says, do you think you can stay ahead of her? Yes, I am pretty confident that I can. Isabella says, why? Do you think she is weak? No, I just know the secret to getting stronger. Miria says, what is the secret? Taking risks. Miria says, really? Or are you just trying to excuse all the stupid stuff you do? No, it is true. The higher the risk, the higher the reward. Isabella says, all that aside, why do you want to give up her contract? As things stand, when I die, she will be banished. If you hold her contract, then she can stay as long as you live. Isabella says, there is no guarantee I will live through the war. No, but my death is guaranteed. With you, at least she has a chance. Miria says, what does it matter? Can't she just get summoned back? Isabella says, without a contract, it would be very difficult to summon Ruby. The stronger she gets, the harder it will be. Exactly. You are not a frontline fighter, which means your odds of surviving are higher. Isabella says, okay, I see your point. I will discuss it with her once she calms down. For her to calm down, I need to be gone. So, after I read this book, I will return to Ilium. Wait a day or two before you begin trying to calm her. Isabella says, okay. Miria says, won't she just get more angry because you ran off again? Maybe, but I can't afford to sit around waiting for her to be done giving me the silent treatment. Isabella says, this will just get you in more trouble. Miria says, I guess that is a fair point. Now, I am going to go read that book, and then we are going back to Ilium. Miria says, okay. As I head upstairs to the library, I can't help but wonder if I am doing the right thing. Isabella is a good choice, I think. She is caring and gentle, pretty much Ruby's opposite. Hopefully, they will balance each other out. But mainly, I hope Isabella can calm Ruby. Come to think of it, maybe I should find or make an item that will give Isabella fire immunity, just in case Ruby has a fit of temper when Isabella tells her about her taking her contract. It isn't likely, but lately Ruby hasn't exactly been stable where I am concerned. Yue, what reading room am I in? Yue says room 2. All right, can you bring me something of Isabella's that she can wear regularly? Yue says, I can, but why? I want to enchant it with fire protection just in case. Yue says, you think she will need it? I just want to take precautions against an accident. Yue says, all right, I will have a sprite bring something. Thank you. Once I am inside the library, I head for the reading rooms. Room 1 is taken by Roddick and Beliza. That must be why Yue told me I would be using room 2. Not that it matters. When I enter room 2, I find a thick old book sitting on the table, so I sit down and start reading. The book is very interesting, so much so that I don't notice the sprite who enters at first. After a few minutes, it makes a ringing sound, and I take the shawl it offers me. As it leaves, I apologize for making it wait, to which it brightens before darting off. Setting aside the book for now, I begin gathering the mana in the room. Once I have it gathered, I begin applying it to the shawl until the shawl cannot hold anymore. Now that it is full, I begin organizing the mana in the spell pattern for fire resistance. Luckily, the shawl is well made so it can hold a decent amount of mana. After making the fire protection as strong as I can, I use the leftover mana to make the shawl repair itself and keep itself clean. Then once all the enchantments are in place, I slowly add sacred power to enhance them. Once that is done, I put the shawl aside and go back to reading the book. The writing is very technical. It seems the mage who wrote it was very fond of words. His explanations are way more complicated than they need to be. In fact, his explanations make it harder to understand the method that he used to shape change. I end up having to simplify everything before I can put it together and have it make sense. This guy was definitely not familiar with nature. He let the magic do most of the work. If he had known even a little of animal anatomy, he could have done a lot more with this magic. As it is no wonder his fellow mages couldn't be bothered with his magic. All his animal forms were stiff and blocky, more like robots than animals. The magical theory behind his spells was detailed and very thorough, exactly what I needed. It will take some time to deconstruct the spell and get rid of the useless crap, but it should work. Then all I will need to do is convert it to use sacred power, which shouldn't be too hard. Once I have read through the entire book, I close it and put it aside. If I need to study it later, I can recall it inside the soulscape easily enough. Grabbing the shawl, I leave the reading room and let Yui know that I am done with the book. Yui says, was the information useful? Yes, thank you. It will make my experimenting go much smoother. Yui says, I am glad it was of use to you. Is there anything else you need? Nope, I am good. Are the girls still in the dining hall? Yui says affirmative. As I leave the library, I wave at Roddick and Beliza, but they don't notice me at all. When I enter the dining hall, Miria and Isabella are right where I left them. Whatever they were talking about, the conversation ends when I walk in. Miria says, ready to go? Yeah. Here, Isabella. This is for you. Isabella says, isn't this mine already? Yes, but it is enchanted now. Isabella says, oh, thank you. But why? It has fire protection now, just in case. Isabella says, oh, I see. Better safe than sorry, I guess. Miria says, aren't you being a little too paranoid? Hopefully. Isabella says, I appreciate the thought, and I will wear it, just in case. Good. Well, I will see you when I get back from the north. Isabella says, take care and try not to do anything stupid. No promises, Miria says. Take care of yourself, Isabella. I will visit when I can. Isabella says, all right. See you later. The goodbye's over with Miria, and I return to Ilium through the teleporter. It is fairly late, so Miria goes straight to bed, and I sit down at the table to enter my meditation. I spend the next few hours going over the shape-shifting spell in detail and breaking it down. Once I have gotten rid of all the crap and streamlined the spell, I start converting it. I just have to get it close enough, and hopefully the system will take over from there. After another hour or so, I have it as close as I can get it. Now, all I have to do is test it.